Section 30 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schörl. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 7. The House of Tudor ended in Queen Elizabeth, 1603, after having occupied the throne of England about 118 years. It was replaced by that of the Stuarts. James VI, King of Scotland, son of Mary Stuart and Henry Darnley, succeeded to the throne of England and took the title of King of Great Britain, which his successors still retain. This prince derived his rights to the crown from the marriage of his great-grandmother, Margaret Tudor, daughter of Henry VII, with James IV of Scotland. Vain of his new elevation and fond of prerogative, James constantly occupied himself with projects for augmenting his royal power and authority in England, and by instilling these principles into his son, he became the true architect of all the subsequent misfortunes of his house. Charles I, the son and successor of James, seldom convened the Parliament, and when they did assemble, he provoked them by the measures he proposed, and was then obliged to dissolve them. Being entirely guided by his ministers Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, the Earls of Strafford and Hamilton, and his queen, Henrietta of France, he ventured to levy taxes and impositions without the advice of Parliament. This conduct on the part of the king produced a general discontent. The flames of civil war began to kindle in Scotland, where Charles had introduced episcopacy as more favourable than Presbyterianism to royalty. But the Scottish nobility, having formed a confederacy known by the name of the Covenant for the maintenance of their ecclesiastical liberties, abolished episcopacy, 1638, and subsequently took up arms against the king. The Parliament of England, under such circumstances, rose also against Charles, 1641, and passed an act that they should not be dissolved without previously obtaining redress for the complaints of the nation. This act, which deprived the king of his principal prerogative, proved fatal to the royal dignity. A trial was instituted by the Parliament against the king's ministers. The Earl of Strafford and the Archbishop of Canterbury were beheaded, and Charles had the weakness to sign the death warrant of his faithful servants. The Presbyterians soon became the prevailing party and excluded the bishops from the upper house. The management of affairs fell then into the hands of the House of Commons. Episcopacy was abolished, and the Parliament of England acceded to the Scottish Covenant. War now broke out between the king and the Parliament. A battle was fought near York, in which the latter was victorious, 1644. Charles, seeing his affairs ruined, took the determination to throw himself into the arms of the Scots, 1646, who, he supposed, might still retain an affection for the race of their ancient kings. He soon found reason, however, to repent of this step. The Scots did not hesitate to sell him to the English Parliament for a sum of £400,000 sterling, which they found necessary for the payment of their troops. A new revolution, which soon after happened in the Parliament, completed the ruin of the king. The Presbyterians, or Puritans, who had suppressed the Episcopalians, were crushed in their turn by the Independents. These latter were the sort of fanatics who admitted no subordination whatever in the Church, entertained a perfect horror for royalty, and were inclined for a republican or democratic form of government. The head and soul of this faction was the famous Oliver Cromwell, who, with great dexterity, made it an engine for raising himself to the sovereign authority. The whole power of the legislature fell entirely into the hands of the Independent party, who, by one act, expelled 60 members from the House of Commons. The Parliament, now completely under their dominion, appointed a commission of 150 persons whom they vested with power to try the king. In vain did the upper house oppose this resolution. In vain did the king object to the judges named by the House. The commission proceeded and pronounced the famous sentence, by virtue of which Charles was beheaded on the 30th of January 1649. His family were dispersed and saved themselves by flight. The revolutions in the north of Europe about the period of which we now speak were not less important than those which agitated the west and the south. These arose chiefly from the dissolution of the Union of Kalmar and the Reformation in religion, both of which happened about the beginning of the 16th century. The Union of Kalmar between the three kingdoms of the north had been renewed several times, but being badly cemented from the first, it was at length irreparably broken by Sweden. This latter kingdom had been distracted by intestine feuds occasioned by the ambition and jealousy of the nobles, which continued during the whole reign of Charles VIII of the House of Bond. After the death of that prince, 1470, the Swedes, without renouncing the Union, had regularly appointed as administrators of the kingdom from the year 1471 till 1520 3 individuals of the family of Stur, viz. Steno Stur, called the Old, Swante Stur, and Steno Stur, called the Young. Meantime, John, King of Denmark and son of Christian I, had governed the three kingdoms since 1497, when Steno Stur the elder had resigned, until 1501, when he resumed the administration. At length, however, Christian II, son of John, made war on Steno Stur, surnamed the Young, with a view to enforce the claims which he derived from the Act of Union. Being victorious at the Battle of Bogesund, where Stur lost his life, he succeeded in making himself acknowledged by the Swedes as king, and was crowned at Stockholm, 1520. Within a short time after this ceremony, he violated the amnesty which he had publicly announced, and to gratify the revenge of Gustavus Troll, Archbishop of Uppsala, whom the Swedes had deposed, he caused 94 of the most distinguished personages in the kingdom to be arrested and publicly beheaded at Stockholm. This massacre caused a revolution, by which Sweden recovered its ancient state of independence. Gustavus Vasa put himself at the head of the Dalecarlians, ambitious to become the liberator of his country, 1521. He was declared regent, and 2 years after, King of Sweden. The example of the Swedes was soon followed by the Danes, who, indignant at the excesses and cruelties of Christian II, deposed him and conferred their crown on Frederick, Duke of Holstein, and paternal uncle to that prince. Christian, after having long wandered about the Low Countries, was made prisoner by the Danes and remained in captivity the rest of his days. The kings of Denmark having renewed from time to time their pretensions to the Swedish throne, and still continued the 3 crowns on their escutcheon, several wars broke out on this subject between the two nations, and it was not till the Peace of Stettin, 1570, that the Danes acknowledged the entire independence of Sweden. Denmark then lost the ascendancy which she had so long maintained in the north. The government of the kingdom underwent a radical change. A corrupt aristocracy rose on the ruins of the national liberty. The Senate, composed wholly of the nobles, usurped all authority. They overruled the election of the kings and appropriated to themselves the powers of the States General, which they had not convoked since 1536. They encroached even on the royal authority, which was curtailed more and more every day, while the prerogatives of the nobility were extended by the conditions which the Senate prescribed to the kings on their accession to the crown. The reformation of religion took place in Denmark in the reign of Frederick I, the successor of Christian II. That prince employed an eloquent preacher named John Tausen, and several other disciples of Luther to promulgate the Protestant doctrines in his kingdom. In a diet held at Odense, 1527, the king made a public profession of the new faith, and, in spite of the remonstrances of the bishops, he passed a decree in virtue of which liberty of conscience was established and permission granted to the priests and monks to marry. These articles were renewed in another diet assembled at Copenhagen, 1530, where the king ratified the confession of faith presented to him by the Protestant ministers, similar to what had taken place the same year at the Diet of Augsburg. At length, Christian III, who was elected in 1534, brought these changes in religion to a close. The bishops, during the last interregnum, had done everything to stop the progress of the Reformation. The king, desirous of annihilating their temporal power, colluded with the principal nobility to have all the bishops in the kingdom arrested, and having then assembled a meeting of the states at Copenhagen, he abolished episcopacy and suppressed the public exercise of the Catholic religion. The castles, fortresses, and vast domains of the prelates were annexed to the crown, and the other benefices and revenues of the clergy were appropriated to the support of the ministers of religion, public schools, and the poor. The monks and nuns were left at liberty, either to quit their convents or remain there during their lives. The bishops were replaced by superintendents, the nomination of whom was vested in the king, while each congregation retained the privilege of choosing its own pastors. From Denmark this revolution passed to Norway, which at that time, on account of having joined the party of Christian II, who was deposed by the Danes, lost its independence and was declared a province of the Kingdom of Denmark. The House of Oldenburg, which had occupied the throne of Denmark since 1448, was separated in the reign of Christian III into two powerful branches, viz. The royal, descended from that prince, and the family of Holstein-Gottorp, descended from his brother, the Duke Adolphus. This latter branch was afterwards divided into three others, viz. Those of Russia, Sweden, and Holstein-Oldenburg. As the law of primogeniture was not established in the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, which had fallen into the succession of the House of Oldenburg, the kings of Denmark soon found themselves under the necessity of dividing these duchies among the younger princes of their family. The Treaty of Partition, which was entered into, 1544, between Christian III and his brother, had been preceded by a treaty of perpetual union, annexing these duchies to the kingdom, and intended to preserve the throne, which was elective, in the House of Oldenburg, as well as to prevent any portion of these two duchies from falling into the possession of strangers. The union was to endure as long as the descendants of Frederick I reigned in Denmark. They promised to settle by arbitration whatever differences might arise between the states of the Union, to afford each other mutual succour against every external enemy, and to undertake no war but by common consent. The Treaty of 1544, which regulated this partition, made several exceptions of matters that were to be managed and administered in common, such as the customs, jurisdiction over the nobles, the bishops, and certain cities. This gave rise to a sort of co-partnership of power common to all the princes of the Union. Everything regarding either the general safety as stipulated in the treaty, or the exercise of these privileges included in the exceptions, was to be discussed and settled by unanimous consent. And for this purpose a council of regency, an exchequer, and common courts were established. This union and community of rights were followed, as a natural consequence, by long and destructive feuds between the kings of Denmark and the dukes of Holstein-Gottorp, in which the other powers of the north were also implicated. Christian IV, grandson of Christian III, was distinguished not more by the superiority of his talents than by the indefatigable zeal with which he applied himself to every department of the administration. It was in his reign that the Danes extended their commerce as far as India. He founded the first Danish East India Company, 1616, who formed a settlement in Tranquebar on the Coromandel coast, which had been ceded to them by the Rajah of Tanjore. Various manufactories of silk stuffs, paper, and arms were constructed, and several towns built under the auspices of Christian IV. The sciences were also much indebted to him. He gave a new lustre to the University of Copenhagen and founded the Academy of Soro in Zealand, besides a number of colleges. If he was unsuccessful in his wars against Sweden and Austria, it must be ascribed to the narrow limits of his power, to the influence of the aristocratic spirit, and of the feudal regime which still prevailed in Denmark. He succeeded, however, in excluding the Swedes from access to the icy sea, which opened them a way to the coasts of Lapland, by obtaining possession, at the Peace of Sjoerod, 1613, of that part of Lapland which extends along the northern and icy seas from Titisfjord to Waranga and Wardhuis. The disputes concerning the three crowns were settled by the same treaty, in such a way that both sovereigns were permitted to use them, without authorizing the King of Denmark to lay any claim to the Swedish crown. Sweden, which had long maintained a struggle against Denmark, at length acquired such a preponderance over her as to threaten, more than once, the entire subversion of the throne. This preponderance was the achievement of two great men who rose in the period we now speak of, viz. Gustavus Vasa and his grandson Gustavus Adolphus. Gustavus Vasa was not merely the liberator, but the restorer of his country. Elevated to the throne by the free choice of the nation, he gave Sweden a power and an influence which it never had before. Everything under him assumed a new aspect: the government, the religion, the finances, the commerce, the agriculture, the sciences, and the morals of the Swedes. Instead of the assemblies of the nobles, formerly in use and destructive of the national liberty, he substituted diets composed of the different orders of the state, the nobility, the clergy, the citizens, and the peasantry. By this means he acquired a new influence, of which he took advantage to humble the power of the church and the nobles, which had long been a source of oppression to Sweden. The reformation of religion, which then occupied every mind, appeared to Gustavus a very proper expedient to second his views and introduce a better order of things. On his accession to the throne, he authorized the two brothers Olaus and Laurentius Petri to preach publicly at Stockholm the doctrines of Luther, and did everything in his power to accelerate the progress of the Reformation in his kingdom. The bishops, who were apprehensive for their benefices and their authority, having drawn the greater part of the nobility over to their interest, the king, in the presence of a diet of the four orders assembled at Westeras, took the determination of formally abdicating the crown. This step threw the diet into a state of consternation, and encouraged the two lower orders, the citizens and peasants, to declare themselves loudly for the king. The bishops and nobles were obliged to comply, and the king, resuming the reins of government, succeeded in overruling the deliberations of the Diet. By the authority of a decree, he annexed the strong castles of the bishops to the domain of the crown, and retrenched from their vast possessions whatever he judged convenient. The prelates at the same time were excluded from the Senate. The ties that bound them to the court of Rome were broken, and they were enjoined henceforth to demand confirmation from the king and not from the pope. The revenues of the clergy in general and those of the convents were left at the free disposal of the king, and the nobles were permitted to bring forward whatever claims they could adduce over lands granted to these convents by their ancestors. There was nothing now to retard the march of Reformation. The Lutheran religion was introduced universally into Sweden, and that event contributed not a little to exalt the royal authority. Gustavus secured the hereditary succession of the crown in favour of his male descendants. The states, anxious to obviate the troubles and disorders which the demise of their kings had often produced, regulated the succession by an act known by the name of the Hereditary Union. It was passed at Orresbro, 1540, and ratified anew by the states assembled at Westeras. The Union Act was renewed at the Diet of Noordkoping in the reign of Charles IX, 1604, when the succession was extended to females. The reign of Gustavus Adolphus, the son of Charles IX, raised the glory of Sweden to its height. The virtues and energies of that prince, the sagacity of his views, the admirable order which he introduced into every branch of the administration, endeared him to his subjects, while his military exploits and his superiority in the art of war fixed upon him the administration of all Europe. Gustavus brought the wars which he had to sustain against the different powers of the north to a most triumphant conclusion. By the peace which he concluded at Stolbova with Russia, 1617, he obtained possession of all Ingria, Kexholm, and Russian Karelia, and even cut that empire off from all communication with Europe by the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic Sea. His success was not less brilliant in his campaigns against Sigismund III, King of Poland, who persisted in contesting with him his right to the crown of Sweden. He took from the Poles the whole of Livonia, with a part of Prussia, and kept possession of these conquests by the 6 years' truce which he concluded with the latter at Altmark, 1629. It was about this time that Sweden began to occupy a distinguished place among the powers of Europe, and that she was called upon to take the lead in the league which was to protect the princess and states of the empire against the ambition of Austria. Gustavus, who was in alliance with France, undertook a task as difficult as it was glorious. In the short space of 2 years and a half, he overran 2/3 of Germany with his victorious arms. He vanquished Tilly at the famous Battle of Leipzig, 1631, and extended his conquests from the shores of the Baltic to the Rhine and the Danube. Everything yielded before him, and every place opened its gates to him. This great prince, who had made war a new art and accustomed his army to order and a system of tactics never before known, perished at the memorable Battle of Lutzen, 1632, which the Swedes gained after his death, in consequence of the skilful dispositions he had formed. This war was continued under the minority of Queen Christina, his daughter and heir. It was still carried on, although the Swedes had undertaken a new war against Denmark, with the view of disengaging themselves from the mediation which Christian IV had undertaken between the Emperor and Sweden, at the Congress which was to meet at Munster and Osnaburg. The result of that war was completely to the advantage of Sweden, which gained by the Peace of Bromsbro, 1645, the freedom of the Sound, as also the possession of the provinces and islands of Jamtland, Hergelderlin, Gotland, Ursel, and Halland. Lastly, the Peace of Westphalia secured to Sweden considerable possessions on the southern coast of the Baltic Sea, such as Wismar, Bremen, and Verden, and part of Pomerania. The power of the Teutonic Knights, which had been greatly reduced during the preceding period by the defection of a part of Prussia, was completely annihilated in the north in consequence of the changes introduced by the Reformation of religion. Albert of Brandenburg, grandson of the Elector Albert Achilles on his elevation to the dignity of Grand Master of the Order, thought himself obliged to withdraw from Poland that fealty and homage to which the knights had bound themselves by the Treaty of Thorn in 1466. This refusal furnished matter for a war between them, which began in 1519 and ended in 1521 by a truce of 4 years, at the expiration of which the Grand Master, who saw the doctrines of Luther disseminated in Prussia, and who had himself imbibed these principles in Germany, found means to settle all differences with the King of Poland by a treaty which he concluded with him at Krakow, 1521. He there engaged to do homage and fealty to the crown of Poland, which he had refused, and Sigismund I, who was his maternal uncle, granted him Teutonic Prussia with the title of Duchy as a hereditary fief, both for himself and his male heirs, and for his brothers of the House of Brandenburg and Franconia and their feudal heirs, reserving the right of reversion in favour of Poland, failing the male descendants of these princes. The Teutonic Knights thus lost Prussia after having possessed it for nearly 300 years. Retiring to their possessions in Germany, they established their principal residence at Mergentheim in Franconia, where they proceeded to the election of a new Grand Master in the person of Walter de Kronberg. The Poles, in getting rid of the Teutonic Knights, whom they had regarded with jealousy, and substituting the House of Brandenburg in their place, never dreamed of adopting an enemy still more dangerous, who would one day concert the ruin and annihilation of their country. Immediately after the Treaty of Krakow, the new Duke of Prussia made a public profession of the Lutheran religion and married a daughter of the King of Denmark. This princess dying without male issue, he married for his second wife a princess of the Brunswick family, by whom he had a son, Albert Frederick, who succeeded him in the Duchy of Prussia. The race of these new Dukes of Prussia, 1568, as well as that of Franconia, which should have succeeded them, appearing to be nearly extinct, Joachim II, Elector of Brandenburg, obtained from the King of Poland the investiture of Prussia in fief, conjunctly with the reigning dukes. This investiture, which was renewed in favour of several of his successors, secured the succession of that duchy in the electoral family of Brandenburg, to whom it devolved on the death of Albert Frederick, 1618, who left no male descendants. He was succeeded by the Elector John Sigismund, who had been co-invested with him in the duchy. That prince, who had married Anne, eldest daughter of Albert Frederick, obtained likewise, in right of that princess, part of the succession of Juliers, viz. The Duchy of Cleves, the counties of Mark and Ravensburg, which had been adjudged to the House of Brandenburg by the Provisional Act of Partition concluded at Santern, 1614, and converted into a definitive treaty at Cleves. The grandson of John Sigismund, the Elector Frederick William, was a prince of superior genius and the true founder of the greatness of his family. Illustrious in war as in peace, and respected by all Europe, he acquired by the Treaty of Westphalia a part of Pomerania, the Archbishopric of Magdeburg under the title of a duchy, with the bishoprics of Halberstadt, Minden and Kamen under the title of principalities. His son Frederick was the first king of Prussia. The Teutonic Knights had nearly lost Livonia at the beginning of the 16th century, but that province was saved by the courage and talents of the provincial master, Walter de Plattenburg. The Grand Duke Ivan, or John III, having threatened Livonia with an invasion, Plattenburg concluded a defensive alliance at Walich, 1501, with Alexander II, Grand Duke of Lithuania, and the bishops of that country. After having assembled troops to the number of 14,000 men, he defeated the Russian army, which was 40,000 strong, at Marholm. A second victory, which he gained with the same number of troops over 100,000 Russians at Pleskau, 1502, is one of the most famous exploits in the history of the North. Next year, he concluded a truce of 6 years with the Livonian Order, which was afterwards renewed for 50 years. It is commonly said that Walter, the provincial master, taking advantage of the distresses of the Teutonic Knights, and urging the repeated succours which he had furnished them against the Poles, purchased from them his own independence and that of his order. But a recent author, Lecomte de Bray, has shown that this was not exactly the case. By a first agreement signed at Königsberg, 1520, Albert of Brandenburg, who was then only Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, confirmed to the Knights of Livonia the free right of electing a chief of their own number, promising to sustain the individual whom they should nominate. He secured them the possession of the whole sovereignty of Reval and Narva, the countries of Altenturken, Gerwen and Vierland, as also the town and castle of Wesenberg with their dependencies. This agreement was revived and ratified by a second, signed at Groben, 1525, when it was formally stipulated that the relations between the Knights of Livonia and the Teutonic Order should be maintained as they were, and that the Livonians should continue to regard the Grand Master as their true head and render him homage and obedience. They were forbidden to solicit from the Emperor or the Pope any privilege inconsistent with their allegiance. It appears consequently that Walter de Plattenburg did not purchase the independence of his order, but that he regarded those ties which existed between it and the Teutonic Order as broken when Albert of Brandenburg was declared Duke of Prussia. He next renewed those connections with the German Empire which had existed since the 13th century, and was declared by Charles V, 1527, a Prince of the Empire, having a vote and a seat in the Diet. It was during the mastership of Plattenburg that the Lutheran doctrines penetrated into Livonia, where they made rapid progress, especially in the cities. Walter dexterously turned the disturbances caused by the opposition of the clergy to the new tenets into an occasion for establishing his authority over all Livonia and Esthonia, which the order had formerly shared with the bishops. The citizens of Riga acknowledged him as their only sovereign and expelled the archbishop. The burgesses of Revel followed their example. The clergy were so frightened at these movements that the Archbishop of Riga and the bishops of Dorpat, Ursel, Kurland and Revel formally submitted to the order. The clergy themselves soon after embraced the reformed religion. The dominion of the knights sword-bearers had continued in Livonia until the time of the famous invasion of that country by the Tsar John Basilovich IV. That prince who had laid open the Caspian Sea by his conquest of the Tartar kingdoms of Kazan and Astrakhan, mediated also that of Livonia to obtain a communication with Europe by the Baltic. Gotthard Kettler, who was then Grand Master, finding himself unable to cope with an enemy so powerful, implored first the assistance of the Germanic body, of which he was a member, but having got nothing but vague promises, he next addressed himself to Sigismund Augustus, King of Poland, and in concert with the Archbishop of Riga, he concluded with that prince a treaty of submission at Vilna, 1561, in virtue of which the whole of Livonia, with Estonia, Courland, and Semigalia, comprising not only what was still in the possession of the order, but those parts which had been seized by the enemy, was ceded to the Crown of Poland and the Grand Duke of Lithuania, on condition that the use of the Confession of Augsburg should be preserved on the same footing as it then was, and that all orders of the state should be maintained in their goods, properties, rights, privileges, and immunities. By this same treaty, Courland and Semigalia were reserved to Gotthard Kettler, the last Grand Master of Livonia, to be enjoyed by himself and his heirs male with the title of duchy, and as a fief of the King and Crown of Poland. The new Duke, on taking the oath of fidelity to the King of Poland, solemnly laid aside all the badges of his former dignity. He married Anne, daughter to the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, and transmitted the Duchy of Courland to his male descendants, who did not become extinct until the 18th century. The Order of Livonia was entirely suppressed, as were also the archbishoprics of Riga and the bishoprics under its jurisdiction. The revolution in Livonia caused a violent commotion among the powers of the north, who were all eager to share in the plunder. While the Grand Master of the Order was in treaty with Poland, the city of Revel and the nobles of Estonia, left without aid and oppressed by the Russians, put themselves under the protection of Eric XIV, King of Sweden, who obtained possession of that province. The Isle of Uzel, on the contrary, and the district of Wick in Estonia were sold to Frederick II, King of Denmark, by the last bishop of the island, who also ceded to him the bishopric and district of Pilten in Courland. Poland at first held the balance and maintained Livonia against the Russians by the peace which she concluded with that power at Kiev-Vorova, Horka, 1582. A struggle afterwards ensued between Poland and Sweden for the same object, which was not finally terminated until the Peace of Oliva, 1660. End of section 30. Section 31 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schurl. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, AD 1453 to 1648, Part 8. Russia, during the period of which we now treat, assumed an aspect entirely new. She succeeded in throwing off the yoke of the Moguls and began to act a conspicuous part on the theatre of Europe. The horde of Kipchak, called also the Grand or the Golden Horde, had been greatly exhausted by its territorial losses and the intestine wars which followed, while the Grand Dukes of Moscow gained powerful accessions by the union of several of these petty principalities which had for a long time divided among them the sovereignty of northern Russia. John Basilovitz III, who filled the Grand Ducal throne about the end of the 15th century, knew well how to profit by these circumstances to strengthen his authority at home and make it respected abroad. In course of several expeditions, he subdued the powerful republic of Novgorod, an ancient ally of the Hanseatic towns, and which had for a long time effected an entire independence. He was also the first sovereign of Russia that dared to refuse a humiliating ceremony, according to which the Grand Dukes were obliged to walk on foot before the envoys that came from the Khan of Kipchak. He even suppressed the residence of Tartar envoys at his court, and at length shook off their yoke entirely, refusing to pay the tribute which the Grand Dukes had owed to the Khans for several centuries. Ahmed, Khan of Kipchak, having dispatched certain deputies with an order, under the Great Seal, to demand payment of this tribute, the Grand Duke trampled the order under his feet, spit upon it, and then put all the deputies to death except one, whom he sent back to his master. The Khan, with the view of revenging that insult, invaded Russia several times, but the Grand Duke vigorously repulsed all his attacks, and while he was arresting the progress of his arms on the borders of the Ugra, he dispatched a body of troops to the centre of the Grand Horde, who laid everything desolate, 1481. The Nogai Tartars joined the Russians to finish the destruction of the Grand Horde, whose different settlements on the Volga they laid completely in ruins, so that nothing more remained of the powerful empire of Kipchak than a few detached hordes, such as those of Kazan, Astrakhan, Siberia, and the Crimea. Ivan rendered himself formidable to the Tartars. He subdued the Khans of Kazan and several times disposed of their throne. The entire reduction of that Tartar state was accomplished by his grandson, John Basilovitz IV, who twice undertook the siege of Kazan and seized and made prisoner of the last Khan, 1552. The fall of Kazan was followed by that of Astrakhan, but John was by no means so fortunate in his enterprises against Livonia, which, as we have already said, he was obliged to abandon to Poland by the Peace of Kiev-Horka. John IV was inspired with noble views of policy. Being anxious to civilize his subjects, he sent for workmen and artists from England. He requested Charles V to send him men of talents, well versed in the different trades and manufactures. He introduced the art of printing at Moscow and established the first permanent army in the country, that of the Strelitzers, which he employed in keeping the nobles in check. The discovery of Siberia is one of the events that have belonged to his reign. A certain chief of the Don Cossacks, named Gioachin, who employed himself in robberies on the borders of the Volga and the Caspian Sea, being pursued by a detachment of Russian troops, retired to the confines of Siberia. He soon entered these regions at the head of 7,000 Cossacks, and having gained several victories over the Tartars of Siberia and their Khan, Kuchem, he got possession of the city of Sibir, which was their principal fortress, 1581. Gioachin, in order to obtain his pardon of the Tsar, made him an offer of all he had conquered, which was agreed to by that prince, and the troops of the Russians then took possession of Siberia, 1583. The total reduction of the country, however, did not take place until the reign of the Tsar Theodore, or Fyodor Ivanovitch, the son and successor of John, who built the city of Tobolsk, 1587, which has since become the capital of Siberia. Fyodor Ivanovitch, a prince weak both in mind and body, was entirely under the counsels of his brother-in-law, Boris Godunov, who, with the view of opening a way for himself to the throne, caused the young Demetrius, Fedor's only brother, to be assassinated, 1591. This crime gave rise to a long series of troubles, which ended in the death of Fyodor, 1598. With him, as he left no children, the reigning family of the ancient sovereigns of Russia, the descendants of Rurik, became extinct, after having occupied the throne for more than 800 years. After this, the Russian crown was worn by persons of different houses. Their reigns were disturbed by various pretenders who assumed the name of Demetrius and were supported by the Poles. During 15 years, Russia presented a shocking spectacle of confusion and carnage. At length, as a remedy for these disasters, they thought of bestowing the crown on a foreign prince. Some chose Charles Philip, the brother of Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, and others voted for Uladislas, the son of Sigismund IV, King of Poland. These resolutions tended only to increase the disorders of the state. The Swedes took advantage of them to seize Ingria and the city of Novgorod, while the Poles took possession of Smolensko and its dependencies. The Russians, now seeing their monarchy on the edge of a precipice, adopted the plan of electing a new Tsar of their own nation. Their choice fell on Michael Fedorovitz, who became the founder of the new dynasty, that of Romanov, 1613, under whom Russia attained to the zenith of her greatness. That prince, guided by the sage counsels of his father, Fyodor Romanov, Archbishop of Rostov, soon rectified all the disorders of the state. He purchased peace of the Swedes by surrendering to them Ingria and Russian Karelia. The sacrifices which he made to Poland were not less considerable. By the Truce of Divilina, 1618, and the Peace of Vyazma, 1634, he ceded to them the vast territories of Smolensko, Chernihiv, and Novgorod, with their dependencies. Poland at this time presented a corrupt aristocracy, which had insensibly degenerated into complete anarchy. The nobles were the only persons that enjoyed the rights of citizenship. They alone were represented in the diets, by the nuncios or deputies which they elected at the dietines. The honours and dignities both in church and state, and in general all prerogatives whatever, were reserved for them, while the burgesses and peasantry alone supported the whole burden of expenses. This constitution at the same time was under the control of a sort of democracy, in as far as the nobles, without exception, were held to be perfectly equal in their rights and dignities. Imperfect as a government must have been, established on such a basis, it still continued, nevertheless, to preserve some degree of vigour, and Poland supported, though feebly, the character of being the ruling power of the north, so long as the house of Jagellon occupied the throne. Besides Prussia, of which she had dispossessed the Teutonic Knights, she acquired Livonia and maintained it in spite of Russia. The reformation of religion was likewise promulgated in Poland, where it was particularly patronized by Sigismund II. A great part of the Senate and more than half of the nobility made with their king a profession of the new opinions, and if the Reformation did not take deeper root in that kingdom, or if it had not a more conspicuous influence on the civilization of the people, it was from the want of a middle class in the kingdom by which it could be supported. The male line of Jagellon having become extinct with Sigismund II, 1572, the throne became purely elective, and it was ordained that during the king's life no successor could be appointed, but that the states on his demise should enjoy for ever a perfect freedom of election on every vacancy of the throne. Such was the origin of the diets of election, which, from their very constitution, could not fail to be always tumultuous in their proceedings. The nobles in a body appeared at these diets. Thither they repaired in arms and on horseback, ranked according to the order of the Palatinates, in a camp prepared for the purpose near Warsaw. The custom of the Pacta Conventa took its rise about the same time. Henry de Valois, who was elected king on the death of Sigismund II, was the first that swore to these conventional agreements, by which he engaged that no foreigner should be introduced either in a civil or military department. These pacta, which had all the force of a fundamental law, specified those conditions under which the throne was conferred on the new monarch. The royal authority was thus curtailed more and more, and the prerogatives of the nobility exalted in proportion. Poland, in consequence, soon lost its influence. The government was altered in its fundamental principles, and the kingdom plunged into an abyss of calamities. Among the elective kings who succeeded Henry de Valois, the last that supported the dignity of the crown against Russia, was Władysław IV, the son of Sigismund III of the House of Vasa. In an expedition which he undertook into the interior of Russia, 1618, he penetrated as far as Moscow, and in a second which he made, 1634, he compelled the Russians to raise the siege of Smolensko, and shut them up so closely in their camp that they were obliged to capitulate for want of provisions. He then made a new attack on the capital of Russia, and at the peace of Wyazma he obtained conditions most advantageous to Poland. In the history of Hungary, the most splendid era was the reign of Matthias Corvin, who, at the age of scarcely 16, had been raised to the throne by the free choice of the nation, 1458. Like his father, the valorous John Hunyadies, he was the terror of the Turks during his whole reign. He took Bosnia from them and kept Transylvania, Wallachia, Moldavia, Sclavonia, and Servia in dependence on his crown, in spite of the incessant efforts which the Turks made to rescue these provinces. He likewise conquered Moravia, Silesia, and Lusatia. He even took Austria from the Emperor Frederick III and came to fix his residence at Vienna, 1485. It was in that city that he terminated his brilliant career at the early age of 47, 1490. That great prince added to his military talents a love for elegant literature, of which, from the first revival of letters, he showed himself a zealous protector. The glory of Hungary suffered an eclipse in the loss of Matthias. His successors, Władysław II, the son of Casimir IV, King of Poland, and Louis, the son of Władysław, who held at the same time the crown of Bohemia, were weak and indolent princes who saw Hungary torn by factions and ravaged with impunity by the Turks. Solomon the Great, taking advantage of the youth of Louis and the distressed state in which Hungary was, concerted his plans for conquering the kingdom. He attacked the fortress of Belgrade, 1521, and made himself master of that important place before the Hungarians could march to its relief. His first success encouraged him to return to the charge. Having crossed the Danube and the Drave without meeting with any resistance, he engaged the Hungarians near Mohacs, 1526, in that famous battle which cost them the life of their king and their principal nobility. 22,000 Hungarians were left on the field of battle, and the whole kingdom lay at the mercy of the conqueror. Solomon now proceeded as far as the Raab, but instead of completing the conquest of Hungary, as he might have done, he contented himself with laying waste all that part of the country with fire and sword, and carrying several 100,000 prisoners into slavery. The premature death of the young king, who left no progeny, occasioned a vacancy in the throne of Hungary and Bohemia. Ferdinand of Austria, who married Anne, sister to Louis, claimed the succession in virtue of the different treaties signed in the years 1463, 1468, 1491, and 1515 between the Austrian princes and the last kings of Hungary. But though the Bohemian states were disposed to listen to the pretensions of Ferdinand, it was not so with those of Hungary, who transferred the crown to John de Zapolya, Count of Zips and Palatine of Transylvania. That prince, being hardly pressed by Ferdinand, at length determined to throw himself under the protection of the Turks. Solomon marched in person to his assistance and laid siege to the city of Vienna, 1529. In this enterprise, however, he failed, after sacrificing the lives of nearly 80,000 men. In 1538, a treaty was agreed on between the two competitors, in virtue of which the whole kingdom of Hungary, on the death of John Zapolya, was to devolve on Ferdinand. This treaty was never carried into execution, John at his death having left a son named John Sigismund, then an infant in his cradle. Bishop George Martinuzzi, Prime Minister of the deceased king, proclaimed the young prince and secured for him the protection of the Turks. Solomon undertook a new expedition into Hungary in his favour, 1541, but by a piece of signal perfidy he took this occasion to seize the city of Buda, the capital of the kingdom, and several other places, and banished the prince with his mother, the Queen Dowager, to Transylvania, which he gave up to him with several other districts in Hungary. The city of Buda, with the greater part of Hungary and Sclavonia, remained in the power of the Turks, and Ferdinand was obliged to pay an annual tribute for the protection of that kingdom, the possession of which was guaranteed to him by the truce which he concluded with them in 1562. In the midst of these unfortunate events, the Austrian princes had again the imprudence to alienate the affections of the Hungarians by the intolerant spirit they displayed, and the efforts which they incessantly made to extirpate the Protestant religion from that kingdom. The opinions of Luther and Calvin had already been propagated in Hungary during the reign of Louis, the predecessor of Ferdinand. They had even made great progress, especially in Transylvania, where the German language and literature were generally cultivated. The oppressions which the partisans of the new doctrines experienced, added to the attempts which the Austrian princes made, from time to time, to subvert the ancient constitution of the kingdom, excited fresh troubles and favoured the designs of the discontented and ambitious, who were watching their opportunity to agitate the state and make encroachments on the government. Stephen Boschai, Bethlem Gabor, and George Ragozzi, princes of Transylvania, were successively the chiefs or leaders of these malcontents in the reigns of Rodolph II, Ferdinand II, and Ferdinand III, emperors of Germany. According to the pacification of Vienna, 1606, and that of Linz, 1645, as well as by the decrees of the Diet of Oldenburg, 1622, and of Pressburg, 1647, These princes were compelled to tolerate the public exercise of the reformed religion and to redress the political complaints of the Hungarian malcontents. The same troubles on the score of religion which infested Hungary extended likewise to Bohemia, where the new doctrines met with a much better reception, as they were in unison with the religious system of the Hussites, who had already numerous partisans in that kingdom. It was chiefly under the reign of the mild and tolerant Maximilian II that Protestantism made its way in Bohemia. All of those who were formerly called Ultraquists, from their professing the communion in both kinds, joined the followers either of Luther or Calvin. Rodolph II, the son and successor of Maximilian, was obliged, at the Diet of Prague, 1609, to grant them the free exercise of their worship without distinction of place, and even to extend this indulgence to the Protestants of Silesia and Lusatia by letters patent, known by the name of Letters of Majesty, copies of which were made at Prague on the 11th of July and 20th of August, 1609. These letters were confirmed by King Matthias on his accession to the throne of Bohemia, as also by Ferdinand III when he was acknowledged by the Bohemian states as the adopted son and successor of Matthias. The different interpretations which were put on these letters occasioned the war known in history by the name of the 30 Years' War. The Emperor Matthias happening to die in the midst of these disturbances, the Bohemian states, regarding their crown as elective, annulled the election of Ferdinand II, 1619, and conferred the crown on Frederick, the Elector Palatine. Being in strict alliance with the states of Silesia, Moravia, and Lusatia, they declared war against Ferdinand, who was supported, on the other hand, by Spain, the Catholic princes of the empire, and the Elector of Saxony. The famous Battle of Prague, 1620, and the fall of the Elector Palatine brought about a revolution in Bohemia. The ringleaders of the insurrection were executed at Prague, and their goods confiscated. Ferdinand, who treated that kingdom as a conquered country, declared that the states had forfeited their rights and privileges, and, in the new constitution which he gave them, he consented to restore these only on condition of expressly accepting the rights which they had claimed in the election of their kings, as well as the letters of majesty which granted to the Protestants the free exercise of their worship. But this prince did not stop with the suppression of their religious liberties. He deprived them also of their rights of citizenship. Laws the most atrocious were published against them, and he even went so far as to deny them the liberty of making testaments or contracting legal marriages. All their ministers, without exception, were banished the kingdom, and the most iniquitous means were employed to bring back the Protestants to the pale of the Catholic Church. At length it was enjoined by an edict in 1627 that all Protestants who persisted in their opinions should quit the kingdom within 6 months. 30,000 of the best families in the kingdom, of whom 185 were nobility, abandoned Bohemia, transporting their talents and their industry to the neighbouring states, such as Saxony, Brandenburg, Prussia, etc. Ferdinand judged it for his interest to detach the Elector of Saxony from the alliance with Sweden, which he had joined. He concluded a special peace with him at Prague, in virtue of which he made over to him the 2 Lusatias, which he had dismembered from the kingdom of Bohemia, to reimburse the Elector for those sums which he claimed, as having been the ally of Austria against the Elector Palatine, then King of Bohemia. That province was ceded to the Elector John George, for himself and his successors, as a fief of the Bohemian crown, under the express condition that, failing the male line of the electoral branch, it should pass to the female heirs, but that it should then be at the option of the King of Bohemia to use the right of redemption, by repaying to the female heirs the sum for which Lusatia had been mortgaged to Saxony. This sum amounted to 72 tons of gold, valued at 7,200,000 florins. The Turkish Empire received new accessions of territory, both in Asia and Europe, under the successors of Mahomet II, who had fixed their capital at Constantinople. The conquest of Bessarabia belongs to the reign of Bajazet II, about the year 1484. That prince had a brother named Jem or Zizim, who had been his competitor for the throne, and having fled to Rome, he was imprisoned by order of Pope Alexander VI at the instance of Bajazet, who had engaged to pay the Pope a large pension for him. Charles VIII of France, when he made his expedition into Italy for the conquest of Naples, compelled the Pope to surrender up the unfortunate Zizim, whom he designed to employ in the expedition which he mediated against the Turks, but which never took place. Selim I, the son and successor of Bajazet, taking advantage of a revolution which happened in Persia, and of the victory which he gained near Taurus over the Shah Ismail Sofi I, 1514, conquered the provinces of Diyarbakir and Algezira beyond the Euphrates. The same prince overturned the powerful empire of the Mamelukes, who reigned over Egypt, Syria, Palestine, and part of Arabia. He defeated the last sultans, Kansul al-Ghuri and Tuman Bey, 1516, and totally annihilated that dynasty. Cairo, the capital of the Empire of Egypt, was taken by assault, 1517, and the whole of the Mameluke states incorporated with the Ottoman Empire. The Sheriff of Mecca likewise submitted to the Porte with several tribes of the Arabs. Solyman the Great, who succeeded his father Selim, raised the Turkish Empire to the highest pitch of glory. Besides the island of Rhodes, which he took from the Knights of St. John, and the greater part of Hungary, he reduced the provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia to a state of dependence, and made their princes vassals and tributaries of his empire. He likewise conquered Baghdad and Iraq Arabia, which happened, according to the Turkish authors, about the year 1534. That prince distinguished his reign by the efforts which he made to increase the maritime strength of the empire, which his predecessors had neglected. He took into his service the famous pirate Barbarossa, King of Algiers, whom he created Capitan Pasha, or Grand Admiral. Barbarossa equipped a fleet of more than 100 sail, with which he chased the imperialists from the archipelago, and infested the coasts of Spain, Italy, and Sicily, 1565. Solomon miscarried, however, in his enterprise against Malta. The courageous defence made by the knights, together with the arrival of the fleet from Sicily, obliged the Ottomans to retreat. The decline of the Ottoman Empire began with the death of Solomon the Great, 1566. The sultans, his successors, surrendering themselves to luxury and effeminacy, and shut up in their seraglios and harems, left to their grand viziers the government of the empire and the management of the army. The sons of these sultans, educated by women and eunuchs, and secluded from all civil and military affairs, contracted from their earliest infancy all the vices of their fathers, and no longer brought to the throne that vigorous and enterprising spirit which had been the soul of the Ottoman government and the basis of all their institutions. Selim II, the son of Solomon, was the first who set this fatal example to his successors. In his time, the Turks took the Isle of Cyprus from the Venetians, 1570, which they maintained in spite of the terrible defeat which they received at Lepanto, 1571, and which was followed by the ruin of their marine. End of section 31.
Section 32 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. from the Peace of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, A.D. 1648 to 1713, Part 1. The political system of Europe underwent a great change at the commencement of this period. France, having long struggled for her own independence against Austria, at length turned the balance, and became so formidable as to combine against herself the whole policy and military power of Europe. The origin of this extraordinary influence of France belongs to the reigns of Charles VII and Louis XI, several important accessions which she made at this epoch, together with the change which happened in her government, gave her a power and energy which might have secured her a decided preponderance among the continental states, had not her influence been overbalanced by Austria, which, by a concurrence of fortunate events and several wealthy marriages, had suddenly risen to a degree of power that excited the jealousy of all Europe. Hence, for nearly 200 years, it required all the political resources of France to make head against her rival. And what added to her misfortune was that, though freed from the distraction of the Italian War, she was still agitated by civil wars, which employed her whole military force. It was not till near the middle of the 17th century that she extricated herself from this long struggle, and that, disengaged from the shackles of her own factions and internal dissensions, her power assumed a new vigor. The well-regulated condition of her finances, the prosperity of her commerce and manufactures, and the respectable state of her marine, all concurred to diffuse wealth and abundance over the kingdom. The abasement of the House of Austria, effected at once by the treaties of Westphalia and the Pyrenees, together with the consolidation of the Germanic body and the federal system of the provinces in the Netherlands, put the last climax on her glory, and secured to her the preponderance in the political scale of Europe. This change in her political system was achieved principally by the two great statesmen, Cardinals Richelieu and Mazarin, who, by drying up the fountains of civil dissensions and concentrating the reins of authority in the hands of the government, raised that monarchy to the rank which its position, its population, and its internal resources had assigned it among the powers of the continent. Mazarin left the kingdom in a flourishing state to Louis XIV, who, aided by the counsels and assistance of the famous Colbert, became the patron of letters and the fine arts, and finished the work which was begun by his prime minister. Nothing could equal the ardor which inspired that prince for military fame. France would have been prosperous under his reign, and respected even by all Europe, had he kept nothing else in view than the true interests and happiness of his people. But he was ambitious of that sort of glory, which is the scourge of mankind, the glory of heroes and conquerors. Hence there resulted a long series of wars, which exhausted the strength and resources of the state, and introduced a new change in its political system. The same states, which had formerly made common cause with France against Austria, now combined against the former, to humble that gigantic power which seemed to threaten their liberty and independence. In these alliances, the maritime powers voluntarily took part, and, having less fear than the others of falling under the yoke of a universal monarchy, they joined the confederates merely for the protection of their commerce, the true source of their influence and their wealth. They undertook the defense of the equilibrium system, because they perceived that a state which could command the greater part of the continental coasts might in many ways embarrass their commerce, and perhaps become dangerous to their marine. They soon acquired a very great influence in the affairs of this system, by the subsidies with which from time to time they furnished the states of the continent. From this period, the principal aim of European policy was their finances and their commercial interests, in place of religion, which had been the grand motive or pretext for the preceding wars. With this new system began those abuses, on commercial privileges and monopolies, prohibitions imposed and many other regulations, which acted as restraints on natural liberty and became the scourge of future generations. It was then that treaties of commerce first appeared, by which every trading nation endeavored to procure advantages to itself at the expense of its rivals, and it was then that the belligerent powers began to lay restraints and interdicts on the commerce of neutral states. But the political system of Europe experienced other changes at this period. Standing armies were introduced and augmented to a degree that proved ruinous both to the agriculture of the inhabitants and the finances of the government, which by this means was rendered more and more dependent on those states, whose principal object was commerce. The frequent communication between foreign courts, which the policy of Richelieu had rendered necessary, gave occasion for envoys and the resident ministers, whereas formerly scarcely any other intercourse was known, except by extraordinary embassies. The first war that roused the European powers was that which Louis XIV undertook against Spain to enforce the claims which he advanced in name of his queen Maria Theresa over several provinces of the Spanish Netherlands, especially the duchies of Brabant and Limburg, the seigneuries of Mechelen, the marquisate of Antwerp, Upper Guelders, the counties of Namur, Hainault, and Artois, Cambrai and Cambresis, which he alleged belonged to him, in virtue of the jus de voluntas, according to the usage of that country. According to that right, the property of goods passed to the children of the first marriage, when their parents contracted another. Maria Theresa, Queen of France, was the daughter by the first marriage of Philip IV, King of Spain, whereas Charles II, his successor in that monarchy, was descended of the second marriage. Louis XIV contended that from the moment of Philip's second marriage, the property of all the countries which were affected by the right of devolution belonged to his queen, and that after the death of her father, that princess should enjoy the succession. In opposition to these claims of France, the Spaniards alleged that the right of evolution, being founded merely on custom and applicable only to particular successions, could not be opposed to the fundamental laws of Spain, which maintained the indivisibility of that monarchy, and transferred the whole succession to Charles II, without any petition whatever. In course of the campaign of 1667, the French made themselves masters of several cities in the Low Countries, such as Bruges, Funes, Armentières, Charleroi, Binche, Ath, Tournai, Douai, Courtrai, Oudenarde, and Lille, and in course of the following winter they got possession of Franche-Comté. The Pope and several princes having volunteered their good offices for the restoration of peace, they proposed a congress at Aix-la-Chapelle, but the principal scene of the negotiation was at The Hague, where Louis sent the Count d'Estrades to treat separately with the States General. This negotiation was greatly accelerated by the famous Triple Alliance, concluded at The Hague 1668, between Great Britain, Sweden, and the States General. By the terms of this treaty, the Allied powers required Louis to offer Spain the option either to leave him in possession of the places which he had conquered during the campaign of 1667, or to cede to him either the Duchy of Luxembourg or Franche-Comté, with the cities of Cambrai, Douai, Aire, Saint-Omer, and Furnes, with their dependencies. The Spaniards having accepted the former of these alternatives, the draft of a treaty of peace was agreed on and signed by the ministers of France, England, and the States General, and this scheme served as the basis of the treaty, which was concluded at Aix-la-Chapelle between France and Spain, May 2nd, 1668. In consideration of the restitutions which he had made to Spain, France retained, in terms of this treaty, the towns of Charleroi, Binch, Ath, Douai, Tournai, Oudenarde, Lille, Armentières, Courtrai, Bruges, and Ferns, with their bailiwicks and dependencies. This peace was soon followed by a new war which Louis XIV undertook against the Republic of the Seven United Provinces, wishing to be avenged on the Dutch, whom he knew to be the principal authors of the Triple Alliance, and consulting only his own propensity for war. He alleged as a pretext certain insulting battles which had been struck in Holland, on the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle and the Triple Alliance. Footnote. The first of these battles represented the United Provinces under the figure of a woman trampling discord, with an inscription a little haughty, but by no means outrageous for France. The other medal was more piquant. It offered the crown of France to Monsieur van Beuningen, the ambassador of Holland, under the figure of Joshua, who commanded the sun to stand still. End of footnote. In vain did the States General offer him every satisfaction. He persisted in his purpose of declaring war, and the better to succeed in his design, he endeavored first to dissolve the Triple Alliance. Colbert de Coissy, whom he sent to England, found means to detach Charles II from the alliance, and to draw him over the side with Louis against the Republic. The same success attended the negotiation which he set on foot with the court of Stockholm. Following the example of England, the Swedes renounced the Triple Alliance and joined with France. Several princes of the empire, such as the Elector of Cologne and the Bishop of Munster, adopted the same line of conduct. The war broke out in 1672, and so rapid were the conquests of Louis that he subdued in one single campaign the provinces of Gueldres, Utrecht, Overijssel, and part of Holland. He would have carried the city of Amsterdam if the Dutch had not cut their dikes and inundated the country. Alarmed at these extraordinary successes, and apprehending the entire subversion of the Republic, the Emperor Leopold I, the King of Spain, the Elector of Brandenburg, and the Imperial States leagued in their favor and marched to their relief. The Parliament of England obliged Charles II to make peace with the Republic by refusing to grant him supplies 1674. The Elector of Cologne and the Bishop of Munster did the same thing. Louis XIV then thought proper to abandon his conquest in Holland and directed his principal strength against Spain and the Germanic states. He subdued Franche-Comté in the spring of 1674, and in course of the same year the Prince of Condé gained the Battle of Seneffe. In the following winter, Turenne attacked the quarters of the Imperialists in Alsace and chased them from their province, in spite of their superior numbers. That great general was slain at Saspach in Ortenau, where he was on the point of fighting the famous battle with Montecucculi, 11th August 1674. Next year, Admiral de Casny gained 2 naval victories near the islands of Lipari and Messina, over de Ruyter, who died of the wounds he had received. The Swedes, according to the secret articles of their alliance with France, had penetrated in the month of December 1674 into the electorate of Brandenburg to cause a diversion against the Elector Frederick William, who commanded the imperial army on the Rhine. But the Elector surprised them by forced marches at Rathenau and completely routed their army near Fehrbellin, 1675. The Emperor then declared war against Sweden, and the Elector, in concert with the Princes of Brunswick, the Bishop of Munster, and the King of Denmark, stripped the Swedes of the greater part of their possessions in the empire. At length, in the years 1678 to 79, a peace was concluded at Nimeguen, under the mediation of England. Louis XIV contrived to divide the allies and to make a separate treaty with the Dutch, by which he restored to them the city of Maastricht, which he had again seized. The example of the Dutch was followed by the Spaniards, who in like manner signed a special treaty with France, in virtue of which they gave up her Franche-Comté, with several cities in Flanders and Hainault, such as Valenciennes, Bouchain, Condé, Cambrai, Ayr, St. Omer, Ypres, Warwick, Warrington, Popperton, Balliol, Castel Bavet, and Maubeuge, with their dependencies. The Peace of Munster 1648 was renewed by that which was concluded at Gioachin between France, the Empire, and the Emperor. France, on renouncing her right to a garrison in Philipsburg, got possession of the city of Freiburg in Brisgau, but refused to restore what she had wrested from the Duke of Lorraine, except on conditions so burdensome that the Duke would not accept them and preferred to abandon the repossession of his duchy. As to the peace with France and Sweden had negotiated with Denmark and her allies, the princes of the empire, it was renewed by different special treaties concluded in course of the year 1679. No sooner was the peace of Gioachin concluded than there sprang up new troubles, known by the name of the troubles of the reunions. Louis XIV, whose ambition was without bounds, had instituted a chamber of reunion in the Parliament of Metz for the purpose of examining the nature and extent of the territories ceded to him by the treaties of Westphalia, the Pyrenees, Aix-la-Chapelle, and Nemaquin. This chamber, as well as the Parliament of Besançon and the Sovereign Council of Alsace, adjudged to the king, by their decree, several towns and seigneuries as being fiefs or dependencies of Alsace, as also the 3 bishoprics, Franche-Comté, and the territories which had been ceded to him in the Netherlands. The king's views were principally directed to Alsace. He had already tendered his claims on this province shortly after the Peace of the Pyrenees, when the matter had been referred to the decision of arbiters chosen by the emperor himself. The work of arbitration was not far advanced when it was interrupted by the Dutch War, in which the emperor and the empire were both implicated. The Peace of Nemaquin having confirmed the Treaty of Munster, he preferred the method of reunion to that of arbitration for reclaiming his alleged rights, taking advantage of the general terms in which the cession of Alsace was announced in the 73rd and 74th articles of the said treaty. He claimed the absolute sovereignty of the whole province and obliged the immediate states included in it to acknowledge his sovereignty and to do him fealty and homage, notwithstanding the reservations which the 87th article of the same treaty had stipulated in favor of these very states. Monsieur de Louvois appeared before Strasbourg at the head of the French army and summoned that city to submit to the king. Accordingly, it surrendered by capitulation on the 30th September 1681. These reunions extended also to the Netherlands, where the French seized, among others, the cities of Courtrai, Dissenold, and Luxembourg. Louis XIV, and thus taking upon himself alone the interpretation of these treaties of peace, could not but offend the powers interested in maintaining them. A new general league was projected against France, and at the Diet of Ratisbon they deliberated on the means of setting on foot an imperial army, but the want of unanimity among the members of the Germanic body, the troubles in Hungary, which were immediately succeeded by a war with the Porte, and the march of a Turkish army on Vienna, threw them into a state of consternation and prevented the imperial Diet from adopting any vigorous resolution. Spain, exhausted by protracted wars and abandoned by England and Holland, was quite incapacitated from taking arms. Nothing else, therefore, remained for the parties concerned than to have recourse to negotiation. Conferences were opened at Frankfurt, which, After having languished for 15 months in that city, were transferred to Ratisbon, where a truce of 20 years was signed, 15th August 1684, between France and Spain, as also between France, the Emperor, and the Empire. By the former of these treaties, Louis retained Luxembourg, Bouvines, and Chimay, with their dependencies, restoring all the places which he had occupied in the Netherlands prior to the August 20th, 1683. As to the treaty between France and the Emperor, the former retained, during the truce, the city of Strasbourg and the fort of Kehl, besides all the places and seigneuries which they had taken possession of since the commencement of the troubles till the 1st of August, 1681. And all the places that were surrendered to him, Louis preserved the exercise of his sovereign rights, leaving to the proprietors or seigneurs the entire enjoyment of the fruits and revenues belonging to their territorial rights. It was nearly about the same time that Louis XIV undertook to extirpate Calvinism from France, incensed against the Protestants by the old Chancellor Letellier and his minister Louvois, the Chancellor's son. He circumscribed by repeated declarations the privileges which they enjoyed in virtue of former edicts. The holding of general synods was forbidden. The two chambers were suppressed, and they were all, without exception, debarred from exercising any public function. At last, Louis went so far as to send immediately after the trace of Ratisbon, 1684, dragoons for all France to endeavor, as was said, to convert the Protestants by gentle compulsion. This measure was next followed by the famous Edict of 1685, which revoked that of Nantes, published in 1598, and that of Nizhny in 1629. All exercise of their religion, all assemblies for worship, even in the house, were forbidden to the Protestants, under pain of imprisonment and confiscation of goods. Their churches were ordered to be demolished. Parents were enjoined to have their children baptized by the Catholic clergy and to bring them up in the religion of the state. The ministers were banished, and the other Protestants were forbidden to depart the country under pain of the galleys for men and imprisonment and confiscation for women. The rigor of these prohibitions, however, did not prevent a vast multitude of the French Protestants from removing to foreign countries and transferring the seat of their industry to Germany, England, and Holland. This blindfold zeal for religion, however, did not hinder Louis from vigorously supporting the rights of his crown against the encroachments of the court of Rome. Among the different disputes that arose between him and the popes, that which regarded the prerogative of regale deserves to be particularly remarked. The king, by declarations issued in 1673 and 1675, having extended that right to all the archbishops and bishoprics within the kingdom, the bishops of Alet and Pamiers, who pretended to be exempt from it, applied to the Pope, claiming his protection. Innocent XI interposed by vehement briefs, which he addressed to the king in favor of the bishops. This induced Louis to convoke an assembly of the French clergy, in which, besides the extension of the regale, he caused them to draw up the 4 famous propositions which are regarded as the basis of the liberties of the Gallican Church. These propositions were: 1. That the power of the Pope extends only to things spiritual, and has no concern with temporal matters. 2. That the authority of the Pope in spiritual affairs is subordinate to a general council. 3. That it is even limited by the canons, the customs and constitution of the kingdom and the Gallican Church. 4. That in matters of faith, the Pope's authority is not infallible. The truce, which had been concluded for 20 years at Ratisbon, continued only 4, at the end of which Louis again took up arms. He pretended to have got information that the Emperor Leopold only waited till the conclusion of the peace with the Turks to make war upon him, and he thence inferred that prudence required him rather to anticipate his enemy than allow himself to be circumvented. In proof of this assertion, he cited the treaty concluded at Augsburg in 1686 between the Emperor, the King of Spain, the States General, Sweden, the Duke of Savoy, and the principal states of the empire, for the maintenance of the treaties concluded with France. Louis wished moreover to enforce the claims which the Duchess of Orleans, his sister-in-law, alleged to the succession of the Palatinate. That princess was the sister of Charles, the last Elector Palatine of the family of Cimmerian, who died in 1685. She did not dispute the fiefs with her brother's successor in the electorate. She claimed the freeholds, which comprehended a considerable part of the Palatinate, while the new elector, Philip William, of the family of Neuburg, maintained that according to the laws and usages of Germany, the entire succession belonged to him, without any partition whatever. Besides these motives, which Louis XIV set forth in a long manifesto, there was another which he kept concealed, the object of which was to prevent the expedition which the Prince of Orange, Stadtholder of the United Provinces, was preparing to send to England against James II, his brother-in-law, who had become odious to the whole English nation. It was of great importance for France to maintain on the throne of Great Britain a prince whom she protected, and who would always espouse her interests, while it was easy to foresee that if the Prince of Orange, the declared enemy of Louis, and the author of the League of Augsburg, should succeed in uniting the crown of England to the stadtholdership, he would not fail to employ this new influence and turn the combined force of both states against France. The only method of preventing an event so prejudicial to the true interest of that kingdom would have been doubtless to equip an expedition and pitch his camp on the frontiers of Holland. The court of France knew this well, and yet they contented themselves with sending an army to the Rhine, which took possession of Philipsburg, Mayence, and the whole Palatinate, as well as a part of the electorate of Treves, September and October 1688. Louvois, the French minister who directed these operations, had flattered himself that the Dutch, when they beheld the war breaking out in their vicinity, would not dare to take any part in the troubles of England. In this opinion he was deceived. The Prince of Orange, supported by the Dutch fleet, effected a landing in England, 16th November 1688. The revolution there was soon completed by the dethronement of James II and Louis XIV, ending where he should have begun, then declared war against the States General. This mistaken policy of the French minister became the true source of all the subsequent reverses that eclipsed the reign of Louis XIV. A powerful league was now formed against France, which was joined successively by the Emperor, the Empire, England, Holland, Spain, and Savoy, 1689. Louis XIV, in order to make head against these formidable enemies, recalled his troops from those places which they occupied in the Palatinate and on the banks of the Rhine. But in withdrawing them, he ordered a great number of the towns to be burned to ashes and laid waste the whole country. By this barbarity, which circumstances by no means called for, he only aggravated the hatred and increased the ardor of his enemies. War was commenced by sea and land, in Italy, Spain, Ireland, the Low Countries, and on the Rhine. Louis supported it nobly against a great part of Europe, now combined against him. His armies were victorious everywhere. Marshal Luxemburg signalized himself in the campaigns of Flanders by the victories which he gained of the Allies at Fleurus, 1st July 1690, Steinkirk, 3rd August 1692, and Landen or Neerwinden, 29th August 1693. In Italy, Marshal Catinat gained the Battle of Staffarda, 18th August 1690, and Massaglia, 4th October 1693 over the Duke of Savoy. The naval glory of France was well supported by the Count de Tourville at the battles of Beachy Head, 10th July 1690, and La Hogue, 29th May 1692. However brilliant the success of her arms might be, the prodigious efforts which the war required could not but exhaust France and make her anxious for the return of peace. Besides, Louis XIV foresaw the approaching death of Charles II of Spain, and it was of importance for him to break the Grand Alliance as soon as possible, as one of its articles secured the succession of the Spanish monarchy to the Emperor and his descendants, to the exclusion of the King of France. In this case, he wished for his own interest to give every facility to the restoration of peace, and by the treaty which he concluded separately with the Duke of Savoy, he granted that prince, besides the fortress of Pignerol and the marriage of his daughter with the Duke of Burgundy, the privilege of royal honors for his ambassadors. This treaty, concluded at Turin 29th August 1696, was a preliminary to the general peace, signed at Ryswick, between France, Spain, England, and Holland, 20th September 1697. Each of the contracting parties consented to make mutual restitutions. France even restored to Spain all the towns and territories which he had occupied in the Low Countries by means of the reunions, with the exception of 82 places, mentioned in a particular list as being dependencies of Charmont, Moulbourg, and other places ceded by the preceding treaties. Peace between France, the Emperor, and the Empire was also signed at Ryswick. The treaties of Westphalia and Nimeguen were there renewed, and the decrees of the Chamber of Reunion at Metz and of the sovereign courts at Besançon and Brissac were rescinded and annulled. Louis XIV engaged to restore to the empire all that he had appropriated to himself by means of the reunions, either before or during the war, that is to say, all places situated or acquired beyond the bounds of Alsace. The city of Strasbourg was ceded to France by a particular article of the treaty, but the fortress of Kiel, the cities of Freiburg, Brissac, and Philipsburg were surrendered to the emperor. Leopold, Duke of Lorraine and son of Charles V, was reinstated in his duchy, without any other reservation than that of Tsar Louise, and the city and prefecture of Longueuil. As to the claims of the Duchess of Orleans on the Palatinate, they were submitted to the arbitration of the Emperor and the King of France, to be referred to the decision of the Pope, should these two sovereigns happen to differ in opinion. End of section 32. Section 33 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, A.D. 1648 to 1713, Part 2. The Peace of Ryswick was followed by the War of the Spanish Succession, which embroiled Europe afresh and occasioned considerable changes in its political state. Charles II, King of Spain, son of Philip IV, and last male descendant of the Spanish branch of the House of Austria, having neither son nor daughter nor brother, the Spanish monarchy, according to a fundamental law of the kingdom, which fixed the succession in the cognate line, appeared to belong to Maria Theresa, Queen of France, eldest sister of Charles, and to the children of her marriage with Louis XIV. To this title of Maria Theresa was opposed her express renunciation inserted in her marriage contract and confirmed by the Peace of the Pyrenees, but the French maintained that renunciation was null, and that it could not prejudice the children of the Queen, who held their right not from their mother, but from the fundamental law of Spain. Admitting the validity of the Queen's renunciation, the lineal line order fixed the Spanish succession on her younger sister, Margaret Teresa, who had married the Emperor Leopold I and left an only daughter, Maria Antoinette, spouse to the Elector of Bavaria and mother of Joseph Ferdinand, the Electoral Prince of Bavaria. The Emperor, who wished to preserve the Spanish monarchy in his own family, availed himself of the renunciation which he had exacted from his daughter, the Archduchess Maria Antoinette, when she married Maximilian, the Elector of Bavaria, to appear as a candidate himself and advance the claim of his mother, MaryAnn, daughter of Philip III, King of Spain, and aunt of Charles II. He alleged that the Spanish succession had been secured to this latter princess, both by her marriage contract and by the testaments of the kings of Spain. And as he had two sons, the Archdukes Joseph and Charles, by his marriage with the Princess Palatine of Neuburg, he destined the elder for the imperial throne in the States of Austria, and the younger for the Spanish monarchy. These different claims having excited apprehensions of a general war, England and Holland, from a desire to prevent it, drew up a treaty of partition in concert with Louis XIV, 11th October 1698, in virtue of which the Spanish monarchy was secured to Joseph Ferdinand in case of the death of Charles II, while the kingdom of the Two Sicilies, with the ports of Tuscany, the Marquisate of Finale, and the province of Gioachin, were reserved to the Dauphin of France. The Archduke Charles, son to the Emperor, was to have the Duchy of Milan. Although the King of Spain disapproved of the treaty, so far as it admitted a partition, nevertheless in his will he recognized the Prince of Bavaria as his successor in the Spanish monarchy. A premature death having frustrated all the high expectations of that prince, the powers who had concluded the first treaty of partition drew up a second, which was signed at London, March 13, 1700. According to this, the Archduke Charles, youngest son of the Emperor Leopold, was destined the presumptive heir to the Spanish monarchy. They awarded to the Dauphin the Duchy of Lorraine, with the kingdom of the Two Sicilies and the province of Gioachin, assigning to the Duke of Lorraine the Duchy of Milan in exchange. Louis XIV used every effort to have this new treaty of partition approved by the court of Vienna. He sent thither the Marquis Villars, who, after having been long amused with vague promises, failed entirely in his negotiation, and the emperor, whose main object was to conciliate the court of Madrid, lost the only favorable moment which might have fixed the succession of the Spanish monarchy in his family, with the consent of Louis XIV and the principal courts of Europe. At Madrid, this affair took a turn diametrically opposite to the views and interests of the court of Vienna. Charles II, following the counsels of his prime minister, Cardinal Portocarrera, and after having taken the advice of the Pope and of the most eminent theologians and lawyers in his kingdom, determined to make a second will in which he recognized the rights of Maria Theresa, his eldest sister, and declared that as the renunciation of that princess had been made solely to prevent the union of Spain with the Kingdom of France, that motive ceased on transferring the Spanish monarchy to one of the younger sons of the Dauphin. Accordingly, he nominated Philip of Anjou, the Dauphin's second son, heir to his whole dominions. In case of his death, the Duke of Berry, his younger brother. Next, the Archduke Charles. And lastly, the Duke of Savoy, expressly forbidding all partition of the monarchy. Charles II having died on the 1st of November following the junta, or Council of Regency, which he had appointed by his will, sent to Louis XIV, praying him to accede to the settlement of their late king, and give up his grandson to the wishes of the Spanish nation. The same courier had orders to pass on to Vienna in case of a refusal on his part, and make the same offer to the Archduke. The court of France then assembled a Grand Council, in which they held a deliberation as to which step it was best to adopt in an affair which so nearly concerned the general repose of Europe. The result of this council was that they ought to accede to the will of Charles II and renounce the advantages which the Second Treaty of Partition held out to France. It was alleged as the reason of this resolution that by refusing to accept the will, Louis must either abandon altogether his pretensions to the Spanish monarchy or undertake an expensive war to obtain by conquest what the Treaty of Partition assigned him, without being able in this latter case to reckon on the effectual cooperation of the two maritime courts. Louis XIV having therefore resolved to accede to the will, Philip of Anjou was proclaimed king by the Spaniards, and made his solemn entry into Madrid on the 14th of April 1701. Most of the European powers, such as the states of Italy, Sweden, England, Holland, and the kingdoms of the north, acknowledged Philip V. The King of Portugal and the Duke of Savoy even concluded treaties of alliance with him. Moreover, the situation of political affairs in Germany, Hungary, and the North was such that it would have been easy for Louis XIV, with prudent management, to preserve the Spanish crown on the head of his grandson. But he seemed, as if on purpose, to do everything to raise all Europe against him. It was alleged that he aimed at the chimerical project of universal monarchy and the union of France with Spain. Instead of trying to do away this supposition, he gave it additional force by issuing letters patent in favor of Philip at the moment when he was departing for Spain, to the effect of preserving his rights to the throne of France. The Dutch dreaded nothing so much as to see the French making encroachments on the Spanish Netherlands, which they regarded as their natural barrier against France, a preservation of which appeared to be equally interesting to England. It would have been prudent in Louis XIV to give these maritime powers some security on this point, who, since the elevation of William Prince of Orange to the crown of Great Britain, held, as it were, in their hands the balance of Europe. Without being swayed by this consideration, he obtained authority from the Council of Madrid to introduce a French army into the Spanish Netherlands, and on this occasion the Dutch troops, who were quartered in various places of the Netherlands, according to a stipulation with the late King of Spain, were disarmed. This circumstance became a powerful motive for King William to rouse the States General against France. He found some difficulty, however, in drawing over the British Parliament to his views, as a great majority in that House were averse to mingle in the quarrels of the continent. But the death of James II altered the minds and inclinations of the English. Louis XIV having formally acknowledged the son of that prince as King of Great Britain, the English Parliament had no longer any hesitation in joining the Dutch and the other enemies of France. A new and powerful league was formed against Louis. The Emperor, England, the United Provinces, the Empire, the kings of Portugal and Prussia, and the Duke of Savoy all joined it in succession. The Allies engaged to restore to Austria the Spanish Netherlands, the Duchy of Milan, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies with the ports of Tuscany, and never to permit the union of France with Spain. At the commencement of the war, Louis for some time maintained the glory and superiority of his arms, notwithstanding the vast number of adversaries he had to oppose. It was not until the campaign of 1704 that fortune abandoned him, when one reverse was only succeeded by another. The Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene defeated Marshal de Terland at Hogsett, or Blenheim, August 13th, where he lost 30,000 men and was himself carried prisoner to England. This disaster was followed by the loss of Bavaria and all the French possessions beyond the Rhine. The battle which Marlborough gained May 23, 1706, at Ramillies in Brabant was not less disastrous. It secured to the Allies the conquest of the greater part of the Netherlands, and to increase these misfortunes, Marshal de Marsan lost the famous Battle of Turin against Prince Eugene, September 7th, which obliged the French troops to evacuate Italy. The battle, which was fought to Oudenarde in Flanders, July 11, 1708, was not so decisive. Both sides fought with equal advantage, but the Duke of Burgundy, who was commander-in-chief of the French army, having quitted the field of battle during the night, contrary to the advice of Vendôme, Marlborough made this, on occasion, proclaiming the victory. At length, the dreadful winter of 1709 and the battle of Malplaquet, which Marlborough gained over Villars, September 11th, reduced France to the greatest distress and brought Louis under the necessity of suing for peace and even descending to the most humiliating conditions. Monsieur de Torcy, his Minister of Foreign Affairs, was dispatched to The Hague, and among a number of preliminary articles, he agreed to make restitution to all the conquests which the French had made since the Peace of Munster. He consented to surrendering the city of Strasbourg, and henceforth to possess Alsace, according to the literal terms of the Treaty of Munster. The throne of Spain was reserved for the Archduke, and Louis consented to abandon the interest of Philip. But the Allies, rendered haughty by their success, demanded of the king that he should oblige his grandson voluntarily to surrender his crown. Otherwise they would compel him by force of arms, and that within the short space of 2 months. The conferences, which had been transferred from The Hague to Gertrudenberg, were consequently broken off and the war continued. In this critical state of things, 2 unexpected events happened, which changed the face of affairs, and Louis XIV, far from being constrained to submit to the articles of the preliminaries at Gertrudenberg, saw himself even courted by England, and in a condition to dictate the law to several of the powers that were leagued against him. The Emperor Joseph I died April 11, 1711, without leaving any male offspring. His brother, the Archduke Charles, who took the title of King of Spain, now obtained the imperial dignity and became heir of all the states belonging to the German branch of the House of Austria. It appeared, therefore, that the system of equilibrium could not possibly admit the same prince to engross likewise the whole Spanish monarchy. This event was coupled with another, relative to the change which had taken place in the ministry of the Parliament of Great Britain. The Whigs, who had been the ruling party since the Revolution of 1689, were suddenly supplanted by the Tories. This overthrow brought the Duke of Marlborough into disgrace, who had long stood at the head of the affairs in England as chief of the Whig faction. Queen Anne, who stood in awe of him, found no other expedient for depriving him of his influence than to make peace with France. L'Abbé Gaultier, who resided at London in quality of almoner to the ambassador of Charles of Austria, was dispatched by Her Majesty to France to make the first overtures of peace to Louis. A secret negotiation was set on foot between the 2 courts, the result of which was a preliminary treaty signed at London, October 8, 1711. A congress was opened at Utrecht, with the view of a general pacification. The conferences which took place there after the month of February 1712 met with long interruptions, both on account of the disinclination of several of the Allied powers for peace, and because of the matters to be separately treated between France and England, which retarded the progress of the general negotiation. The Battle of Denain, which Marshal Villars gained over the Earl of Albemarle, July 24th, helped to render the Allies more tractable. Peace was signed at Utrecht on the month of April 1713 between France and the chief belligerent powers. The Emperor alone refused to take part in it, as he could not resolve to abandon his claims to the Spanish monarchy. The grand aim of England in that transaction was to limit the overwhelming power of France. For this purpose, she took care, in that treaty, to establish as a fundamental and inviolable law the clause which ordained that the kingdoms of France and Spain never should be united. To effect this, it was necessary that Philip of Anjou should formally renounce his right to the crown of France, while his brother the Duke de Berry, as well as the Duke of Orleans, should do the same in regard to the claims which they might advance to the Spanish monarchy. The deeds of these renunciations, drawn up and signed in France and in Spain, in presence of the English ambassadors, were inserted in the Treaty of Utrecht, as were also the letters patent which revoked and annulled those that Louis had given, for preserving the right of the Duke of Anjou to the succession of the French crown. Louis XIV promised for himself, his heirs and successors, never to attempt either to prevent or elude the effect of these renunciations, and failing the descendants of Philip the Spanish succession, was secured to the Duke of Savoy, his male descendants, and the other princes of his family, to the exclusion of the French princess. Another fundamental clause of the Treaty of Utrecht declared that no province, city, fortress, or place in the Spanish Netherlands should ever be ceded, transferred, or granted to the crown of France, nor to any prince or princess of French extraction, under any title whatever. These provinces, designed to serve as a barrier for the Low Countries against France, were adjudged to the Emperor and the House of Austria, together with the Kingdom of Naples, the ports of Tuscany, and the Duchy of Milan. And as the Emperor was not a party to the treaty, it was agreed that the Spanish Netherlands should remain as a deposit in the hands of the States General, until that prince should arrange with them respecting the barrier towns. The same stipulation was made in regard to that part of the French Netherlands which Louis had ceded in favor of the Emperor, such as Menin, Tournai, Furnes, and Furnes-en-Bauge, the fortress of Cannac, Ypres, and their dependencies. England, in particular, obtained by this treaty various and considerable advantages. Louis XIV withdrew his protection from the Pretender, and engaged never to give him harbor in France. The succession to the throne of Great Britain was guaranteed to the House of Hanover. They agreed to raise the fortifications of the port of Dunkirk, which had so much excited the jealousy of England, while France likewise ceded to her Hudson's Bay and Straits, the island of St. Christopher, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland in America. Spain gave up Gibraltar and Minorca, both of which had been conquered by the English during the war. They secured to her, besides, for 30 years, the privilege of furnishing Negroes for the Spanish-American colonies. The King of Prussia obtained the Spanish part of Guelders, with the city of that name and the district of Kessel, in lieu of the Principality of Orange, which was given to France, though he had claims to it as the heir of William III, King of England. The kingdom of Sicily was adjudged to the Duke of Savoy, to be possessed by him and his male descendants, and they confirmed to him the grants which the Emperor had made him of that part of the Duchy of Milan, which had belonged to the Duke of Mantua, as also Alexandria, Valencia, and Limelane, and the Valley of Sesia. Finally, Sardinia was reserved for the Elector of Bavaria, the ally of France in that war. As the emperor had not acceded to the Treaty of Utrecht, the war was continued between him and France. Marshal Villars took Landau and Freiburg and Brisgau. Afterwards, a conference took place between him and Prince Eugene of Reichstadt. No preliminaries were there drawn up, and a congress was opened at Baden in Switzerland, where a definitive peace was signed, September 7, 1714. The former treaties since the Peace of Westphalia were there renewed. The electors of Cologne and Bavaria, who had been put to the ban of the empire and deprived of their estates, were there fully re-established. Sardinia, which had been assigned to the Elector of Bavaria by the Treaty of Utrecht, remained in possession of the emperor, who likewise recovered Brisach and Freiburg and Brisgau, instead of Landau, which had been ceded to France. Louis XIV did not long survive this latter treaty. Never did any sovereign patronize literature and the fine arts like him. Many celebrated academies for the promotion of the arts and sciences owe their origin to his auspices, such as the Academy of Inscriptions, Belles Lettres, Sciences, Painting, and Architecture. His reign was illustrious for eminent men and talents of every description, which were honored and encouraged by him. He even extended his favor to the philosophers and literati of foreign countries. This prince has been reproached for his too great partiality to the Jesuits, his confessors, and for the high importance which he attached to the dispute between the Jansenists and the Molinists, who gave rise to the famous bull Unigenitus, according to the clergy and published by the king as a law of the state over all France. Footnote: this bull, the source of many theological disputes, was issued in 1713, in which Clement XI condemned 101 propositions extracted from the New Testament as false and infected with the errors of Jansenism. End of footnote. This illustrious prince ended his days after a reign of 72 years, fertile in great events. He transmitted the crown to his great-grandson, Louis XV, who was only 5 years of age when he mounted the throne September 1st, 1714. In the course of this period, several memorable events happened in Germany. The Emperor Leopold I having assembled a diet at Ratisbon to demand subsidies against the Turks and to settle certain matters which the preceding diet had left undecided. The sittings of that assembly will continue to the present time, without ever having been declared permanent by any formal law of the empire. The Peace of Westphalia had instituted an 8th electorate for the Palatine branch of Wittelsbach. The Emperor Leopold I erected a 9th in favor of the younger branch of the House of Brunswick. The first elector of this family, known by the name of Brunswick-Lunenburg, or Hanover, was the Duke Ernest Augustus, whom the emperor invested in his new dignity, to descend to his heirs male, on account of his engaging to furnish Austria with supplies and money and troops, but carrying on the war against the Turks. This innovation met with decided opposition in the empire. Several of the electors were hostile to it, and the whole body of princes declared that the new electorate was prejudicial to their dignity and tended to introduce an electoral oligarchy. The Duke of Brunswick-Wolfensbüttel especially protested against the preference which was given to the younger branch of his house over the elder, in spite of family compacts and the right of primogeniture established in the House of Brunswick. A confederacy was thus formed against the 9th electorate. The allied princes resolved in an assembly held at Nuremberg to raise an army and apply to the powers that had guaranteed the Treaty of Westphalia. France espoused the quarrel of these princes. She concluded with the King of Denmark a treaty of alliance and subsidy against the Ninth Electorate, and declared before the Diet of the Empire that she regarded this innovation as a blow aimed at the Treaty of Westphalia. In course of time, however, these animosities were allayed. The princes recognized the Ninth Electorate, and the introduction of the new elector took place in 1708. A decree was passed at the Diet which annexed a clause to his admission that the Catholic electors should have the privilege of a casting vote. In cases where the number of Protestant electors should happen to equal that of the Catholics. By the same decree, the King of Bohemia, who had formerly never been admitted but at the election of the emperors, obtained a voice in all the deliberations of the empire and the electoral college, on condition of his paying in time coming an electoral quota for the Kingdom of Bohemia. End of section 33. Section 34 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, AD 1648 to 1713, Part 3. The imperial capitulations assumed a form entirely new. About the beginning of the 18th century, a difference had formerly existed among the members of the Germanic body on this important article of public law. They regarded it as a thing illegal, that the electors alone should claim the right of drawing up the capitulations, and they maintained with much reason that before these compacts should have the force of a fundamental law of the empire, it was necessary that they should have the deliberation and consent of the whole Diet. The princes, therefore, demanded that there should be laid before the Diet a scheme of perpetual capitulation to serve as a rule for the electors on every new election. That question had already been debated at the Congress of Westphalia and sent back by it for the decision of the Diet. There it became the subject of long discussion, and it was not till the interregnum, which followed the death of Emperor Joseph I, that the principal points of the perpetual capitulation were finally settled. The plan then agreed to was adopted as the basis of the capitulation, which they prescribed to Charles VI and his successors. Among other articles, a clause was inserted regarding the election of a king of the Romans. This, it was agreed, should never take place during the emperor's life, except in a case of urgent necessity, and that the prescription of an elector, prince, or state of the empire should never take place without the consent of the Diet, and observing the formalities enjoined by the new capitulation. 3 electoral families of the empire were raised to the royal dignity, viz., those of Saxony, Brandenburg, and Brunswick-Lüneburg. Augustus II, Elector of Saxony, after having made a profession of the Catholic religion, was elected to the throne of Poland, a dignity which was afterwards conferred also by election on his son Augustus III. That change of religion did not prevent the electors of Saxony from remaining at the head of the Protestant interest in the Diet of the Empire, as they had given them assurance that they would make no innovations in the religion of their country, and that they would appoint a council entirely composed of Protestant members for administering the affairs of the empire. These princes, however, lost part of their influence, and so far was the crown of Poland, which was purely elective, from augmenting the greatness and real power of their house, that, on the contrary, It served to exhaust and enfeeble Saxony by involving it in ruinous wars, which ended in the desolation of that fine country, the alienation of the electoral domains, and the increase of the debts and burdens of the state. If the royal dignity of Poland was prejudicial to the House of Saxony, it was by no means so with that of Prussia, which the House of Brandenburg acquired soon after. The Elector John Sigismund, on succeeding to the Duchy of Prussia, had acknowledged himself a vassal and tributary of the Crown of Poland. His grandson, Frederick William, took advantage of the turbulent situation in which Poland was placed at the time of the invasion of Charles X of Sweden to obtain a grant of the sovereignty of Prussia by a treaty which he concluded with the Republic at Wehlau, 19th September 1657. Poland, in renouncing the territorial rights which he exercised over Ducal Prussia, stipulated for the reversion of these same rights on the extinction of the male line in the electoral house of Brandenburg. Frederick I, the son and successor of Frederick William, having become sovereign of Ducal Prussia, thought himself authorized to assume the royal dignity. The elevation of his cousin German, the Prince of Orange, to the throne of Britain, and of his next neighbor, the Elector of Saxony, to the sovereignty of Poland, tempted his ambition and induced him to enter into a negotiation on the subject with the court of Vienna. The Emperor Leopold promised to acknowledge him as King of Prussia on account of a supply of 10,000 men which Frederick promised to furnish him in the War of the Spanish Succession, which was then commencing. To remove all apprehensions on the part of Poland, who might perhaps offer some opposition, the Elector signed a compact bearing that the royal dignity of Prussia should in no way prejudice the rights and possession of the King and States of Poland over Polish Prussia, that neither he nor his successors should attempt to found claims on that part of Prussia, and that the clause in the Treaty of Wehlau, which secured the reversion of the territorial rights of Ducal Prussia on the extinction of the heirs male of Frederick William, should remain in full force and vigor, never to be infringed by the new king or any of his successors. After these different conventions, the Elector repaired to Königsberg, where he was proclaimed King of Prussia, 18th January 1701. It is worthy of remark that on the ceremony of his coronation, he put the crown on his own head. All the European powers acknowledged the new king, with the exception of France and Spain, with whom he soon engaged in war. The Teutonic Knights, bearing in mind their ancient claims over Prussia, deemed it their duty to support them by a protest, and their example was followed by the court of Rome. The opinion which the author of the Memoirs of Brandenburg delivers on this event is very remarkable. Frederick, says he, was flattered with nothing so much as the externals of royalty, the pomp of ostentation, and a certain whimsical self-conceit, which was pleased with making others feel their inferiority. What at first was the mere offspring of vanity turned out in the end to be a masterpiece of policy. The royal dignity liberated the House of Brandenburg from that yoke of servitude under which Austria had, till then, held all the princes of Germany. It was a kind of bait which Frederick held out to all his posterity, and by which he seemed to say, I have acquired for you a title. Render yourselves worthy of it. I have laid the foundation of your greatness. Yours is the task of completing the structure. In fact, Austria, by promoting the House of Brandenburg, seemed to have injured her own greatness. In the very bosom of the empire she raised up a new power, which afterwards became her rival, and seized every opportunity of aggrandizement at her expense. As for the electoral house of Brunswick-Lüneburg, it succeeded, as we have observed, to the throne of Great Britain. in virtue of a fundamental law of that monarchy, which admitted females to the succession of the throne. Ernest Augustus, the first elector of the Hanoverian line, had married Sophia, daughter of the Elector Palatine Frederick V, by the Princess Elizabeth of England, daughter of James I, King of Great Britain. An act of the British Parliament in 1701 extended the succession to that princess, then Electress Dowager of Hanover, and to her descendants as being nearest heirs to the throne, according to the order established by former Acts of Parliament, limiting the succession to princes and princesses of the Protestant line only. The Electress Sophia, by that act, was called to the succession in case William III and Anne, the youngest daughter of James II, left no issue, an event which took place in 1714 on the death of Anne, who had succeeded William in the Kingdom of Great Britain. The Electress Sophia was not alive at that time, having died 2 months before that princess. George, Elector of Hanover and son of Sophia by Ernest Augustus, then ascended the British throne, August 12, 1714, to the exclusion of all the other descendants of Elizabeth, who, though they had the right of precedence, were excluded by being Catholics, in virtue of the Acts of Parliament 1689, 1701, 1705. The War of the Spanish Succession had occasioned great changes in Italy. Spain, after having been long the leading power in that country, gave place to Austria, to whom the treaties of Utrecht and Baden had adjudged the Duchy of Milan, the kingdoms of Naples and Sardinia, and the ports of Tuscany. To these she added the Duchy of Mantua, of which the Emperor Joseph I had dispossessed to Charles IV, of the House of Gonzaga, for having espoused the cause of France in the War of the Succession. The Duke of Mirandola met with a similar fate as the ally of the French in that war. His duchy was confiscated by the Emperor and sold to the Duke of Modena. This new aggrandizement of Austria in Italy excited the jealousy of England, lest the princes of that house should take occasion to revive their obsolete claims to the royalty of Italy and the imperial dignity. And it was this which induced the court of London to favor the elevation of the Dukes of Savoy, in order to counterbalance the power of Austria in Italy. The origin of the House of Savoy is as old as the beginning of the 11th century, when we find a person named Berthold in possession of Savoy, at that time a province of the Kingdom of Burgundy or Arles. The grandson of Berthold married Adelaide de Souza, daughter and heiress of Manfoy, Marquis of Italy and Lord of Souza. This marriage brought the House of Savoy considerable possessions in Italy, such as the Marquisate of Souza, the Duchy of Turin, Piedmont and Valdost. Humbert II, Count of Savoy, conquered the province of Tarentum. Thomas, one of his successors, acquired by marriage the barony of Horseny. Amadeus V was invested by the Emperor Henry VII in the city and county of Asti. Amadeus VII received the voluntary submission of the inhabitants of Nice, which he had dismembered from Provence, together with the counties of Tenda and Beaulieu, having taken advantage of the intestine dissensions in that country, and the conflict between the factions of Taurus and Anjou, who disputed the succession of Naples and the county of Provence. Amadeus VIII purchased from Otho de Villars the county of Geneva, and was created by the Emperor Sigismund, first Duke of Savoy, February 19, 1416. The rivalry which had subsisted between France and Austria since the end of the 15th century placed the House of Savoy in a situation extremely difficult. Involved in the wars which had arisen between these two powers in Italy, it became of necessity more than once the victim of political circumstances. Duke Charles III, having allied himself with Charles V, was deprived of his estates by France, and his son Philibert, noted for his exploits in the campaigns of Flanders, did not obtain restitution of them until the Peace of Chateau Cambrésis. The Dukes Charles Emmanuel II and Victor Amadeus II experienced similar indignities in the wars which agitated France and Spain during the 17th century, and which were terminated by the treaties of the Pyrenees and Turin in the years 1659-1696. In the War of the Spanish Succession, Victor Amadeus II declared it first for his son-in-law, Philip, King of Spain, even taking upon himself the chief command of the French army in Italy. But afterwards, perceiving the danger of his situation, and seduced by the advantageous offers which the emperor made him, he thought proper to alter his plan, and joined the Grand Alliance against France. Savoy and Piedmont again became the theater of the war between France and Italy. The French having undertaken the siege of Turin, the Duke and Prince Eugene forced the army in its entrenchments before the place, and obliged them to abandon Italy. The emperor granted the Duke the investiture of the different estates which he had secured to him on his accession to the Grand Alliance, such as Montferrat, the provinces of Alexandria and Valencia, the country between the Tanaro and the Po, the La Malines, Valsesia, and the Viga Venesco, to be possessed by him and his male descendants as fiefs holding the emperor and the empire. The Peace of Utrecht confirmed these possessions to the Duke and England, the better to secure the equilibrium of Italy and Europe, granted him by that treaty the royal dignity with the island of Sicily which he had taken from Spain. That island was ceded to him under the express clause that, on the extinction of the male line of Savoy, that kingdom should revert to Spain. By the same treaty, they secured to the male descendants of that house the right of succession to the Spanish monarchy, and that clause was confirmed by a solemn law passed in the Cortes of Spain, and by subsequent treaties concluded between these powers and Europe. The Duke was crowned King of Sicily at Palermo, December 21st, 1713, by the Archbishop of that city, and the only persons who refused to acknowledge him in that new capacity were the Emperor and the Pope. In proportion as France increased, Spain had declined in power, in consequence of the vices of her government, the feebleness of her princes, and the want of qualifications in their ministers and favorites. At length, under the reign of Charles II, the weakness of that monarchy was such that France despoiled her with impunity, as appears by those cessions she was obliged to make by the treaties of Aix-la-Chapelle, Narbonne, and Ryswick. Charles II was the last prince of the Spanish line of the House of Austria. At his death, November 1700, a long and bloody war ensued about the succession, as we have already related. Two competitors appeared for the crown. Philip of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV, had on his side the will of Charles II, and efforts of his grandfather and the wishes of the Spanish nation. Charles of Austria, younger son of the Emperor Leopold I, was supported by a formidable league, which political considerations and a jealousy of the other powers had raised against France. Philip, who had been placed on the throne by the Spaniards, had already resided at Madrid for several years, when the Austrian prince, his rival, assisted by the Allied fleet, took possession of Barcelona, October 9, 1705, where he established his capital. The incessant defeats which France experienced at that period obliged Philip twice to abandon his capital and seek his safety in flight. He owed his restoration for the first time to March of Berwick, and the victory which that general gained over the Allies near Almanza in New Castile, April 25, 1707. The Archduke having afterwards advanced as far as Madrid, the Duke de Verdun undertook to repulse him. That general, in conjunction with Philip V, defeated the Allies, who were commanded by General Starenburg near Wvthcomp, December 10, 1710. These two victories contributed to establish Philip on his throne. The death of Joseph I, which happened soon after, and the elevation of his brother, the Archduke Charles, to the imperial throne in the crowns of Hungary and Bohemia, accelerated the conclusion of the Peace of Utrecht, by which the Spanish monarchy was reserved to Philip V and his descendants. They deprived him, however, in virtue of that treaty, of the Netherlands and the Spanish possessions in Italy, such as the Milanois, the ports of Tuscany, and the kingdoms of Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia. The conditions which England had exacted at the Treaty of Utrecht to render effectual the renunciation of Philip V to the crown of France, as well as that of the French princes to the monarchy of Spain, having made it necessary to assemble the Cortes or States General. Philip took advantage of that circumstance to change the order of succession, which till then had subsisted in Spain, and which was known by the name of the Castilian succession. A law was passed at the Cortes, 1713, by which it was ordained that females should never be admitted to the crown, except in default of the male line of Philip, that the male heirs should succeed according to the order of primogeniture, that failing the male line of that prince, the crown should fall to the eldest daughter of the last reigning king and her descendants, and failing these, to the sister or nearest relation of the last king, always keeping in force the right of primogeniture, and the preference of the male heirs in the order of succession. France, by the 16th article of the Treaty of the Pyrenees, having renounced the protection of Portugal. The war between Spain and this latter power was resumed with new vigor. Alfonso VI, King of Portugal, finding himself abandoned by his allies, resolved to throw himself on the favor of England. The English granted him supplies in virtue of a treaty which he concluded with them, June 23, 1661, and by which he ceded to them the city of Tangiers in Africa and the Isle of Bombay in India. France, who well knew that it was her interest not to abandon Portugal entirely, rendered her likewise all the secret assistance in her power. The Count Schomberg passed over to that kingdom with a good number of officers and several companies of French troops. The Portuguese, under the command of that general, gained 2 victories over the Spaniards at Almexio, near Estremas, 1663, and at Montes Claros, or Villa Vicosia, 1665, which re-established their affairs and contributed to secure the independence of Portugal. When the war took place about the right of devolution, the court of Lisbon formed a new alliance with France. Spain then learned that it would be more for her interest to abandon her projects of conquering Portugal and accept the proposals of accommodation tendered to her by the mediation of England. It happened in the meantime that Alfonso VI, a prince of vicious habits and of a ferocious and brutal temper, was dethroned November 23, 1667, and the infant Don Pedro, his brother, was declared regent of the kingdom. The queen of Alfonso, Mary of Savoy, who had managed the whole intrigue, obtained from the court of Rome a dissolution of her marriage with Alfonso, and espoused the regent, her brother-in-law, April 2, 1668. That prince would willingly have fulfilled the engagements which his predecessor had contracted with France, but the English ambassador having drawn over the Cortes of Portugal to his interests, the region was obliged to make peace with Spain, which was signed at Lisbon, February 13, 1668. The Spaniards they had treated with the Portuguese as a sovereign and independent nation. They agreed to make mutual restitution of all they had taken possession of during the war, with the exception of the city of Ceuta in Africa, which remained in the power of Spain. The subjects of both states obtained the restoration of all property alienated or confiscated during the war. That peace was followed by another, which Portugal concluded at The Hague, with the United Provinces of the Netherlands, July 31, 1669, who were permitted to retain the conquest they had made from the Portuguese in the East Indies. The Court of Lisbon was soon after involved in the War of the Spanish Succession, which divided all Europe. Don Pedro II had at first acknowledged Philip V and even contracted an alliance with him, but yielding afterwards to the influence of the British minister, as well as of the Court of Vienna, he joined the Grand Alliance against France. Footnote: in 1713, in this same year was concluded the famous Treaty of Methven, by which Portugal engaged to receive English woolen cloths, on condition that England would admit the wines of Portugal at 1/3 less duty than those of France. End of footnote. The Portuguese made a distinguished figure in that war, chiefly during the campaign of 1706, when with the assistance of the English, they penetrated as far as Madrid, and there proclaimed Charles of Austria. The Portuguese, by one of the articles of their treaty of accession to the Grand Alliance, had been given to expect that certain important places in Spanish Extremadura and Galicia would be ceded to them at the general peace. That engagement was never fulfilled. The Treaty of Peace, concluded at Utrecht, 6 February 1715, between Spain and Portugal, had ordered the mutual restitution of all conquests made during the war. The Treaty of Lisbon of 1668 was then renewed, and especially the articles which stipulated for the restitution of all confiscated property. The only point which they yielded to the Portuguese was that which referred to the colony of St. Sacrament, which the Portuguese governor of Rio de Janeiro had established 1680 on the northern bank of the River La Plata in South America, which was opposed by Spain. By the 6th article of her treaty with Portugal, she renounced all her former claims and pretensions over the above colony. A similar dispute had arisen between France and Portugal relative to the northern bank of the Amazon River and the territories about Cape North in America, which the French maintained belonged to them, as making part of French Guiana. The Portuguese having constructed there the fort of Macapa, it was taken by the French governor of Cayenne. By the Treaty of Utrecht, it was agreed between France and Portugal that both banks of the river Amazon should belong entirely to Portugal, and that France should renounce all right and pretensions whatever to the territories of Cape North, lying between the river Amazons and Japac, or Vincent Pinzon in South America. In England, an interregnum of 11 years followed the death of Charles I. Oliver Cromwell, the leader of the Independent Party, passed 2 acts of Parliament, one of which abolished the House of Lords, and the other the royal dignity. The kingly office was suppressed, as useless to the nation, oppressive and dangerous to the interests and liberties of the people, and it was decided that whoever should speak of the restitution of the Stuarts should be regarded as a traitor to his country. The kingdom being thus changed into a republic, Cromwell took on himself the chief direction of affairs. This ambitious man was not long in monopolizing the sovereign authority. 1653. He abolished the parliament called the Rump, which had conferred on him his power and military commission. He next assembled a new parliament of the three kingdoms to the number of 144 members, and he took care to have it composed of individuals whom he knew to be devoted to his interests. Accordingly, they resigned the whole authority into his hands. An act called the Act of Government conferred on him the supreme authority under the title of Protector of the Three Kingdoms, with the privilege of making war and peace, and assembling every 3 years a parliament, which should exercise the legislative power conjunctly with himself. Cromwell governed England with a more uncontrolled power than that of her kings had been. In 1651, he passed the famous Navigation Act, which contributed to increase the commerce of Great Britain and gave her marine preponderance over that of all other nations. That extraordinary man raised England in the estimation of foreigners and made his protectorate respected by all Europe. After a war which he carried on against the Dutch, he obliged them by the Treaty of Westminster, 1654, to lower their flag to British vessels and to abandon the cause of the Stuarts. Entering into alliance with France against Spain, he took from the latter the island of Jamaica, 1655, and the port of Dunkirk, 1658. After his death, the generals of the army combined to restore the old parliament, called the Rump. Richard Cromwell, who succeeded his father, soon resigned the protectorate, April 22, 1659. Dissensions having arisen between the Parliament and the generals, Monk, who was governor of Scotland, marched to the assistance of the Parliament, and after having defeated the independent generals, he proceeded to assemble a new Parliament composed of both houses. No sooner was this Parliament assembled than they decided for the restoration of the Stuarts in the person of Charles II, 18th May 1660. That prince made his public entry into London May 29, 1660. His first care was to take vengeance on those who had been chiefly instrumental in the death of his father. He rescinded all acts of Parliament passed since the year 1633, and re-established episcopacy both in England and Scotland. Instigated by his propensity for absolute power, and following the maxims which he had imbibed from his predecessors, he adopted measures which were opposed by the Parliament, and even went so far as more than once to pronounce their dissolution. His reign, in consequence, was a scene of faction and agitation, which proved the forerunners of the new revolution. Footnote: the national liberty gained under Charles II by the famous Habeas Corpus Act passed in 1679. End of footnote. The appellation of Whigs and Tories, so famous in English history, took its rise in his reign. We could almost, however, pardon Charles for his faults and irregularities in consideration of the benevolence and amiableness of his character. But it was otherwise with James II, who succeeded his brother on the British throne, 16th February 1685. That prince alienated the minds of his subjects by his haughty demeanor and his extravagant zeal for the Church of Rome, and the Jesuits his confessors. Scarcely was he raised to the throne when he undertook to change the religion of his country, and to govern still more despotically than his brother had done. Encouraged by Louis XIV, he offered him money and troops. He was the first king of England that had kept on foot an army in time of peace, and caused the legislature to decide that the king can dispense with the laws. Availing himself of this decision, he dispensed with the several statutes issued against the Catholics. He permitted them the public exercise of their religion within the three kingdoms, and gradually gave them a preference in all places of trust. At length, he even solicited the Pope to send a nuncio to reside at his court, and on the arrival of Ferdinand, to whom Innocent XI had confided this mission, he gave him a public and solemn entry to Windsor, 1687. 7 bishops who had refused to publish the declaration respecting Catholics were treated as guilty of sedition and imprisoned by his order in the Tower. During these transactions, the Queen, Mary of Modena, happened to be delivered of her prince 20th June 1688, known in history by the name of the Pretender. As Her Majesty had no children for more than 6 years, it was not difficult to gain credit to her report that the young prince was a supposititious child. James II, by his first marriage with Anne Hyde, daughter of the Earl of Clarendon, had 2 daughters, both Protestants, and regarded till then as heirs to the throne. Mary, the eldest, was married to William, Prince of Orange, and Anne, the youngest, to George, youngest son of Frederick III, King of Denmark. The English Protestants had flattered themselves that all their wrongs and misfortunes would terminate with the death of James II and the accession of the Princess of Orange to the throne. Being disappointed in these expectations by the birth of the Prince of Wales, their only plan was to dethrone the king. The Tories even joined with the Whigs in offering the crown to the Prince of Orange. William III, supported by the Dutch fleet, made a descent on England and landed 15,000 men at Torbay, 5th November 1688, without experiencing the smallest resistance on the part of James, who, seeing himself abandoned by the military, took the resolution of withdrawing to France, where he had already sent his queen and his son, the young Prince of Wales. He afterwards returned to Ireland, where he had a strong party, but being conquered by William at the Battle of the Boyne, 11th July 1690, he was obliged to return to France, where he ended his days. Immediately after the flight of James, the Parliament of England declared by an act that as he had violated the fundamental law of the Constitution and abandoned the kingdom, the throne was become vacant. They therefore unanimously conferred the crown on William III, Prince of Orange, and Mary, his spouse, February 22, 1689, entrusting the administration of affairs to the prince alone. In redressing the grievances of the nation, they set new limits to the royal authority by an act called the Declaration of Rights. They decreed that the king could neither suspend nor dispense with the laws, that he could institute no new courts, nor levy money under any pretense whatever, nor maintain an army in time of peace without the consent of Parliament. Episcopacy was abolished in Scotland 1694, and the liberty of the press sanctioned. The succession of the crown was regulated by different acts of Parliament, one of which fixed it in the Protestant line to the exclusion of Catholics. Next, after William and Mary and their descendants, was the Princess Anne and her descendants. A subsequent act conferred the succession on the House of Hanover, 1701, under the following conditions: that the king or queen of that family, on their accession to the throne, should be obliged to conform to the High Church and the laws of 1689, that without the consent of Parliament they should never engage the nation in any war for the defense of their hereditary dominions, nor go out of the kingdom, and that they should never appoint foreigners to offices of trust. The rivalry between France and England assumed a higher tone under the reign of William III, and was increased by the powerful efforts which France was making to improve her marine and extend her navigation and her commerce. The colonies which she founded in America and the Indies, by bringing the two nations more into contact, tended to foment their jealousies and multiply subjects of discord and division between them. From that time, England eagerly seized every occasion for occupying France on the continent of Europe, and the whole policy of William, as we have seen, had no other aim than to thwart the ambitious views of Louis XIV. If this rivalry excited and prolonged wars, which inflicted many calamities on the world, It became likewise a powerful stimulus for the contending nations to develop their whole faculties, to make the highest attainments in the sciences, or which they were susceptible, and to carry arts and civilization to the remotest countries in the world. End of section 34. Section 35 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, A.D. 1648 to 1713, Part 4. William III was succeeded by Anne, 1702. It was in her reign that the grand union between England and Scotland was accomplished, which incorporated them into one kingdom, by means of the same order of succession and only one parliament. That princess had the honor of maintaining the balance of Europe against France by the clauses which she got inserted into the Treaty of Utrecht. At her death, 1st August 1714, the throne of Great Britain passed to George I, the Elector of Hanover, whose mother Sophia derived her right to the British throne from James I, her maternal grandfather. The power and political influence of the United Provinces of the Netherlands had increased every day since Spain acknowledged their independence by the Treaty of Munster, 1648. Their extensive commerce to all parts of the globe and their flourishing marine attracted the admiration of all Europe. Sovereigns courted their alliance, and The Hague, the capital of the States General, became in course of time the center of European politics. The Republic was the rival of England in all her commercial relations, and she ventured also to dispute with her the Empire of the Sea by refusing to lower her flag to British vessels. These disputes gave rise to bloody wars between the two states, in which the famous Dutch admirals Tromp and De Ruyter distinguished themselves by their maritime exploits. De Ruyter entered the Thames with the Dutch fleet 1667, advanced to Chatham, burnt the vessels in the roads there, and threw the city of London into great consternation. Nevertheless, by the treaties of Breda 1667 and Westminster 1654, they agreed that their vessels and fleets should lower their flag when they met either one or more ships carrying the British flag, and that over all the sea from Cape Finisterre in Galicia to the center of Stad in Norway. But the States General preserved Suriname, which they had conquered during the war, and at the Treaty of Commerce, which was signed at Breda, the Navigation Act was modified in their favor, insofar that the produce and merchandise of Germany were to be considered as productions of the soil of the Republic. It was during these wars that a change took place with regard to the stadtholdership of the United Provinces. William II, Prince of Orange, had alienated the hearts of his subjects by his attempts against their liberties, and having, at his death, left his wife, the daughter of Charles I of England, pregnant of a son, 1650, the States General took the opportunity of leaving that office vacant and taking upon themselves the direction of affairs. The suspicions which the House of Orange had excited in Cromwell by their alliance with the Stuarts, and the resentment of John de Witt, pensionary of Holland, against the stadtholder, caused a secret article to be added to the Treaty of Westminster, by which the states of Holland and West Friesland engaged never to elect William, the posthumous son of William II, to be stadtholder, and never to allow that the office of Captain General of the Republic should be conferred on him. John de Witt likewise framed a regulation known by the name of the Perpetual Edict, which separated the stadtholdership from the office of captain and admiral general, and which enacted that these functions should never be discharged by the same individual. Having failed, however, in his efforts to make the States General adopt this regulation, which they considered as contrary to the Union, John de Witt contented himself with obtaining the approbation of the States of Holland, who even went so far as to sanction the entire suppression of the stadtholdership. Matters continued in this situation until the time when Louis XIV invaded Holland. His alarming progress caused a revolution in favor of the Prince of Orange, the ruling faction, at the head of which was John de Witt, then lost the good opinion of the people. He was accused of having neglected military affairs and left the state without defense and a prey to the enemy. The first signal of revolution was given by the small town of Veer in Zealand. William was there proclaimed stadtholder, June 1672, and the example of Veer was soon followed by all the cities of Holland and Zealand. Everywhere the people compelled the magistrates to confer the stadtholdership on the young prince. The perpetual edict was abolished, and the stadtholdership confirmed to William III by the Assembly of States. They even rendered this dignity, as well as the office of Captain General, hereditary to all the male and legitimate descendants of the prince. It was on this occasion that the two brothers, John and Cornelius de Witt, were massacred by the people assembled at The Hague. After William was raised to the throne of Great Britain, he still retained the stadtholdership, with the offices of Captain and Admiral General of the Republic. England and Holland, united under the jurisdiction of the same prince, acted thenceforth in concert to thwart the ambitious designs of Louis XIV, and he felt the effects of their power chiefly in the War of the Spanish Succession, when England and the States General made extraordinary efforts to maintain the balance of the continent which they thought in danger. It was in consideration of these efforts that they guaranteed to the Dutch, by the Treaty of the Grand Alliance, as well as by that of Utrecht, a barrier against France, which was more amply defined by the Barrier Treaty, signed at Antwerp, 15th November 1715, under the mediation and guarantee of Great Britain. The provinces and towns of the Netherlands, both those that had been possessed by Charles II and those that France had surrendered by the Treaty of Utrecht, were transferred to the Emperor and the House of Austria, on condition that they should never be ceded under any title whatever, neither to France nor to any other prince except the heirs and successors of the House of Austria in Germany. It was agreed that there should always be kept in the Low Countries a body of Austrian troops, from 30 to 35,000 men, of which the Emperor was to furnish 3/5, and the States General the remainder. Finally, the States General were allowed a garrison entirely composed of their own troops in the cities and castles of Namur, Tournai, Menin, Ferns, Warneton, and the fortress of Cannock, while the Emperor engaged to contribute a certain sum annually for the maintenance of these troops. Switzerland, since the confirmation of her liberty and independence by the Peace of Westphalia, had constantly adhered to the system of neutrality which she had adopted, and taken no part in the broils of her neighbors, except by furnishing troops to those powers with whom she was in alliance. The fortunate inability which was the natural consequence of her union pointed out this line of conduct, and even induced the European states to respect the Helvetic neutrality. This profound peace, which Switzerland enjoyed by means of that neutrality, was never interrupted, except by occasional domestic quarrels, which arose from the difference of their religious opinions. Certain families from the canton of Schweiz had fled to Zurich on account of their religious tenets, and had been protected by that republic. This stirred up a war, 1656, between the Catholic cantons and the Zurichers, with their allies, the Bernese, but it was soon terminated by the Peace of Baden, which renewed the clauses of the Treaty of 1531 relative to these very subjects of dispute, some attempts having afterwards been made against liberty of conscience in the county of Toggenburg by the Abbey of St. Gall. A new war broke out 1712 between 5 of the Catholic cantons and the 2 Protestant cantons of Zurich and Bern. These latter expelled the Abbey of St. Gall from his estates and dispossessed the Catholics of the country of Baden with a considerable part of the free bailiwicks, which were granted to them by the treaty concluded at Arras. The abbey then saw himself abandoned by the Catholic cantons, and it was only in virtue of a treaty which he concluded with Zurich and Bern, 1718, that his successor obtained his restoration. Sweden, during the greater part of this period, supported the first rank among the powers of the North. The vigor of her government added to the weakness of her neighbors, and the important advantages which the treaties of Stolvolva, Sturmsdorf, Romsbro, and Westphalia had procured her, secured this superiority, and gave her the same influence in the north that France held in the south. Christina, the daughter of Gustavus Adolphus, held the reins of government in Sweden about the middle of the 17th century, but to gratify her propensity for the fine arts, she resolved to abdicate the crown 1654. Charles Gustavus, Count Palatine of Turks, her cousin German, succeeded her under the title of Charles X. Being nurtured in the midst of arms and ambitious only of wars and battles, he was anxious to distinguish himself on the throne. John Casimir, King of Poland, having provoked him by protesting against his accession to the crown of Sweden, Charles made this an occasion of breaking the Treaty of Sturmsdorf, which was still in force and invaded Poland. Assisted by Frederick William, the Elector of Brandenburg, whom he had attached to his interest, he gained a splendid victory over the Poles near Warsaw, July 1656. At that crisis, the fate of Poland would have been decided if the Tsar, Alexis Mikhailovich, who was also at the war with the Poles, had chosen to make common cause with her new enemies. But Alexis thought it more for his advantage to conclude a truce with the Poles and attack the Swedes in Livonia, Ingria, and Karelia. The Emperor Leopold and the King of Denmark followed the example of the Tsar, and the Elector of Brandenburg, after obtaining the sovereignty of the Duchy of Prussia by the treaty which he concluded with Poland at Wehlau, acceded in like manner to this league, the object of which was to secure the preservation of Poland and maintain the equilibrium of the North. Attacked by so many and such powerful enemies, the King of Sweden determined to withdraw his troops from Poland and direct his principal force against Denmark. Having made himself master of Holstein, Schleswig, and Jutland, he passed the Belts on the ice, January 1658, with his army and artillery, and advanced towards the capital of the kingdom. This bold step intimidated the Danes so much that they submitted to those exceedingly severe conditions which Charles made them sign at Rothschild, February 1658. Scarcely was this treaty concluded when the King of Sweden broke it anew, and under different pretexts laid siege to Copenhagen. His intention was, if he had carried that place, to raze it to the ground, to annihilate the kingdom of Denmark, and fix his residence in the province of Schonen, where he could maintain his dominion over the North and the Baltic. The besieged Danes, however, made a vigorous defense, and they were encouraged by the example of Frederick III, who superintended in person the whole operations of the siege. Nevertheless, they must certainly have yielded, had not the Dutch, who were alarmed for their commerce in the Baltic, sent a fleet to the assistance of Denmark. These republicans fought an obstinate naval battle with the Swedes in the Sound. 29th October 1658. The Swedish fleet was repulsed, and the Dutch succeeded in relieving Copenhagen by throwing in a supply of provisions and ammunition. The King of Sweden persisted, nevertheless, in his determination to reduce that capital. He was not even intimidated by the treaties which France, England, and Holland had concluded at The Hague for maintaining equilibrium of the North, but a premature death at the age of 38 put an end to his ambitious projects, 23rd February 1660. The regents who governed the kingdom during the minority of his son Charles XI immediately set on foot negotiations with all the powers that were in league against Sweden. By the peace which they concluded at Copenhagen with Denmark, July 3, 1660, they surrendered to that crown several of their late conquests, reserving to themselves only the provinces of Schonen, Bleckingen, Halland, and Pohus. The Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, the protege of Charles X, was secured by that treaty in the sovereignty of that part of Schleswig, which had been guaranteed to him by a former treaty concluded at Copenhagen. The war with Poland and her allies, the Elector of Brandenburg and the Emperor, was terminated by the Peace of Oliva, May 3, 1660. The King of Poland gave up his pretensions to the crown of Sweden, while the former ceded to the latter the provinces of Livonia and Estonia, and the islands belonging to them, to be possessed on the same terms that had been agreed on at the Treaty of Stormsdorf in 1635. The Duke of Courland was re-established in his duchy, and the sovereignty of Ducal Prussia confirmed to the House of Brandenburg. Peace between Sweden and Russia was concluded at Kardis in Estonia, while the latter power surrendered to Sweden all the places which he had conquered in Livonia. Sweden was afterwards drawn into the war against the Dutch by Louis XIV, when she experienced nothing but disasters. She was deprived of all her provinces in the empire, and only regained possession of them in virtue of the treaties of Zell, Nijmegen, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Fontainebleau, and London, 1679, which he concluded successively with the powers in league against France. Immediately after that peace, a revolution happened in the government of Sweden. The abuse which the nobles made of their privileges, the extravagant authority claimed by the Senate, and the different methods which the grandees employed for gradually usurping the domains of the crown, had excited the jealousy of the other orders of the state. It is alleged that John Baron Guildenstern had suggested to Charles XI the idea of taking advantage of this discontent to augment the royal authority and humble the arrogance of the Senate and the nobility. In compliance with his advice, the king assembled the estates of the Kingdom of Stockholm, 1680, and having quartered some regiments of his own guards in the city, he took care to remove such of the nobles as might give the greatest cause of apprehension. An accusation was lodged at the Diet against those ministers who had conducted the administration during the king's minority. To them were attributed the calamities and losses of the state, and for these they were made responsible. The Senate was also implicated. They were charged with abusing their authority, and it was proposed that the state should make investigation whether the powers which the Senate had assumed were conformable to the laws of the kingdom. The states declared that the king was not bound by any other form of government than that which the Constitution prescribed, that the Senate formed neither a fifth order nor an intermediate power between the king and the states, and that it ought to be held simply as a council with whom the king might consult and advise. A college of reunion, so called, was also established at this Diet, for the purpose of making inquiry as to the lands granted, sold, mortgaged, or exchanged by preceding kings, either in Sweden or Livonia, with an offer on the part of the crown to reimburse the proprietors for such sums as they had originally paid for them. This proceeding made a considerable augmentation to the revenues of the crown, but a vast number of proprietors were completely ruined by it. A subsequent diet went even further than that of 1680. They declared by statute that though the king was enjoined to govern his dominions according to the laws, this did not take from him the power of altering these laws. At length the Act of 1693 decreed that the king was absolute master and sole depository of the sovereign power, without being responsible for his actions to any power on earth, and that he was entitled to govern the kingdom according to his will and pleasure. It was in virtue of these different enactments and concessions that the absolute power which had been conferred on Charles XI was transmitted to the hands of his son Charles XII, who was only 15 years of age when he succeeded his father, April 1st, 1697. By the abuse which this prince made of these dangerous prerogatives, he plunged Sweden into an abyss of troubles, and brought her down from that high rank which he had occupied in the political system of Europe since the reign of Gustavus Adolphus. The youth of Charles appeared to his neighbors to afford him a favorable opportunity for recovering what they had lost by the conquest of his predecessors. Augustus II, King of Poland, being desirous to regain Livonia, and listening to the suggestions of a Livonian gentleman named John Patkel, who had been proscribed in Sweden, he set on foot a negotiation with the courts of Russia and Copenhagen, the result of which was a secret and offensive alliance concluded between these three powers against Sweden, 1699. Peter the Great, who had just conquered Azov at the mouth of the Don and equipped his first fleet, was desirous also to open up the coasts of the Baltic, of which his predecessors had been dispossessed by Sweden. War accordingly broke out in the course of the year 1700. The King of Poland invaded Livonia. The Danes fell upon Schleswig, where they attacked the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, the ally of Sweden, while the Tsar, at the head of an army of 80,000 men, laid siege to the city of Narva. The King of Sweden, attacked by so many enemies at once, directed his first efforts against Denmark, where the danger appeared most pressing. Assisted by the fleets of England and Holland, who had guaranteed the last peace, he made a descent on the Isle of Zealand and advanced rapidly towards Copenhagen. This obliged Frederick IV to conclude a special peace with him at Travendal, August 18, 1700, by which that prince consented to abandon his allies and restore the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp to the same state in which he had been before the war. Next, directing his march against the Tsar in Estonia, the young king forced the Russians from their entrenchments before Narva, November 30th, and made prisoners of all the general and principal officers of the Russian army, among others, Field Marshal General the Duc de Groix. Having thus got clear of the Russians, the Swedish monarch then attacked King Augustus, who had introduced a Saxon army into Poland without being authorized by that republic. Charles vanquished that prince in the three famous battles of Riga, 1701, Klissow, 1702, and Poltux, 1703, and obliged the Poles to depose him and elect in his place Stanislaw Leszczynski, Palatine of Posen and a protege of his own. Two victories which were gained over the Saxons and their allies, the Russians, the one at Puny, 1704, and the other at Fraustadt, 1706, caused Stanislaus to be acknowledged by the whole Republic of Poland and enabled the King of Sweden to transfer the seat of war to Saxony. having marched through Silesia without the previous authority at the court of Vienna. He took Leipzig and compelled Augustus to sign a treaty of peace at Alt-Ranstadt, by which the prince renounced his alliance with the Tsar and acknowledged Stanislaus legitimate king of Poland. John Padko, being delivered up to the king of Sweden according to an article in that treaty, was broken on the wheel for having been the principal instigator of the war. The prosperity of Charles XII had now come to an end. From this time he experienced only a series of reverses, which were occasioned as much by his passion for war as by his indiscretions and the unconquerable obstinacy of his character. The Russians had taken advantage of his long sojourn in Poland and Saxony, and conquered the greater part of Ingria and Livonia. The Tsar had now advanced into Poland, where he had demanded of the Poles to declare an interregnum and elect a new king. In this state of matters, the King of Sweden left Saxony to march against the Tsar, and compelled him to evacuate Poland and retire on Smolensk. Far from listening, however, to the equitable terms of peace which Peter offered him, he persisted in his resolution to march on to Moscow, in the hope of dethroning the Tsar, as he had dethroned Augustus. The discontent which the innovations of the Tsar had excited in Russia appeared to Charles a favorable opportunity for effecting his object, but on reaching the neighborhood of Mohilev, he suddenly changed his purpose, and instead of directing his route towards the capital of Russia, he turned to the right and penetrated into the interior of the Ukraine in order to meet Mazeppa, Hetman of the Cossacks, who had offered to join him with all his troops. Nothing could have been more imprudent than this determination. By thus marching into the Ukraine, he separated himself from General Leuwenhaupt, who had brought him, according to orders, a powerful reinforcement from Livonia, and trusted himself among a fickle and inconstant people, disposed to break faith on every opportunity. This inconsiderate step of Charles did not escape the penetration of the Tsar, who knew well how to profit by it. Putting himself at the head of a chosen body, he intercepted General Leuwenhaupt and joined him at Desna, 2 miles from Propolsk, in the Palatinate of Mishlau. The battle which he fought with that general, October 9, 1708, was most obstinate and by the confession of the Tsar, the first victory which the Russians had gained over regular troops. The remains of Leuwenhaupt's army, having joined the king in the Ukraine, Charles undertook the siege of Poltawa, situated on the banks of the Vauxhall, at the extremity of that province. It was near this place that the famous battle was fought, 8th July 1709, which blasted all the laurels of the King of Sweden. The Tsar gained there a complete victory. 9,000 Swedes were left on the field of battle, and 14,000 who had retired with General Leuwenhaupt towards Perevolocna, between the Vauxhall and the Dnieper, were made prisoners of war 3 days after the action. Charles, accompanied by his ally Mazeppa, saved himself with difficulty at Bender in Turkey. This disastrous rout revived the courage of the enemies of Sweden. The alliance was renewed between the Tsar, Augustus II, and Frederick IV, King of Denmark. Stanislaus was abandoned. All Poland again acknowledged Augustus II. The Danes made a descent on Schonen, and the Tsar achieved the conquest of Ingria, Livonia, and Karelia. The states that were leagued against France in the War of the Spanish Succession, wishing to prevent Germany from becoming the theater of hostilities, concluded a treaty at The Hague, 31st March 1710, by which they undertook under certain conditions to guarantee the neutrality of the Swedish provinces in Germany, as well as that of Schleswig and Jutland. But the King of Sweden, having constantly declined acceding to this neutrality, the possessions of the Swedes in Germany were also seized, and conquered in succession. The Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, the nephew of Charles XII, was involved in his disgrace and stripped of his estates by the King of Denmark, 1714. In the midst of these disasters, the inflexible King of Sweden persisted in prolonging his sojourn at Bender, making repeated efforts to rouse the Turks against the Russians. He did not return from Turkey till 1714, when his affairs were already totally ruined. The attempts which he then made, either to renew the war in Poland or invade the provinces of the empire, excited the jealousy of the neighboring powers. A formidable league was raised against him. Besides the Tsar, the kings of Poland, Denmark, Prussia, and England joined it. Stralsund and Wismar, the only places which Sweden still retained in Germany, fell into the hands of the Allies, while the Tsar added to these losses the conquest of Finland and Savolax. In a situation so desperate, Charles, by the advice of his minister Baron Gortz, set on foot a special and secret negotiation with the Tsar, which took place in the Isle of Aland in course of the year 1718. There it was proposed to reinstate Stanislaus on the throne of Poland, to restore to Sweden her possessions in the empire, and even to assist her in conquering Norway, by way of compensation for the loss of Ingria, Karelia, Livonia, and Estonia, which he was to cede to the Tsar. That negotiation was on the point of being finally closed when it was broken off by the unexpected death of Charles XII. That unfortunate prince was slain December 11, 1718, at the siege of Frederiksdal in Norway, while visiting the trenches, being only 37 years of age and leaving the affairs of his kingdom in a most deplorable state. End of section 35. Section 36 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, A.D. 1648 to 1713, Part 5. The new regency of Sweden, instead of remaining in friendship with the Tsar, changed their policy entirely. Baron de Gortz, the friend of the late king, fell a sacrifice to the public displeasure, and a negotiation was opened with the court of Great Britain. A treaty of peace and alliance was concluded at Stockholm, November 20th, 1719, between Great Britain and Sweden. George I, on obtaining the cession of the duchies of Bremen and Verden as Elector of Hanover, engaged to send a strong squadron to the Baltic to prevent any further invasion from the Tsar, and procure for Sweden more equitable terms of peace on the part of the prince. The example of Great Britain was soon followed by other allied powers, who were anxious to accommodate matters with Sweden. By the treaty concluded at Stockholm, 21st January 1720, the King of Prussia got the town of Stettin and that part of Pomerania, which lies between the Oder and the Peene. The King of Denmark consented to restore to Sweden the towns of Stralsund and Wismar, with the Isle of Rügen and the part of Pomerania, which extends from the sea to the river Peene. Sweden, on her side, renounced in favor of Denmark her exemption from the duties of the Sound, and the two belts, which had been guaranteed to her by former treaties. The Tsar was the only person who, far from being intimidated by the menaces of England, persisted in his resolution of not making peace with Sweden, except on the conditions which he had dictated to her. The war was therefore continued between Russia and Sweden during the two campaigns of 1720 and 1721. Different parts of the Swedish coast were laid desolate by the Tsar, who put all to fire and sword. To stop the progress of these devastations, the Swedes at length consented to accept the peace which the Tsar offered them, which was finally signed at Neustadt, 13 September 1721. Finland was surrendered to Sweden on condition of her formally ceding to the Tsar the provinces of Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and Karelia, their limits to be determined according to the regulations of the treaty. The ascendancy which Sweden had gained in the north since the reign of Gustavus Adolphus had become so fatal to Denmark that she was on the point of being utterly subverted and effaced from the number of European powers. Nor did she extricate herself from the disastrous wars which she had to support against Charles X, until she had sacrificed some of her best provinces, such as Schonen, Bleckington, Halland, and the government of Bohus, which Frederick III ceded to Sweden by the treaties of Rothschild and Copenhagen. It was at the close of this war that a revolution happened in the government of Denmark. Until that time, it had been completely under the aristocracy of the nobles. The throne was elective, and all power was concentrated in the hands of the Senate and the principal members of the nobility. The royal prerogative was limited to the command of the army and the presidency in the Senate. The king was even obliged by a special capitulation in all affairs which did not require the concurrence of the Senate to take the advice of four great officers of the crown, viz., the Grand Master, the Chancellor, the Marshal, and the Admiral, who were considered as so many channels or vehicles of the royal authority. The state of exhaustion to which Denmark was reduced at this time, she made peace with Sweden, obliged Frederick III to convoke an assembly of the States General of the kingdom. These, which were composed of three orders, viz., the nobility, the clergy, and the burgesses, had never been summoned together in that form since the year 1536. At their meeting at Copenhagen, the two inferior orders reproached the nobles with having been the cause of all the miseries and disorders of the state, by the exorbitant and tyrannical power which they had usurped, and what tended still more to increase their animosity against them was the obstinacy with which they maintained their privileges and exemptions from the public burdens to the prejudice of the lower orders. One subject of discussion was to find a tax, the proceeds of which should be applied to the most pressing wants of the state. The nobles proposed a duty on articles of consumption, but under restrictions with regard to themselves that could not but exasperate the lower orders. The latter proposed, in testimony of their discontent, to let out to the highest bidder the fiefs of the crown, which the nobles held at rents extremely moderate. This proposal was highly resented by the nobility, who regarded it as a blow aimed at their rights and properties, and they persisted in urging a tax on the articles of consumption, such as they had proposed. Certain unguarded expressions which escaped some of the members of the nobility gave rise to a tumult of indignation, and suggested to the two leaders of the clergy and the burgesses, viz., the Bishop of Zealand and the Burgomaster of Copenhagen, the idea of framing a declaration for the purpose of rendering the crown hereditary, both in the male and female descendants of Frederick III. It was not difficult for them to recommend this project to their respective orders, who flattered themselves that, under hereditary monarchy, they would enjoy that equality which was denied them under an aristocracy of the nobles. The act of this declaration, having been approved and signed by the two orders, was presented in their name to the Senate, who rejected it, on the ground that the States General then assembled had no right to deliberate on that proposition, but the clergy and the burgesses, without being disconcerted, went in a body to the king, carrying with them the act which offered to make the crown hereditary in his family. The nobles having made a pretense of wishing to quit the city in order to break up the diet, care was taken to shut the doors. The members of the Senate and the nobility had then no other alternative left them than to agree to the resolution of the two inferior orders, and the offer of the crown was made to the king by the three orders conjunctly, 13 October 1660. They then tendered him the capitulation which was annulled, and at the same time they liberated him from the oath which he had taken on the day of his coronation. A sort of dictatorship was then conferred on him to regulate the new constitutional charter, according to his good pleasure. All the orders of the state then took a new oath of fealty and homage to him, while the king himself was subjected to no oath whatever. Finally, the three orders separately remitted an act to the king, declaring the crown hereditary in all the descendants of Frederick III, both male and female, conferring on him and his successors an unlimited power, and granting him the privilege of regulating the order both of the regency and the succession to the throne. Thus terminated that important revolution without any disorder and without shedding a single drop of blood. It was in virtue of those powers which the states had conferred on him that the king published what is called the royal law, regarded as the only fundamental law of Denmark. The king was there declared absolute sovereign, above all human laws, acknowledging no superior but God, and uniting in his own person all the rights and prerogatives of royalties, without any exception whatever. He could exercise these prerogatives in virtue of his own authority, but he was obliged to respect the royal law, and he could neither touch the Confession of Augsburg, which had been adopted as the national religion, nor authorize any partition of the kingdom, which was declared indivisible, nor change the order of succession as established by the royal law. That succession was lineal, according to the right of primogeniture and descent. Females were only admitted, failing all the male issue of Frederick III, and the order in which they were to succeed was defined with the most scrupulous exactness. The term of majority was fixed at the age of 13, and it was in the power of the reigning monarch to regulate by his will the tutorage and the regency during such minority. This constitutional law gave the Danish government a vigor which it never had before, the effects of which were manifested in the war which Christian V undertook against Sweden 1675, in consequence of his alliance with Frederick William, Elector of Brandenburg. The Danes had the advantage of the Swedes both by sea and land. Their fleet, under the command of Niels Juel, gained 2 naval victories over them, the one near the Isle of Åland and the other in the Bay of Kiob, on the coast of Zealand, 1677. That war was terminated by the Peace of London, October 6, 1679, which restored matters between the two nations to the same footing on which they had been before the war. The severe check which Sweden received by the defeat of Charles XII before Pultowa tended to extricate Denmark from the painful situation in which he had been placed with respect to that power. The freedom of the Sound, which Sweden had maintained during her prosperity, was taken from her by the Treaty of Stockholm and by the explanatory articles of Fredericksburg, concluded between Sweden and Denmark, 14th June 1720. That kingdom likewise retained in terms of the treaty the possession of the whole duchy of Schleswig, with a claim to the part belonging to the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, whom Sweden was obliged to remove from under her protection. Poland, at the commencement of this period, presented an afflicting spectacle under the unfortunate reign of John Casimir, the brother and successor of Władysław VII, 1648. Distracted at once by foreign wars and intestine factions, she seemed every moment on the brink of destruction, and while the neighboring states were augmenting their forces and strengthening the hands of their governments, Poland grew gradually weaker and weaker, and at length degenerated into absolute anarchy. The origin of the liberating veto of the Poles, which allowed the opposition of a single member to frustrate the deliberations of the whole Diet, belongs to the reign of John Casimir, the first that suspended the Diet by the interposition of his veto was Shinsky, member for Utrecht in Lithuania. His example, though at first disapproved, found imitators, and this foolish practice, which allowed one to usurp the prerogative of a majority, soon passed into a law and a maxim of state. Towards the end of the reign of Władysław VII, a murderous war had arisen in Poland, that of the Cossacks. This warlike people of Russian origin, as their language and their religion prove, inhabited both banks of the Borysthenes beyond Kiev, where they were subdivided into regiments under the command of a general called Hetman, and served as a military frontier for Poland against the Tartars and Turks. Some infringements that had been made on their privileges added to the efforts which the Poles had made to induce their clergy to separate from the Greek Church and acknowledge the supremacy of the Pope, exasperated the Cossacks, and engendered among them a spirit of revolt, 1647. Assisted by the Turks of the Crimea, they invaded Poland and committed terrible devastations. The Poles succeeded from time to time in pacifying them, and even concluded a treaty with them. But the minds of both parties being exasperated, hostilities always recommenced with every new offense. At length their hetman, Chmielnicki, being hardly pressed by the Poles, took the resolution of soliciting the protection of Russia, and concluded a treaty with the Tsar Alexis Mikhailovich, January 16, 1654, in virtue of which Kiev and the other towns of the Ukraine, under the power of the Cossacks, were planted with Russian garrisons. It was on this occasion that the Tsar retook the city of Smolensk from the Poles, as well as most of the districts that had been ceded to Poland by the treaties of Wilna and Vyazna. That prince made also several other conquests from the Poles. He took possession of Vilna and several places in Lithuania, at the very time when Charles X was invading Poland and threatening that country with entire destruction. The Tsar, however, instead of following up his conquests, judged it more for his interest to conclude a truce with the Poles, 1656, that he might turn his arms against Sweden. The Peace of Oliva put an end to the war between Poland and Sweden, but hostilities were renewed between the Russians and the Poles, which did not terminate till the Treaty of Andrusov, January 1667. The Tsar restored to the Poles a part of his conquests, but he retained Smolensko, Novgorod, Zhivrosko, Terchigov, Kiev, and all the country of the Cossacks, beyond the Borysthenes or Dnieper. The Cossacks on this side of the river were annexed to Poland, and as for those who dwelt near the mouth of the Dnieper, called Zaporogs, it was agreed that they should remain under the common jurisdiction of the two states, ready to serve against the Turks whenever circumstances might require it. The wars of which we have just spoken were attended with troubles and dissensions which reduced Poland to the most deplorable condition during the reign of John Casimir. That prince at length, disgusted with the crown which he had found to be composed of thorns, resolved to abdicate the throne, 16 September 1668, and retiring to France, he there ended his days. Michael Wisniewski, who succeeded John Casimir after his stormy interregnum of 7 months, had no other merit than that of being descended in a direct line from Korobut, the brother of Jagellon, king of Poland. His reign was a scene of great agitation and of unbridled anarchy. 4 diets were interrupted in less than 4 years. The war with the Cossacks was renewed. The Turks and the Tartars, the allies of the Cossacks, seized the city of Kemeniak. 1672, the only bulwark of Poland against the Ottomans. Michael, being thrown into a state of alarm, concluded a disgraceful peace with the Turks. He gave up to them Kemeniak and Podolia, with their ancient limits, and even agreed to pay them an annual tribute of 22,000 ducats. The Ukraine on this side, the Borysthenes, was abandoned to the Cossacks, who were to be placed under the protection of the Turks. This treaty was not ratified by the Republic of Poland, who preferred to continue the war. John Sobieski, Grand General of the Crown, gained a brilliant victory over the Turks near Chorzem, November 11, 1673. It took place the next day after the death of Michael, and determined the Poles to confer their crown on the victorious general. Sobieski did ample justice to the choice of his fellow citizens by the peace which he concluded at Zarovno with the Turks, 26 October 1676. He relieved Poland from the tribute lately promised and recovered some parts of the Ukraine, but the city of Kamenik was left in the power of the Ottomans, with a considerable portion of the Ukraine and Podolia. Poland then entered into an alliance with the House of Austria against the Porte. Sobieski became the deliverer of Vienna. He signalized himself in the campaigns of 1683 and 1684, and if he did not gain any important advantages over the Turks, if he had not even the satisfaction of recovering Kamenik and Podolia, it must be ascribed to the incompetence of his means and to the disunion and indifference of the Poles, who refused to make a single sacrifice in the cause. Sobieski was even forced to have recourse to the protection of the Russians against the Turks, and saw himself reduced to the painful necessity of setting his hand to the definitive peace which was concluded with Russia at Moscow, May 6, 1686, by which Poland, in order to obtain the alliance of that power against the Ottomans, consented to give up Smolensk, Balea, Dorkobritz, Chernigov, Starodub, and Novgorod Siversko, with their dependencies, as also the whole territory known by the name of Little Russia, situated on the left bank of the Borysthenes, between that river and the frontier of Budivli, as far as Pervokazna. The city of Kiev, with its territory as determined by the treaty, was also included in that cession. Finally, the Cossacks, called Zaporogs and Kudak, who, according to the Treaty of Androsov, ought to have been dependencies of these 2 states, were reserved exclusively to Russia. Sobieski shed tears when he was obliged to sign that treaty at Leopold or Lemberg, in presence of the Russian ambassadors. The war with the Turks did not terminate until the reign of Augustus II, the successor of John Sobieski. The Peace of Karlowitz, which that prince concluded with the Porte, 1699, procured for Poland the restitution of Kamenyak, as well as that part of the Ukraine which the Peace of Zarovno had ceded to the Turks. End of section 36. Section 37 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Westphalia to that of Utrecht, A.D. 1648 to 1713, Part 6. Russia became every day more prosperous under the princes of the House of Romanov. She gained a decided superiority over Poland, who had formerly dictated the law to her. Alexis Mikhailovich not only recovered from the Poles what they had conquered from Russia during the disturbances occasioned by the two pretenders of the name of Demetrius. We have already observed that he dispossessed them at Kiev, and all that part of the Ukraine or Little Russia, which lies on the left bank of the Borysthenes. Theodor Alexeyevich, the son and successor of Alexis Mikhailovich, rendered his reign illustrious by the wisdom of his administration. Guided by the advice of his enlightened minister, Prince Golitsyn, he conceived the bold project of abolishing the hereditary orders of the nobility and the prerogatives that were attached to them. These orders were destructive of all subordination in civil as well as in military affairs, and gave rise to a multitude of disputes and litigations, of which a court, named Rosrad, took cognizance. The Tsar, in a grand assembly which he convoked at Moscow, 1682, abolished the hereditary rank of the nobles. He burnt the deeds and registers by which they were attested, and obliged every noble family to produce the extracts of these registers, which they had in their possession, that they might be committed to the flames. That prince, having no children of his own, had destined his younger brother, Peter Alexeyevich, to be his successor, to the exclusion of John, his elder brother, on account of his incapacity. But on the death of Theodore, both princes were proclaimed at once by the military, and the government was entrusted to the Princess Sophia, their elder sister, who assumed the title of autocratrix and sovereign of all the Russians. Peter, who was the son of the second marriage of the Tsar, was at that time only 10 years of age. It was during the administration of the Princess Sophia that the Peace of Moscow was concluded, May 6, 1686, one clause of which contained an alliance, offensive and defensive, between Russia and Poland against the Porte. Peter had no sooner attained the age of 17 than he seized the reins of government and deposed his sister Sophia, whom he sent to a convent. Endowed with an extraordinary genius, this prince became the reformer of his empire, which, under his reign, assumed an aspect totally new. By the advice of Lefort, a native of Geneva, who had entered the Russian service and whom he had received into his friendship and confidence, he turned his attention to every branch of the public administration. The military system was changed and modeled after that of the civilized nations of Europe. He founded the maritime power of Russia, improved her finances, encouraged commerce and manufactures, introduced letters and arts into his dominions, and applied himself to reform the laws, to polish and refine the manners of the people. Peter, being in alliance with Poland, engaged in the war against the Porte, and laid open the Black Sea by his conquest of the city and port of Azov, and it was on this occasion that he equipped his first fleet at Voronezh. Azov remained in his possession by an article of the peace which was concluded with the Porte at Constantinople, 13th July 1700. About the same time, Peter abolished the patriarchal dignity, which ranked the head of the Russian Church next to the Tsar, and gave him a dangerous influence in the affairs of government. He transferred the authority of the Patriarch to a college of 15 persons, called the Most Sacred Synod, whose duty it was to take cognizance of ecclesiastical affairs, and in general of all matters which had fallen within the jurisdiction of the Patriarch. The members of this college were obliged to take the oath at the hands of the sovereign, and to be appointed by him on the presentation of the synod. Being desirous of seeing and examining in person the manners and customs of other nations, he undertook 2 different voyages into foreign countries, divested of that pomp which is the usual accompaniment of princes. During these travels, he cultivated the arts and sciences, especially those connected with commerce and navigation. He engaged men of talents in his services, such as naval officers, engineers, surgeons, artists, and mechanics of all kinds, whom he dispersed over his vast dominions to instruct and improve the Russians. During his first voyage to Holland and England, the Strelitzes, the only permanent troops known in Russia before his time, revolted. They were first instituted by the Tsar, John Vasilovich IV. They fought after the manner of the Janissaries and enjoyed nearly the same privileges. Peter, with the intention of disbanding these seditious and undisciplined troops, had stationed them on the frontiers of Lithuania. He had also removed from them from being his own bodyguard, a service which he entrusted to the regiments raised by himself. This sort of degradation incensed the Strelitzes, who took the opportunity of the Tsar's absence to revolt. They directed their march to the city of Moscow, with the design of deposing the Tsar and replacing Sophia on the throne. But they were defeated by the generals Scheim and Gordon, who had marched to oppose them. Peter, on his return, caused 2,000 of them to be executed and incorporated the rest among his troops. He afterwards employed foreign officers, either Germans or Swedes, to instruct the Russians in the military art. It was chiefly during the war with Sweden that the Russian army was organized according to the European system. The Tsar took advantage of the check he had sustained before Narva, November 30th, 1700, to accomplish this important change in levying, equipping and training all his troops after the German manner. He taught the Russians the art of combating and conquering the Swedes, and while the King of Sweden was bent on the ruin of Augustus II, and made but feeble efforts against the Tsar, the latter succeeded in conquering Ingria from the Swedes and laid open the navigation of the Baltic. He took the fortress of Nottenburg, 1702, which he afterwards calls Schlichelberg. He next made himself master of Nyenschans, Kopori, and Jomp, now Jomberg, in Ingria. The port of Nyenschans was entirely razed, and the Tsar laid the foundation of St. Petersburg in one of the neighboring islands of the Neva, May 27, 1703. In the middle of winter, he constructed the fort of Kronstadt to serve as a defense for the new city, which he intended to make the capital of his empire, and the principal depot for the commerce and marine of Russia. The fortune of this new capital was decided by the famous Battle of Pultowa, July 8, 1709, which likewise secured the preponderance of Russia in the north. Charles XII, who had taken refuge in Turkey, used every effort to instigate the Turks against the Russians, and he succeeded by dint of intrigue. The Porte declared war against the Tsar towards the end of the year 1710. The latter opened the campaign of 1711 by an expedition which he undertook into Moldavia, but having rashly penetrated into the interior of that province, he was surrounded by the Grand Vizier near Falsi, on the Pruth. Besieged in his camp by an army vastly superior to his own, and reduced to the last necessity, he found no other means of extricating himself from this critical situation than by agreeing to a treaty, which he signed in the camp of Falsi, 21st July 1711, in virtue of which he consented to restore to the Turks the fortress of Azov, with its territory and its dependencies. His loss was amply compensated by the important advantages which the peace with Sweden, signed at Neustadt, September 10, 1721, procured the Tsar. It was on this occasion that the Senate conferred on him the epithet of great, the father of his country, and Emperor of all the Russias. His inauguration to the imperial dignity took place October 22nd, 1721, the very day of the rejoicing that had been appointed for the celebration of the peace. Peter himself put the imperial crown on his own head. That great prince had the vexation to see Alexis Tsarevich, his son, and presumptive heir to the empire, thwarting all his improvements, and caballing in secret with his enemies, being at length compelled to declare that he had forfeited his right to the throne. He had him condemned to death as a traitor, 1718. In consequence of this tragical event, he published a ukase, which vested in the reigning prince the privilege of nominating his successor, and even of changing the appointment whenever he might judge it necessary. This arrangement became fatal to Russia. The want of a fixed and permanent order of succession occasioned troubles and revolutions, which frequently distracted the whole empire. This law, moreover, made no provision in cases where the reigning prince might neglect to settle the succession during his life, as happened with Peter himself, who died without making or appointing any successor, February 1725. Catherine I, his spouse, ascended the throne, which after a reign of 2 years she transmitted to Peter, son of the unfortunate Alexis. In Hungary, the precautions that had been taken by the states of Pressburg to establish civil and religious liberty on a solid basis did not prevent disturbances from springing up in that kingdom. The court of Vienna, perceiving the necessity of consolidating its vast monarchy, whose incoherent parts were suffering from the want of unity, eagerly seized these occasions for extending its power in Hungary, where it was greatly circumscribed by the laws and constitution of the country, hence those perpetual infringements of which the Hungarians had to complain, and those ever-recurring disturbances in which the Ottoman Turks, who shared with Austria the dominion of Hungary, were also frequently implicated. Transylvania, as well as a great part of Hungary, was then dependent on the Turks, the Emperor Leopold I having granted his protection to John Kemeny, Prince of Transylvania, against Michael Abafi, a protege of the Turks. A war between the two empires seemed to be inevitable. The Diet of Hungary, which the Emperor had assembled at Pressburg on this subject, 1662, was most outrageous. The states, before they would give any opinion as to the war against the Turks, demanded that their own grievances should be redressed, and the assembly separated without coming to any conclusion. The Turks took advantage of this dissension and seized the fortress of Neuhasel and several other places. The emperor, incapable of opposing them and distrustful of the Hungarian malcontents, had recourse of foreign aid. This he obtained at the Diet of the Empire, and Louis XIV sent him a body of 6,000 men under command of the Count de Coligny. An action took place 1664 near St. Gothard, in which the French signalized their bravery. The Turks sustained a total defeat, but Montecucculi, the commander-in-chief of the imperial army, failed to take advantage of his victory. A truce of 20 years was soon after concluded at Temesvar, in virtue of which the Turks retained Neuhasel, Warenden, and Novograd. Michael Abafi, their tributary and protege, was continued in Transylvania, and both parties engaged to withdraw their troops from that province. This treaty highly displeased the Hungarians, as it had been concluded without their concurrence. Their complaints against the court of Vienna became louder than ever. They complained especially that the emperor should entertain German troops in the kingdom, that he should entrust the principal fortresses to foreigners, and impose shackles on their religious liberties. The court of Vienna having paid no regard to these grievances, several of the nobles entered into a league for the preservation of their rights. but they were accused of holding correspondence with the Turks and conspiring against the person of the emperor. The Count Zrini, Nadashi, Frangipan, and Taderbach were condemned as guilty of high treason in 1671 and had their heads cut off on the scaffold. A vast number of the Protestant clergy were either banished or condemned to the galleys as implicated in the conspiracy, but this severity, far from abating these disturbances, tended rather to augment them. The suppression of the dignity of Palatine of Hungary, which took place about the same time, added to the cruelties and extortions of all kinds practiced by the German troops, at length raised a general insurrection, which ended in a civil war, 1677. The insurgents at first chose the Count Francis Vessalini as their leader, who was afterwards replaced by Count Emmerich Thekeli. These noblemen were encouraged in their enterprise and secretly abetted by France and the Porte. The emperor then found it necessary to comply, and in a diet which he assembled at Oldenburg, he granted redress to most of the grievances of which the Hungarians had to complain. But Count Thekeli, having disapproved of the resolutions of this diet, the civil war was continued, and the Count soon found means to interest the Turks and the Prince of Transylvania in his quarrel. The Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa, at the head of the Ottoman forces, came and laid siege to Vienna, July 14, 1683. A Polish army marched to the relief of that place under their king, John Sobieski, who was joined by Charles IV, Duke of Lorraine, general of the imperial troops. They attacked the Turks in their entrenchments before Vienna and compelled them to raise the siege September 12, 1683. Everything then succeeded to the emperor's wish. Besides Poland, the Russians and the Republic of Venice took part in this war in favor of Austria. A succession of splendid victories gained by the imperial generals, Charles Duke of Lorraine, Prince Louis of Baden, and Prince Eugene, procured for Leopold the conquest of all that part of Hungary, which had continued since the reign of Ferdinand I in the power of the Ottomans. The fortress of Newcastle was taken in consequence of the battle which the Duke of Lorraine gained over the Turks at Stragova, 1685. The same general took by assault the city of Buda, the capital of Hungary, which had been in possession of the Turks since 1541. The memorable victory of Mohács, gained by the Imperial in 1687, again reduced Transylvania and Sclavonia under the dominion of Austria. These continued reverses cost the Grand Vizier his life. He was strangled by order of the Sultan, Muhammad IV, who was himself deposed by his rebellious janissaries. Encouraged by these brilliant victories, the Emperor Leopold assembled the states of Hungary at Pressburg. He there demanded that in consideration of the extraordinary efforts he had been obliged to make against the Ottomans, the kingdom should be declared hereditary in his family. The states at first appeared inclined to maintain their own right of election, but yielding soon to the influence of authority, they agreed to make the succession hereditary in favor of the males of the two Austrian branches, on the extinction of which they were to be restored to their ancient rights. As for the privileges of the states, founded on the decree of King Andrew II, they were renewed at that diet, with the exception of that clause in the 31st article of the decree, which authorized the states to oppose by open force any prince that should attempt to infringe the rights and liberties of the country. The Jesuits, who were formerly proscribed, were restored, and their authority established throughout all the provinces of the kingdom. The Protestants of both confessions obtained the confirmation of the churches and prerogatives that had been secured to them by the articles of the Diet of Oldenburg, but it was stipulated that only Catholics were entitled to possess property, within the kingdoms of Dalmatia, Croatia, and Sclavonia. The Archduke Joseph, son of Leopold I, was crowned at this diet, December 19, 1687, as the first hereditary king of Hungary. The arms of Austria were crowned with new victories during the continuation of the war against the Turks. Albi Royal, Belgrade, Samendria, and Grafkiska fell into the hands of the emperor. The two splendid victories at Nissa and Wieden, which Louis, Prince of Baden, gained, 1689, secured to the Austrians the conquest of Serbia, Bosnia, and Bulgaria. The dejected courage of the Ottomans was, for a time, revived by their new Grand Vizier, Mustafa Kemal, a man of considerable genius. After gaining several advantages over the imperialists, he took from them Nissa, Wieden, Samendria, and Belgrade, and likewise reconquered Bulgaria, Serbia, and Bosnia. The extraordinary efforts that the Porte made for the campaign of the following year inspired them with hopes of better success, but their expectations were quite disappointed by the unfortunate issue of the famous Battle of Salakamen, which the Prince of Baden gained over the Turks August 19, 1691. The brave Kemal was slain, and his death decided the victory in favor of the imperialists. The war with France, however, which then occupied the principal forces of Austria, did not permit the emperor to reap any advantage from this victory. He was even obliged in the following campaigns to act on the defensive in Hungary, and it was not until the conclusion of peace with France that he was able to resume the war against the Turks with fresh vigor. Prince Eugene, who was then commander-in-chief of the imperial army, attacked the Sultan Mustafa II in person near Center on the River Theiss, September 11, 1697, where he gained a decisive victory. The Grand Vizier, 17 Pachas, and the 2/3 of the Ottoman army were left dead on the field of battle, and the Grand Seigneur was compelled to fall back in disorder on Belgrade. This terrible blow made the Porte exceedingly anxious for peace, and he had recourse to the mediation of England and Holland. A negotiation, which proved as tedious as it was intricate, was set on foot at Constantinople, and thence transferred to Karlovitz, a town of Sclavonia lying between the two camps, one of which was at Peter Watering, and the other at Belgrade. Peace was there concluded with the emperor and his allies, January 26, 1699. The emperor, by that treaty, retained Hungary, Transylvania, and Sclavonia, with the exception of the Banat of Temesvar, which was reserved to the Porte. The rivers Marash, Theiss, Save, and Una were fixed as the limits between the two empires. The Count Turkeli, who during the whole of this war had constantly espoused the cause of the Porte, was allowed to remain in the Ottoman territory, with such of the Hungarians and Transylvanians as adhered to him. The Peace of Karlovitz had secured to the emperor nearly the whole of Hungary, but glorious though it was, it did not restore the internal tranquility of the kingdom, which very soon experienced fresh troubles. The same complaints that had arisen after the Peace of Temesvar were renewed after that of Karlovitz. To these were even added several others, occasioned by the introduction of the hereditary succession at the Diet of 1687, by the suppression of the clause in the 31st article of the decree of Andrew II, by the restoration of the Jesuits and the banishment of Turkeli and his adherents. Nothing was wanted by a ringleader for the malcontents to rekindle the flames of civil war, and this leader was soon found in the person of the famous Prince Ragazzi, who appeared on the scene about the beginning of the 18th century, and when the greater part of Europe were involved in the War of the Spanish Succession. Francis Ragazzi was the grandson of George Ragazzi II, who had been Prince of Transylvania and held a distinguished rank in the states of Hungary, not more by his illustrious birth than by the great possessions which belonged to his family. The court of Vienna, which entertained suspicions of him on account of his near relationship with Cbteddy, had kept him in a sort of captivity from his earliest infancy, and he was not set at large nor restored to the possession of his estates until 1694, when he married a princess of Hesse-Rheinfels. From that time he resided quietly on his estates, holding his court at Sarache, in the district of the same name. Being suspected of having concerted a conspiracy with the malcontents, he was arrested by order of the court of Vienna, 1701, and carried to Neustadt in Austria, whence he escaped and retired to Poland. Being condemned as guilty of high treason, and his estates declared forfeited, he took the resolution of placing himself at the head of the rebels and instigating Hungary against the emperor. France, who had just joined in the war with Austria, encouraged him in that enterprise, which he regarded as a favorable event for creating diversion on the part of her enemy. Having arrived in Hungary, Ragazzi published a manifesto 1703, in which he detailed the motives of his conduct and exhorted the Hungarians to join him for vindicating their ancient liberties which had been oppressed by the House of Austria. He soon attracted a crowd of partisans and made himself master of a great part of the kingdom. The Transylvanians chose him for their prince, 1704, and the states of Hungary, who had united for the re-establishment of their laws and immunities, declared him their chief, with the title of Duke and a senate of 25 persons. Louis XIV sent his envoy, the Marquis d'Esselles, to congratulate him on his elevation, and the Tsar, Peter the Great, offered him the throne of Poland 1707, in opposition to Stanislaus, who was protected by Charles XII. The House of Austria, being engaged in the Spanish War, was unable for a long time to reduce the Hungarian malcontents. The repeated attempts which he had made to come to an accommodation with them having failed, the war was continued till 1711, when the Austrians, who had been victorious, compelled Ragazzi to evacuate Hungary and retire to the frontiers of Poland. A treaty of pacification was then drawn up. The emperor promised to grant an amnesty and a general restitution of goods in favor of all those who had been implicated in the insurrection. He came under an engagement to preserve inviolable rights, liberties, and immunities of Hungary and the Principality of Transylvania, to reserve all civil and military offices to the Hungarians, to maintain the laws of the kingdom respecting religion, and as for their other grievances, whether political or ecclesiastical, he consented to have them discussed in the approaching Diet. These articles were approved and signed by the greater part of the malcontents, who then took a new oath of allegiance to the emperor. Ragazzi and his principal adherents were the only persons that remained proscribed and attainted, having refused to accede to these articles. The Turkish Empire, once so formidable, had gradually fallen from the summit of its grandeur. Its resources were exhausted, and its history marked by nothing but misfortunes. The effeminacy and incapacity of the sultans, their contempt for the arts cultivated by the Europeans, and the evils of a government purely military and despotic, by degrees undermined its strength, and eclipsed its glory as a conquering and presiding power. We find the Janissaries, a lawless and undisciplined militia, usurping over the sovereign of the throne the same rights which the Praetorian Guards had arrogated over the ancient Roman emperors. The last conquest of any importance which the Turks made was that of Candia, which they took from the Republic of Venice. The war which obtained them the possession of that island lasted for 20 years, It began under the Sultan Ibrahim, 1645, and was continued under his successor Muhammad IV. The Venetians defended the island with exemplary courage and intrepidity. They destroyed several of the Turkish fleets, and on different occasions they kept the passage of the Dardanelles shut against the Ottomans. At length the famous vizier Ahmet Kipruli undertook the siege of the city of Candia, 1667, at the head of a formidable army. This siege was one of the most sanguinary recorded in history. The Turks lost about 100,000 men, and it was not till after a siege of 2 years and 4 months that the place surrendered to them by a capitulation, September 5, 1669, which at the same time regulated the conditions of peace between the Turks and the Venetians. These latter, on surrendering Candia, reserved in the islands and islets adjoining 3 places, viz., Suda, Spinalonga, and Carabusa. They also retained Clissa and some other places in Dalmatia and Albania, which they had seized during the war. The reign of Muhammad from that time presented nothing but a succession of wars, of which that against Hungary was most fatal to the Ottoman Empire. The Turks were overwhelmed by the powerful league formed between Austria, Poland, Russia, and the Republic of Venice. They experienced, as we have already noticed, a series of fatal disasters during that war, and imputing these misfortunes to the effeminacy of their sultan, they resolved to depose him. Mustafa II, the third in succession from Muhammad IV, terminated this destructive war by the Peace of Karlovitz, when the Turks lost all their possessions in Hungary except Temeswar and Belgrade. They gave up to Poland the fortresses of Kamenieck, with Podolia, and the part of the Ukraine on this side, the Dnieper, which had been ceded to them by former treaties. The Venetians, by their treaty with the Porte, obtained possession of the Morea, which they had conquered during the war, including the islands of St. Maur and Leucadia, as also the fortresses of Dalmatia, Knin, Sing, Siklet, Gabella, Castelnuova, and Rossano. Finally, the Porte renounced the tribute which Venice had formerly paid for the Isle of Zante, and the Republic of Ragusa was guaranteed in its independence with respect to the Venetians. End of section 37. Section 38 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, A.D. 1713 to 1789, Part 1. During the wars of the preceding period, arts and letters had made extraordinary progress, especially in France, where they seem to have reached the highest degree of perfection to which the limited genius of man can carry them. The age of Louis XIV revived and almost equaled those masterpieces which Greece had produced under Pericles, Rome under Augustus, and Italy under the patronage of the Medici. This was the classical era of French literature, the grandeur which reigned at the court of that monarch, and the glory which his vast exploits had reflected on the nation, inspired authors with a noble enthusiasm. The public taste was refined by imitating the models of antiquity, and this preserved the French writers from those extravagancies which some other nations have mistaken for the standard of genius. Their language, polished by the Academy according to fixed rules, the first and most fundamental of which condemns everything that does not tend to unite elegance with perspicuity, became the general medium of communication, among the different nations in the civilized world. And this literary conquest which France made over the minds of other nations is more glorious and has proved more advantageous to her than that universal dominion to which Louis XIV is said to have aspired. In the period in which we are now entering, men of genius and talents, though they did not neglect the belles letters, devoted themselves chiefly to those sciences, and that kind of learning, the study of which has been diffused over all classes of society. Several branches of mathematics and natural philosophy assumed a form entirely new. The knowledge of the ancient classics, which till then had been studied chiefly for the formation of taste, became a branch of common education and gave birth to a variety of profound and useful researches. Geometry, astronomy, mechanics, and navigation were brought to great perfection by the rivalry among the different scientific academies in Europe. Natural philosophy discovered many of the laws and phenomena of nature. Chemistry rose from the rank of an obscure art and put on the garb of an attractive science. Natural history, enriched by the discoveries of learned travelers, was divested of those fables and chimeras which ignorance had attributed to her. History, supported by the auxiliary sciences of geography and chronology, became a branch of general philosophy. The equilibrium among the different states, disturbed by the ambition of Louis XIV, had been confirmed by the Peace of Utrecht, which lasted during 24 years without any great alteration. Nevertheless, in the political transactions which took place at this time, England enjoyed a preponderance which had been growing gradually, since she had ceased to be the theatre of civil discord. The glory which she had acquired by the success of her arms in the Spanish War, and the important advantages which the Treaty of Utrecht had procured her, both in Europe and America, augmented her political power, and gave her an influence in general affairs which she never had enjoyed before. That nation carried their commerce and their marine to an extent which could not fail to alarm the other commercial and maritime states, and make them perceive that, if the care of their own trade and independence made it necessary to maintain a system of equilibrium on the continent, it was equally important for their prosperity that bounds should be set to the monopolizing power of England. This gave rise at first to a new kind of rivalry between France and England, a rivalry whose effects were more particularly manifested after the middle of the 18th century, and which occasioned an intimate alliance among the branches of the House of Bourbon. At a later date, and in consequence of the principles which the English professed as to the commerce of neutral states, the powers of the North leagued themselves against that universal dominion, which they were accused of wishing to usurp over the sea. In the 9th period, we shall even see the whole continent for a short time turned against that nation, the only one that has been able to preserve her commerce and her independence. This preponderance of England is the first change which the political system of Europe experienced in the 18th century. The second took place in the north. Till that time, the northern countries of Europe had never, except transiently, had any political connections with the south. Russia, separated by the possessions of Sweden on the coast of the Baltic, had belonged rather to Asia than to our quarter of the world. Poland, fallen from her ancient greatness, had sunk into a state of anarchy and exhaustion. Denmark and Sweden were disputing the command of the Baltic, and had no other influence on the politics of the South than that which Sweden had acquired by the personal qualities of some of her kings. The Great War of the North, which broke out at the commencement of the 18th century, and the conquests of Peter the Great, which extended the limits of his empire as far as the Gulf of Finland, and reduced Sweden to a state of debility from which he has not yet recovered, enabled Russia not only to take a distinguished lead in the north, but to become an important member in the system of Europe. Meantime, the foundation of the Prussian monarchy gave rise to a new and intermediate power between the North and the South, but that state remained within the bounds of mediocrity until the middle of the 18th century. At that time, the genius of Frederick II alone raised it to a pitch of greatness which enabled it to struggle against the superior force of its neighbors, but without menacing the independence of other states. This growing power of Prussia, however, occasioned a rivalry between it and Austria, which for 70 years had an influence on the politics of Europe. It produced the extraordinary spectacle of an intimate alliance between two ancient rivals, the houses of Austria and Bourbon, and by dividing Germany between two opposite systems, it paved the way for the dissolution of that empire. Such was the third change which the policy of Europe experienced in course of the 18th century. The fourth change was less felt than the three others. Its fatal consequences did not develop themselves until the ninth period. For the first time within the last 3 centuries, the sovereigns of Europe ventured to break treaties and to violate engagements, to declare war and undertake conquest, without alleging any other motives than reasons of convenience and the ambition of aggrandizement. Thus, the basis of the equilibrium system, the inviolability of possessions honorably acquired, was sapped, and the downfall of the whole system prepared. The events of the wars for the succession of Austria furnished the first examples of this contempt for treaties. They were renewed in an alarming manner on the partition of Poland, and by the attempts which the Emperor Joseph made to seize Bavaria. The act of iniquity committed against Poland was often cited during the period of the French Revolution to justify all sorts of violence and usurpation, and it was followed by a long train of calamities. Commerce continued, in the 18th century, to be one of the principal objects that occupied the cabinets of Europe. The mercantile system was brought to great perfection and became, with most nations, the basis of their administration. The maritime powers turned all their attention and bestowed the greatest care on their colonies, the number and wealth of which were augmented by new establishments and better regulations. In imitation of Louis XIV, most of the states kept up numerous standing armies, a practice which they even carried to excess. The influence of England in continental affairs was increased, as she had no occasion to augment her own army in proportion to that of other kingdoms. She was able to furnish them with those supplies which were necessary to carry on their wars. Besides, since the time of Frederick II, or about the year 1740, tactics and military art in general had reached a degree of perfection which seemed scarcely to admit of further improvement. Finally, the financial system of several states experienced a revolution by the invention of public funds for the payment of national debts, especially that instituted by Mr. Pitt, called the Sinking Fund. The extraordinary efforts which the powers of Europe had made during the last century for maintaining the equilibrium of the continent against the ambitious designs of France and Sweden brought on a long period of tranquility, which gave these nations an opportunity of encouraging arts, industry, and commerce, and thereby repairing the evils which the long and disastrous wars had occasioned. Cabinets were attentive to maintain the stipulation of the treaties of Utrecht and Stockholm, and by means of negotiations to guard against everything that might rekindle a new general war. The good understanding that subsisted between France and Great Britain during the reign of George I and the beginning of that of George II, or in other words, under the administration of Walpole, was the effect of those temporary interests that engrossed the attention of the two courts, the one being under terror of the Pretender, and the other alarmed at the ambitious projects of Spain. The Duke of Orleans, regent of France during the minority of Louis XV, was anxious to maintain that peace and political order which the late treaties had introduced, having it in view to remedy those disorders in the finance which Louis XIV had left in so deplorable a state. Footnote. Among the means which the regent employed for clearing off the debts of the state, which amounted to 3 millions, one was the famous scheme of law, a Scotchman, and the establishment of a bank which completely failed after having great success and ruined a number of families. End of footnote. The King of Spain, on the other hand, who was desirous of reviving his rights to the crown of France, went into the rash schemes of Cardinal Alberoni. His prime minister, purporting to renew the war, to reconquer those territories which the Peace of Utrecht had dismembered from the Spanish monarchy, to deprive the Duke of Orleans of the regency, invested in the King of Spain, and to place the pretender son of James II on the throne of Great Britain. Footnote. Alberoni, a man of vast and enterprising genius, was at first only a simple priest in the village near Parma. He insinuated himself into the favor of the Duke of Vendôme when he commanded the French army in Italy. The Duke took him to Spain and recommended him to the Princess de Utrecht, who was then all-powerful at the court of Philip V. There he was elevated to the rank of cardinal and prime minister. End of footnote. The Treaty of Utrecht, although it had tranquilized a great part of Europe, was nevertheless defective, in as far as it had not reconciled the Emperor and the King of Spain, the two principal claimants to the Spanish succession. The Emperor Charles VI did not recognize Philip V in his quality of King of Spain, and Philip, in his turn, refused to acquiesce in those partitions of the Spanish monarchy, which the Treaty of Utrecht had stipulated in favor of the Emperor. To defeat the projects and secret intrigues of the Spanish minister, the Duke of Orleans thought of courting an alliance with England as being the power most particularly interested in maintaining the Treaty of Utrecht, the fundamental articles of which had been dictated by herself. That alliance, into which the United Provinces also entered, was concluded at The Hague, January 4, 1717. The articles of the Treaty of Utrecht, those especially which related to the succession of the two crowns, were there renewed, and the regent, in complaisance to the King of England, agreed to banish the pretender from France and to admit British commissaries into Dunkirk to superintend that port. Cardinal Alberoni, without being in the least disconcerted by the Triple Alliance, persisted in his design of recommencing the war. No sooner had he recruited the Spanish forces and equipped an expedition than he attacked Sardinia, which he took from the Emperor. This conquest was followed by that of Sicily, which the Spaniards took from the Duke of Savoy, 1718. France and England, indignant at the infraction of a treaty which they regarded as their own work, immediately concluded with the Emperor at London, August 2nd, 1718, the famous Quadruple Alliance, which contained the plan of a treaty of peace to be made between the Emperor, the King of Spain, and the Duke of Savoy. The Allied powers engaged to obtain the consent of the parties interested in this proposal, and in case of refusal, to compel them by force of arms. The Emperor was to renounce his right to the Spanish crown, and to acknowledge Philip V as the legitimate King of Spain, in consideration of his renouncing the provinces of Italy and the Netherlands, which the Treaty of Utrecht and the Quadruple Alliance adjudged to the Emperor. The Duke of Savoy was to cede Sicily to Austria, receiving Sardinia in exchange, which the King of Spain was to give up. The right of reversion to the crown of Spain was transferred from Sicily to Sardinia. That treaty likewise granted to Don Carlos, eldest son of Philip V, by his second marriage, the eventual reversion and investiture of the duchies of Parma and Placente, as well as the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, on condition of holding them as fiefs male of the emperor and the empire, after the decease of the last male issue of the families of Farnese and Medici, who were then in possession, and the better to secure this double succession to the infant. They agreed to introduce a body of 6,000 Swiss into the two duchies, to be quartered in Leghorn, Portoferraggio, Parma, and Palencia. The contracting powers undertook to guarantee the payment of these troops. The Duke of Savoy did not hesitate to subscribe to the conditions of the Quadruple Alliance, but it was otherwise with the King of Spain, who persisted in his refusal when France and England declared war against him. The French invaded the provinces of Guipuscoa and Catalonia, while the English seized Galicia and the port of Vigo. These vigorous proceedings shook the resolutions of the King of Spain. He signed the Quadruple Alliance and banished the Cardinal Alberoni from his court, the adviser of those measures of which the Allies complained. The Spanish troops then evacuated Sicily and Sardinia, when the Emperor took possession of the former, and Victor Amadeus, Duke of Savoy, of the latter. The war, to all appearances, was at an end. Peace, however, was far from being concluded, and there still remained many difficulties to settle between the Emperor, the King of Spain, and the Duke of Savoy. To accomplish this and conclude a definitive treaty between these three powers, a Congress was summoned at Cambrai, which was to open in 1721 under the mediation of France and England, but some disputes which arose regarding certain preliminary articles retarded their meeting for several years. Their first and principal object was to effect an exchange of the acts of mutual renunciation between the Emperor and the King of Spain. As stipulated by the Treaty of the Quadruple Alliance, the Emperor, who was reluctant to abandon his claims to the Spanish monarchy, started difficulties as to the form of these renunciations. He demanded that Philip's renunciation of the provinces of Italy and the Netherlands should be confirmed by the Spanish Cortes. Philip demanded in his turn that the renunciation of the emperor with regard to Spain should be ratified by the states of the empire. To get clear of this difficulty, France and England agreed by a special compact signed in Paris September 27, 1721, that the renunciations of both princes, however defective they might be, should be held valid under the guarantee of the two mediating powers. Scarcely was this difficulty settled when another presented itself much more embarrassing. This related to the Company of Ostend, which the Emperor had instituted, and to which, by charter signed at Vienna, December 19, 1722, he had granted for 30 years the exclusive privilege of trading to the East and West Indies and the coast of Africa. That establishment set the maritime powers at variance with the Emperor, especially the Dutch, who regarded it as prejudicial to their Indian commerce. They maintained that according to the Treaty of Munster, confirmed by the 26th article of the Paria Treaty 1715, the trade of the Spaniards with the East Indies was to remain as it was at that time. Nothing in these preliminary discussions met with so much opposition as the grant of eventual reversion and investiture of Tuscany, Parma, and Palencia, which the Emperor had engaged by the Quadruple Alliance to give to Don Carlos, the Infant of Spain. The Duke of Parma, the Pope, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany joined in opposition to it. Anthony, the last Duke of Parma and Palencia, of the House of Farnese, demanded that the Emperor should never during his life exercise over the Duchy of Parma, the territorial rights established by the Treaty of the Quadruple Alliance. The Pope also protested loudly against the clause of the treaty, which deprived him of the rights of superiority over Parma and Palencia, which his predecessors had enjoyed for several centuries. As for the Grand Duke of Tuscany, John Gaston, the last of the Medici, he maintained that as his duchy held of God only, he could never permit that it should be declared a fief of the empire, nor recognize the Infant of Spain as heir to his estates, to the prejudice of his sister's rights, the widow of the Elector Palatine. Charles VI, without stopping at these objections, laid the business of these investitures before the Diet of Ratisbon, and after having obtained their consent, he caused copies to be made of the letters of reversion and investiture in favor of Don Carlos and his heirs male. These having been presented to the Congress, the King of Spain refused to receive them, alleging the protests of the Pope and the Grand Duke of Tuscany, nor would he agree to them except on condition of an act of guarantee on the part of the mediating powers. All these difficulties being settled and the preliminaries closed, they at length proceeded with the conferences at Cambrai, April 1724, for the conclusion of a definitive peace between the Emperor, the King of Spain, and the Duke of Savoy. Everything seemed arrived at an amicable termination when some differences arose between the commissioners of the Emperor and those of the mediating powers, which occasioned new interruptions. Meantime, the Duke of Bourbon, who had succeeded the Duke of Orleans in the ministry, sent back to Spain the Infanta Maria, daughter of Philip V, who had been educated at the court of France, as the intended spouse of Louis XV. This event broke up the Congress. Philip V, greatly offended, recalled his ministers from Cambrai. Baron Ripperda, whom he had sent as envoy to the imperial court, put an end to the differences between these two powers, in despite of the mediation of France. Footnote: the trade which the English carried on in Spanish America, in virtue of the asiento, having given opportunities for contraband, it was agreed by a subsequent convention signed at Madrid in 1750 between these two courts that England should entirely renounce that contract in consideration of a sum of £100,000 sterling, which Spain promised to pay the English company engaged in that trade. End of footnote. In consequence, a special treaty was concluded at Vienna between the Emperor and the King of Spain, April 30th, 1725. This treaty renewed the renunciation of Philip V to the provinces of Italy and the Netherlands, as well as that of the Emperor to Spain and the Indies. The eventual investiture of the duchies of Parma and Palencia, and that of the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, were also confirmed. The only new clause contained in the treaty was that by which the King of Spain undertook to guarantee the famous pragmatic sanction of Charles VI, which secured to the daughter of that prince the succession of all his estates. It was chiefly on this account that Philip V became reconciled to the court of Vienna. The Peace of Vienna was accompanied by a defensive alliance between the Emperor and the King of Spain. Among other clauses, one was that the Emperor should interpose to obtain for the King of Spain the restitution of Gibraltar and the island of Minorca, while Philip on his side granted to the shipping of the Emperor and his subjects free entrance into his ports, and all immunities and prerogatives which were enjoyed by the nations in the strictest commercial connections with Spain. These clauses alarmed England and Holland, and the intimacy which had been established between the courts of Vienna and Madrid attracted more particularly the attention of the Duke of Bourbon, who, dreaded the resentment of the King of Spain, as he had advised the return of the Infanta. To prevent any such consequences, he set on foot a league with England and Prussia, capable of counteracting that of Vienna, which was concluded at Herrenhausen, near Hanover, September 3, 1725, and is known by the name of the Alliance of Hanover. All Europe was divided between these two alliances. Holland, Sweden, and Denmark acceded to the Alliance of Hanover. Catherine I of Russia and the principal Catholic states of the empire joined that of Vienna. The emperor even succeeded in detaching the King of Prussia from the Alliance of Hanover to join his own. Europe seemed then on the eve of a general war. The ambassadors to the different courts were recalled. The English sent a numerous and powerful fleet to America, the Mediterranean, and the Baltic, while the Spaniards commenced hostilities by laying siege to Gibraltar. The death of the Empress of Russia, May 17, 1727, however, caused a change in the disposition of the northern powers. The emperor, seeing he could no longer reckon on the assistance of Russia, showed no anxiety to second the efforts of the Spaniards. But what chiefly contributed to the maintenance of peace was that neither France nor England was desirous of war. In this situation of affairs, the Pope interposed his mediation, and a new preliminary treaty was signed at Paris, which ordained that there should be an armistice for 7 years, that the Company of Ostend should be suspended for the same time, and that a new General Congress should be held at Aix-la-Chapelle. This Congress was first transferred to Cambrai, and thence to Soissons, where it was opened in 1728. Ambassadors from almost all the courts of Europe appeared there, and they expected with some reason a happy conclusion to the business, as most of the difficulties which had embarrassed the Congress of Cambrai were settled by the Peace of Vienna, and as the only subject for deliberation was to settle the succession of Parma and Tuscany. But the emperor having demanded that the Austrian pragmatic sanction should be adopted as the basis of the arrangements for establishing the Peace of Soissons, that incident became the subject of new disputes. Cardinal Fleury, then Prime Minister of France, having strongly opposed this claim of the court of Vienna, the emperor, in his turn, threw obstacles in the way of the negotiation at Soissons. This inclined the cardinal to make overtures to the court of Madrid, with whom he concerted a secret negotiation, and which he also found means to associate England. This gave rise to a treaty of peace, union, and offensive alliance, which was signed at Seville between France, Spain, and England, November 9, 1729. These powers engaged to guarantee the succession of Parma and Tuscany in favor of the infant Don Carlos, and to effect this they resolved to substitute 6,000 Spanish troops in the Swiss garrisons, named by the Quadruple Alliance. The Dutch acceded to that treaty in consideration of the engagement which the contracting powers came under, to give them entire satisfaction with respect to the Company of Ostend. The emperor, finding the Treaty of Seville concluded without his cooperation, was apprehensive at having failed in his principal aim, viz., the adoption of the Austrian pragmatic sanction. He was indignant that the allies at Seville should pretend to lay down the law to him touching the abolition of the Ostend Company and the introduction of Spanish troops into Italy. Accordingly, being determined not to comply, he immediately broke off all relationship with the court of Spain. He recalled his ambassador and took measure to prevent the Spanish troops from taking possession of Italy. The last Duke of Parma, Anthony Farnese, being dead 1731, he took possession of his duchy by force of arms. At length, to terminate all these differences, the King of England, in concert with the States General, opened a negotiation with the Emperor, the result of which was a treaty of alliance signed at Vienna between him England and Holland, March 16, 1731. In virtue of that treaty, the three contracting powers mutually guaranteed their estates, rights, and possessions. England and Holland were especially engaged to guarantee the Austrian pragmatic sanction, and the emperor on his side consented to the introduction of Spanish troops into Italy and to the suppression of the Company of Ostend. He even agreed that the Netherlands should never carry on trade with the Indies, either by the Ostend Company or any other. In consequence of this treaty, which was approved by the States General, Don Carlos took possession of Parma and Palencia, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany also recognized him as his successor. Thus terminated these long disputes about the Spanish succession, after having agitated the greater part of Europe for upwards of 30 years. End of section 38. Section 39 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, A.D. 1713 to 1789, Part 2. In the midst of these contentions, a war had arisen between the Porte and the Republic of Venice, in which the Emperor Charles VI was also implicated. The Turks were desirous of recovering the Morea, which they had been obliged to abandon to the Venetians at the Peace of Karlowitz. But instead of attacking that republic while the Emperor was engaged with the French war and unable to render it assistance, they waited till the conclusion of the treaties of Utrecht, Rastatt, and Baden before they declared hostilities. The pretext which the Turks made to justify this rupture were extremely frivolous, but they knew well that the Venetians, who had lived in the most complete security since the Peace of Karlowitz, had neglected to repair the fortifications which had been destroyed in the war, and that it would be easy for them to reconquer them. In fact, during the campaign of 1715, the Grand Vizier not only recovered the Morea, he even dispossessed the Venetians of the places which they still retained in the Isle of Candia, and at the commencement of the following campaign, they laid siege to the town of Corfu. Charles VI thought he was bound, as the guarantee of the Peace of Karlowitz, to espouse the cause of the Venetians. He declared war against the Porte, and his example was followed by the Pope and the King of Spain, who united their fleets to those of the Republic. The Turks were defeated in several engagements and obliged to raise the siege of Corfu, after sacrificing a great many lives. The campaigns of 1716 and 1717 in Hungary were triumphant for the armies of the Emperor. Prince Eugene gained a brilliant victory over the Grand Vizier near Peterwaradin, August 5th, which enabled him to invest Temesvar, which he carried after a siege of 6 months, and thus completed the conquest of Hungary. To crown his glory, that great captain next undertook the siege of Belgrade, regarded by the Turks as the principal bulwark of their empire. The Grand Vizier marched to the relief of the place at the head of a formidable army. He encamped before Belgrade and enclosed the imperial army within a semicircle, reaching from the Danube to the Save. Prince Eugene had then no other alternative than to leave his camp and attack the Turks in their entrenchments. He took his measures with such address that, in spite of the great superiority of the Turks, he forced them back to their camp and put them completely to rout, August 16, 1717. This victory was followed by the reduction of Belgrade and several other places on the Save and the Danube. The Porte began to wish for peace, and as the Emperor, who had just been attacked in Italy by the Spaniards, was equally desirous to put an end to the war. Both parties agreed to accept the mediation of England and Holland. A congress was opened at Passarovitz, a small town in Serbia, near the mouth of the Morava. A peace was there concluded between the three belligerent powers, July 21st, 1718, on the basis of the Iudi Possidetis. The emperor retained Timosfare, or Silvo Belgrade, in the part of Wallachia lying on this side of the river Aluta, and also Serbia, according to the limits determined by the treaty, and both banks of the Save from the Drino to the Una. The Venetians lost the Morea, but they remained several places in Herzegovina, Dalmatia, and Albania, which they had conquered during the war. The Porte restored to them the island of Cerigo in the archipelago. The success of Charles VI in this war procured some new advantages to his house on the part of the states of Hungary. The Diet of 1687, investing the hereditary right of that kingdom in the Emperor Leopold I, had restricted that right solely to the male descendants of the House of Austria, and Charles VI, on his accession to the throne, had acknowledged the elective right of the states, in case he should happen to die without leaving any male offspring. This prince, finding afterwards that he had no other children left than the two daughters by his marriage with Elizabeth, Princess of Brunswick, and being desirous of securing to them the succession of Hungary, as well as his other estates, assembled a Diet at Pressburg, 1722, and there engaged the states of the kingdom to extend the right of succession to females, according to the order which he had established in the Austrian Pragmatic Sanction, and published some years before. A revolution happened in the government of Sweden immediately after the death of Charles XII, and before the Great War of the North was quite ended. Reduced to a state of great distress by the folly, ambition, and inflexible obstinacy of that prince, Sweden saw her finest provinces occupied by the enemy, her commerce annihilated, her armies and her fleets destroyed. They attributed these disasters chiefly to the absolute power of Charles XII and the abuse he had made of it. The only remedy for so many evils, they conceived, was to abolish a power which had become so pernicious to the state. As Charles had never been married, the throne, according to the hereditary law established in Sweden, passed to the son of the Duchess of Holstein-Gottorp, eldest sister of Charles. But the Senate of Sweden preferred to him the Princess Ulrika Eleonora, younger sister of the late king, because of the declaration she had made, renouncing all absolute power and consenting to hold the crown only by the free election of the states of the kingdom. The states, in an assembly held at Stockholm in the beginning of 1719, declared the throne vacant and then proceeded to the election of the princess. With their act of election, they presented her with a new form of government and an act known by the name of the Royal Assurance, which imposed new limitations on the royal authority. The princess signed these acts February 21st, and the states declared that whoever should attempt to restore absolute power should be considered as a traitor to his country. The government was entrusted to the Queen conjunctly with the Senate, while the legislative power was reserved to the states, to meet regularly every 3 years. The Queen had the right of proposing bills or ordinances, but before these could have the force of the law, they were to be submitted to the examination of the states, without whose consent war was never to be proclaimed. As for the deliberations of the Senate, it was resolved that they should be decided by a plurality of suffrages, that the Queen should have 2 votes, and a casting vote besides. Thus, the chief power was vested in the hands of the Senate, the members of which resumed their ancient title of senators of the kingdom, instead of that of counselors to the king, which had been bestowed on them at the Revolution of 1680. Ulrika Eleonora, afterwards resigned the crown to her husband, Prince Frederick of Hesse-Kassel. The states, in their election of that prince, May 22nd, 1720, ordained that the queen, in case she should survive her husband, should be reinstated in her rights and resume the crown without the necessity of a new deliberation of the states. Frederick, by the royal assurance and the form of government which he signed, agreed to certain new modifications of the royal power, especially concerning appointments to places of trust. By these different stipulations and the changes which took place in consequence, the power of the Swedish kings was gradually reduced to very narrow limits. It was so much the more easy to make encroachments on the royal power, as the king, by a radical defect in the new form of government, had no constitutional means of preserving the little authority that was left him. The death of Augustus II of Poland occasioned new disturbances, which passed from the north to the south of Europe and brought about great changes in Italy. Louis XV took the opportunity of that event to replace Stanislaus on the throne of Poland, who was his father-in-law and the former protege of Charles XII. The primate and the greater part of the Polish nobility being in the interest of that prince, he was consequently elected September 12, 1733. Anne Ivanova, Duchess Dowager of Courland and niece of Peter the Great, had just ascended the throne of Russia, having succeeded Peter II, June 20, 1730, who was cut off in the flower of his age without leaving any progeny. The grandees, in conferring the crown on Anne, had limited her power by a capitulation which they made her sign in Mitau, but which she cancelled immediately on her arrival at Moscow. That princess, dreading the influence of France and Poland in case of a war between Russia and the Porte, espoused the interest of Augustus III, Elector of Saxony, and son of the late king, whom she wished to place on the Polish throne. Part of the Polish nobility, withdrawing from the field of election and supported by a Russian army, proclaimed that prince in opposition to Stanislaus, the protege of France. The Russians, reinforced by the Saxon troops, seized Warsaw and compelled Stanislaus to retire to Danzig, where he was besieged by a Russian army under command of Field Marshal Munich and obliged to seek safety in flight. Louis XV, wishing to avenge this injury, offered to his father-in-law, and not being in a condition to attack Russia, resolved to declare war against the emperor, on the ground that he had marched an army to the frontiers of Poland for supporting the election of the Saxon prince. Spain and Sardinia espoused the cause of Stanislaus, which seemed to them to be the cause of kings in general, while the emperor saw himself abandoned by England and Holland, whose assistance he thought he might claim in virtue of the guarantee which the Treaty of Vienna had stipulated in his favor. But these powers judged it more for their interest to preserve strict neutrality in this war, on the assurance which France had given the States General, not to make the Austrian Netherlands a theater of hostilities. The French commenced operations by directing the Count de Belzile to seize Lorraine, the sovereign of which Francis Stephen, son of Duke Leopold, was to have married Maria Theresa, eldest daughter of the Emperor Charles VI. About the same time, Marshal Berwick passed the Rhine at the head of the French army and reduced the fortress of Kiel. By thus attacking a fortress of the Empire, France gave the emperor a pretext for engaging the Germanic body in his quarrel. In fact, he declared war against France and her allies, which induced the French to seize several places on the Moselle and to reduce the fortress of Philipsburg, at the siege of which Marshal Berwick was slain, June 12, 1734. The principal scene of the war then lay in Italy, where the campaigns of 1734 and 1735 were most glorious for the Allies, after the two victories which they had gained over the imperialists near Parma, June 29th, and Guastalla, September 17th, they made themselves master of all Austrian Lombardy, with the single exception of Mantua, which they laid under blockade. A Spanish army commanded by the Duke of Montemar, accompanied by the Infant Don Carlos, directed their march on Naples, which threw open its gates to the Spaniards. The victory which they gained over the imperialists at Pitonti, May 25th, decided the fate of the Kingdom of Naples. After this conquest, the Infant passed to Sicily. He soon reduced that island, was crowned king of the two Sicilies at Palermo, July 3rd, 1735. The emperor, overwhelmed by so many reverses and unable to withstand the powers leagued against him, eagerly solicited assistance from Russia. The Empress Anne, who saw the war terminated in Poland, and Augustus in quiet possession of the throne, dispatched a body of 10,000 auxiliaries under the command of General Count de Lacy into Germany in the spring of the year 1735. These troops, the first Russians who had appeared in that country, joined the imperial army on the Rhine, which was commanded by Prince Eugene. That general, however, did not succeed in his design of transferring the seat of war to Lorraine. Matters were in this situation when the maritime powers interposed their good offices for restoring peace between the emperor and the states leagued against him. Cardinal Fleury, perceiving that their mediation was not agreeable to the imperial court, took the resolution of concerting a secret negotiation with the emperor, the result of which was a treaty of preliminaries, although much deliberation was necessary before coming to the conclusion of a definitive peace. This was at length signed at Vienna between France, the emperor, and the empire on the 8th of November, 1738. The formal treaties of Westphalia, Nijmegen, Ryswick, Utrecht, and the Quadruple Alliance were admitted as the basis of this treaty. Stanislaus renounced the throne of Poland and retained the title only during his life. They gave him, by way of compensation, the duchies of Lorraine and Bar, on condition that at his death they should revert with full right to France. The single country of Falkenstein, with its appurtenances and dependencies, was reserved for Francis, Duke of Lorraine. In exchange for the duchy which he abdicated, that prince received the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, whose last possessor, John Gaston, of the House of Medici, had just died without leaving any posterity, 1737. The kingdom of the two Sicilies, with the ports of Tuscany, were secured to Don Carlos and his descendants, male and female, and in failure of them to the younger brothers of that prince and their descendants. On his part, Don Carlos ceded to the emperor the duchies of Parma and Plasencia, and even renounced the rights which former treaties had given him over the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. They restored to the emperor all that had been taken from him in the provinces of Milan and Mantua, with the reservations of the districts of Novara and Tortona, which he was obliged to cede to Charles Emmanuel III, King of Sardinia, together with San Fidel, Torre de Forti, Gravida, and Campo Maggiore, as also the territorial superiority of the fiefs commonly called Langers, to be held entirely as imperial fiefs. Finally, France undertook in the most authentic form to guarantee the pragmatic sanction of the emperor. The kings of Spain and Sardinia were not satisfied with the conditions of this treaty. The former wished to reserve the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, with the duchies of Parma and Plasencia, and the other had expected to obtain a larger portion of Lombardy. Thus, these princes long hesitated to admit the articles agreed to between the courts of France and Vienna, nor did they give their consent until the year 1739. While these disputes about the succession of Poland occupied a great part of Europe, a war broke out between the Turks and the Russians, in which Austria was also implicated. The Empress Anne of Russia, wishing to recover Azov and repair the loss which Peter the Great had sustained in his unfortunate campaign on the Pruth, took advantage of the war between the Turks and the Persians to form an alliance with Kublai Khan, the famous conqueror of the East, who had just subverted the ancient dynasty of the Sophists of Persia. The incursions which the Tartars had made at different times into the Russian provinces, without the Porte thinking proper to check them, served as a motive for the Empress to order an expedition against the Turks, 1735, and to declare war against the Porte soon after. It was during the campaign of 1736 that Count Lacy made himself master of Azov, and that Marshal Munich, after having forced the lines at Perekop, penetrated into the interior of the Crimea, but having in that expedition lost many of his men by famine and disease, he found it impossible to maintain himself in that peninsula. The emperor offered himself at first as a mediator between the belligerent powers. A conference was opened at Niemirov in Poland, which proved fruitless. The Russians, who had just taken Orzakov, emboldened by their success, were desirous to continue the war, while the emperor, without reflecting on the bad condition of his military strength and the loss which he had sustained by the death of the celebrated Prince Eugene, April 21st, 1736, thought only of sharing the conquest with the Russians. He then laid aside the character of mediator to act on the defensive against the Turks, but he had soon reason to repent of this measure. The Turks, encouraged by the famous Count de Bonneval, gained considerable advantages over the Austrians, and in the course of the campaigns of 1737 and 1738, they dislodged them from Wallachia and Servia, retook Kosovo, and laid siege to the city of Belgrade in 1739. The court of Vienna, in a state of great consternation, had recourse to the mediation of Monsieur de Villeneuve, the French ambassador at Constantinople, to sue for peace with the Porte. Count Nipperg, who was sent by the emperor to the Turkish camp before Belgrade, signed there with too much precipitation a treaty under very disadvantageous terms for Austria, and the Empress Anne, who had entrusted the French ambassador with her full powers, consented also to a peace very unfavorable for Russia, notwithstanding the brilliant victory which Marshal Munich had gained over the Turks in the neighborhood of Chorzem, October 28, 1739, which was followed by the capture of that place and the conquest of Moldavia by the Russians. The emperor, by that peace, ceded to the Porte Belgrade, Sabat, and Orsova, with Austrian Servia and Wallachia. The Danube, the Save, and the Una were again settled as the boundary between the two empires, and Austria preserved nothing but the Banut of Temesvar, of all that had been ceded to her by the peace of Parowitz. The Austrian merchants, however, were granted free passage into and out of the kingdoms and provinces of the Ottoman Empire, both by sea and land in their own vessels, with the flag and letters patent of the emperor, on condition of their paying the accustomed dues. Russia surrendered all her conquests, and among others, Chorzem and Moldavia. The boundaries between the two empires were regulated by different special agreements. The fortress of Azov was demolished, and it was stipulated that Russia should not construct any new fortress within 30 versts of that place on the one side, nor the port within 30 versts on the side of the Kuban. Russia was even interdicted from having and constructing fleets or other naval stores, either on the Sea of Azov or the Black Sea. The Zeporog Cossacks continued under the dominion of Russia, which obtained also from the Porte the acknowledgement of the imperial title. The peace between Russia and the Porte was declared perpetual, but they limited that between Austria and the Porte to 27 years. The latter was renewed under the Empress Maria Theresa, and rendered also perpetual by an agreement with that princess concluded with the Porte, May 25, 1747. The succession to Charles VI, the last male descendant of the House of Habsburg, who died October 20, 1740, kindled a new general war in Europe. That prince in the year 1713 had published an order of succession, known by the name of the Pragmatic Sanction, which decreed that, failing his lineal heirs male, his own daughters should succeed in preference to those of his brother the Emperor Joseph I, and that the succession of his daughters should be regulated according to the order of primogeniture, so that the elder should be preferred to the younger, and that she alone should inherit the whole estates. He took great pains to get this order approved by the different hereditary states of Austria, as well as by the daughters of his brother Joseph I, and by the husbands of these princesses, the electors of Saxony and Bavaria. He even obtained by degrees the sanction of all the principal powers of Europe. But though his external policy had been very active in securing the rights of his eldest daughter, Maria Theresa, he neglected those measures to which he ought rather to have directed his attention. The wretched state in which he left his finances and his army encouraged a number of pretenders who disputed the succession with that princess. Of these claimants, the principal was the Elector of Bavaria, who, as being descended from Anne of Austria, daughter of Ferdinand I, advanced the claims of the females of the elder line against those of the younger, grounded on the contract of marriage between the princess and Albert V, Duke of Bavaria, as well as on the will of Ferdinand I. The Elector of Saxony, then King of Poland, although he had approved the Pragmatic Sanction, claimed the succession as being husband of the elder of the daughters of Joseph I, and in virtue of a compact between the two brothers, Joseph I and Charles VI, which provided that the daughters of Joseph should, under all circumstances, be preferred to those of Charles. Philip V, King of Spain, laid claim to the kingdoms of Bohemia and Hungary. He granted his rights on an agreement 1617 between Philip III of Spain and Ferdinand of Austria, afterwards the Emperor Ferdinand II, according to which these kingdoms were to pass to the descendants of Philip III, failing the male line of Ferdinand. A war had arisen between Spain and England on account of the clandestine traffic, which the English carried on in Spanish America, under favor of the contract called the Asiento. Philip V thought of turning these differences relative to the Austrian succession to his own advantage, either for drawing France into an alliance with him against England, or to procure for his son Don Philip a settlement in Italy, at the expense of the daughter of Charles VI. Frederick II, King of Prussia, who had just succeeded his father Frederick William I, judged this a favorable time for turning his attention to the affairs of his own kingdom, and profiting by the troops and treasures which his father had left. With this view, he revived certain claims of his family to several duchies and principalities in Silesia, of which his ancestors, he maintained, had been unjustly deprived by Austria. Finally, the King of Sardinia laid claim to the whole Duchy of Milan, grounded on the contract of marriage between his ancestor Charles Emmanuel, Duke of Savoy, and the daughter of Philip II of Spain. The court of France, wishing to avail herself of these circumstances for humbling Austria, her ancient rival, set on foot a negotiation with the Elector of Bavaria, and engaged to procure him the imperial crown, with a part of the territories of which he had deprived Austria. An alliance was concluded between France, Spain, and the Elector of Bavaria, which was joined also by the kings of Prussia, Poland, Sardinia, and the two Sicilies, and to prevent Russia from affording assistance to Maria Theresa, they prevailed on Sweden to declare war against that power. The court of Vienna, having complained of these resolutions of the French cabinet, which were directly opposed to the conditions of the last Treaty of Vienna, Cardinal Fleury, who had been drawn into that war by the intrigues of Monsieur de Belleisle, alleged in his own justification that the guarantee of the pragmatic sanction, which France had undertaken by that treaty, presupposed the clause sine perjudicatio tertii, that is to say, that France never intended by that guarantee to prejudice the just claims of the Elector of Bavaria. End of section 39. Section 40 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, A.D. 1713 to 1789, Part 3. The most active of the enemies of Maria Theresa was the King of Prussia, who entered Silesia in the month of December 1740. While he was occupied in making that conquest, the Elector of Bavaria, reinforced by an army of French auxiliaries, took possession of Upper Austria. But instead of marching directly upon Vienna, he turned towards Bohemia, with the intention of conquering it. Meantime, the Electoral Diet, which was assembled at Frankfurt, conferred the imperial dignity on that prince, January 24, 1742, who took the name of Charles VII. Nothing appeared then to prevent the dismemberment of the Austrian monarchy, according to the plan of the Allied powers. The Elector of Bavaria was to have Bohemia, the Tyrol, and the provinces of Upper Austria. The Elector of Saxony was to have Moravia and Upper Silesia, and the King of Prussia the remainder of Silesia. As for Austria-Lombardy, it was destined for Don Philip, the Infant of Spain. Nothing was left to the Queen except the Kingdom of Hungary, with Lower Austria, the duchies of Carinthia, Styria, and Carniola, and the Belgic provinces. In the midst of these imminent dangers, Maria Theresa displayed a courage beyond her age and sex, aided by the supplies of money which England and Holland furnished her, and by the generous efforts which the Hungarian nation made in her favor. She succeeded in calming the storm, repulsing the enemy with vigor, and dissolving the Grand League which had been formed against her. The King of Prussia, in consequence of the two victories which he gained at Molwitz, April 10, 1741, and Kroslau, May 17, 1742, had succeeded in conquering Silesia, Moravia, and part of Bohemia. It was of importance for the Queen to get rid of so formidable an enemy. The King of Great Britain, having interposed, certain preliminaries were signed at Breslau, which were followed by a definitive peace, concluded at Berlin, July 28, 1742. The Queen, by this treaty, gave up the King of Prussia, Silesia, and the Comte of Glatz, accepting the Principality of Teschen, and part of the Principalities of Treptow, Gioachin, and Nice. The example of Prussia was soon followed by the King of Poland. This prince, alarmed at the sudden increase of the Prussian power, not only acceded to the Treaty of Berlin, but even formed an alliance with the Queen against Prussia. The King of Sardinia, who dreaded the preponderance of the Bourbons in Italy, likewise abandoned the Grand Alliance and attached himself to the Queen's interest by a compact which was signed at Turin. The French and Spaniards then turned their arms against that prince, and while the King of the Two Sicilies joined the forces with the Spaniards, an English squadron appeared before Naples, threatened to bombard the city, and compelled the king to recall his troops from Lombardy, and remained neutral. This was not the only piece of service which George II rendered the young queen. Being one of the powers that guaranteed the Pragmatic Sanction, he sent to her aid an army composed of English, Hanoverians, and Hessians. This, known by the name of the Pragmatic Army, fought and defeated the French at Dettingen. June 27, 1743. They were afterwards reinforced by a body of troops which the States General sent in fulfillment of the engagement which they had contracted with the court of Vienna. Lastly, that prince, in order to attach the King of Sardinia more closely to the interests of Austria, set on foot a treaty at Worms, by which the Queen ceded to the King of Sardinia the territory of Pavia, between the Po and the Ticino, part of the Duchy of Placentia, and the district of Anghiera, with the rights which they claimed to the Marquisate of Finale. The king, on his part, abandoned all claims to the Moldau, and engaged to support an army of 40,000 men for the service of the Queen, in consideration of the supplies which England promised to pay him. This soon changed the aspect of affairs. The Queen reconquered Austria and Bohemia. She expelled the French from Bavaria and drove them even beyond the Rhine. The Emperor Charles VII was obliged to transfer his residence from Munich to Frankfurt on the Main. France, who had never acted till then, but as the ally of the Elector of Bavaria, resolved in consequence of these events, formally to declare war against the Queen and the King of Great Britain, March 15, 1744. The King of the Two Sicilies broke his neutrality and again joined his troops with the Spanish army, who were acting against the Queen and her ally, the King of Sardinia. The war was now carried on with fresh vigor. Louis XV attacked the Austrian Netherlands in person and negotiated a treaty of union at Frankfurt between the Emperor and several principal states of the empire. By this treaty, it was stipulated that the allied princes should unite their forces and constrain the Queen to acknowledge the Emperor Charles VII and reinstate him in his hereditary dominions. It was in consequence of this treaty that the King of Prussia again commenced the war and made an attack on Bohemia. Prince Charles of Lorraine, who had invaded Alsace at the head of an Austrian army, was obliged to repass the Rhine and march to the relief of that kingdom. The French penetrated into Germany, and while Louis XV laid siege to Freiburg in Brisgau, General Seckendorf, who commanded the imperial army, reconquered Bavaria. Charles VII, who was then restored to his estates, returned to Munich. During these transactions, an unforeseen event happened, which changed the state of affairs. The emperor died at the early age of 47, January 20th, 1745, and his son Maximilian Joseph II used all expedition to make up matters with the Queen. By the special treaty, which he concluded with her at Fusen, April 22, 1745, he renounced the claims which his father had made to the succession of Charles VI. He again signed the Pragmatic Sanction, satisfied with being maintained in the position of his patrimonial estates. The French had in vain endeavored to prevent the election of the Grand Duke of Tuscany to the imperial throne, who had been associated with his wife Maria Theresa in the government of her hereditary dominions. That prince, however, was elected at Frankfurt under the protection of the Austrian and Pragmatic armies. An alliance had been concluded at Warsaw between Maria Theresa, Poland, England, and Holland, January 8, 1745. Augustus III had engaged as Elector of Saxony to dispatch an army of 30,000 men to the Queen's assistance in consideration of the subsidies which England and Holland had promised to pay him. That army being joined by the Austrians had advanced into Silesia, where they sustained a total defeat near Hohenfriedberg, June 4th. The victorious King of Prussia returned to Bohemia, and there defeated the Allies a second time near Soor, in the circle of Königgrätz. September 30th. He then attacked Saxony in order to compel the Queen to make peace by harassing the Elector, her ally. The victory which he gained over the Saxons at Kesseldorf, December 15th, made him master of Dresden, and the whole electorate which he laid under contribution. These victories accelerated the peace between the King of Prussia, the Queen, and the Elector of Saxony, which was signed at Dresden, under the mediation of Great Britain. The King of Prussia restored to the Elector all his estates, the latter promising to pay him 1,000,000 of imperial crowns. The Queen gave up Silesia and the Comte of Graz, while the King, as the Elector of Brandenburg, acquiesced in the election of Francis I to the imperial throne. The King of England, the Dutch, and the states of the empire undertook to guarantee these stipulations. The treaties of Fusen and Dresden restored tranquility to the empire, but the war was continued in the Netherlands, Italy, and in the East and West Indies. The French, under the conduct of Marshal Saxe, distinguished themselves in the Netherlands. The victories which they gained over the Allies at Fontenoy, May 11, 1745, and at Racou, October 11, 1746, procured them the conquest of all the Austrian Netherlands, except the towns and fortresses of Luxembourg, Limburg, and Gildres. Charles Edward, son of the Pretender, encouraged and assisted by the court of France, landed in Scotland in August 1745, being joined by a number of partisans whom he found in that kingdom. He caused his father to be proclaimed at Perth and Edinburgh, assuming to himself the title of Prince of Wales and Regent of the Three Kingdoms. The victory which he gained near Prestonpans over the English troops rendered him master of all Scotland. He next invaded England, took Carlisle, and advanced as far as Derby, spreading terror and consternation in London. George II was obliged to recall the Duke of Cumberland with his troops from the Netherlands. That prince drove back the Pretender, retook Carlisle, and restored tranquility in Scotland by defeating the rebels near Culloden in the Highlands. Charles Edward was then reduced to the necessity of concealing himself among the mountains until the month of October following, when he found means to transport himself to France. The campaign of 1745 in Italy was glorious for the French and their allies, the Spaniards. The Republic of Genoa, being offended at the clause in the Treaty of Worms, which took from them the Marquisate of Finale, espoused the cause of the two crowns and facilitated the junction of the French army of the Alps with that of Lombardy. One effect of this junction was the conquest of Piedmont, as also of Austrian Lombardy, excepting the cities of Turin and Mantua, which the Allies had laid under blockade. The fate of the war, however, experienced a new change in Italy at the opening of the following campaign. Maria Theresa, disengaged from the war with Prussia, sent considerable reinforcements into Lombardy, which gave her arms a superiority of those of the Allies. The French and Spaniards were stripped of all their conquests and sustained a grand defeat at Placentia, June 16, 1746, which obliged them to beat a retreat. To add to their misfortunes, the new King of Spain, Ferdinand VI, who had just succeeded his father Philip V, being displeased with the court of France and unfavorably inclined towards his brother Don Philip, recalled all his troops from Italy. The French had then no other alternative left than to follow the Spaniards in their retreat. Italy was abandoned to the Austrians, and the French troops again returned to Provence. The whole Republic of Genoa, with its capital, fell into the hands of the Austrians. The King of Sardinia took possession of Finale, Savona, and the western part of the Republican territory. The Austrians, joined by the Piedmontese, made a descent on Provence and undertook the siege of Antibes. An extraordinary event produced a diversion favorable for France and obliged the Austrians and Piedmontese to repass the Alps. The Genoese, being maltreated by the Austrians, who had burdened them with contributions and discretionary exactions, suddenly rose against their new masters. The insurgents, with Prince Doria at their head, succeeded in expelling them from Genoa. December 1746, General Botta, who commanded at Genoa, was obliged to abandon his stores and equipage, that he might the more quickly escape from the territory of the Republic. The siege of Antibes was raised. The Allies repassed the Alps and blockaded Genoa. But the French, having sent powerful supplies by sea to that city, and at the same time made a vigorous attack on the side of Piedmont, relieved the Genoese and obliged the enemy to retreat. In 1747, the French, who were already masters of the Austrian Netherlands, attacked and conquered Dutch Flanders. They blamed the Dutch for having sent constant supplies to Maria Theresa, for having invaded the French territory, and granted a retreat through their own to the enemy's troops after the Battle of Fontenoy. This invasion spread terror in the province of Zealand, who thus saw themselves deprived of their barrier and exposed to the inroads of the French. The partisans of the Prince of Orange took advantage of that circumstance to restore the stadtholdership. This dignity, as well as that of Captain and Admiral General of the Republic, had remained vacant since the death of William III. William IV, Prince of Nassau-Dietz, though he was testamentary heir to that prince, had only obtained the stadtholdership of Friesland, to which was afterwards added that of Groningen and Geldres, but the efforts which he made to obtain the other offices and dignities of the ancient princes of Orange proved ineffectual. The 4 provinces of Holland, Zealand, Utrecht, and Overyssel persisted in their free government and even refused the prince the office of General of Infantry, which he had requested. France, by attacking Dutch Flanders, contributed to the elevation of William. There was a general feeling in his favor in those provinces which had no stadtholder. The people of the different towns and districts rose in succession, and obliged the magistrates to proclaim William IV the stadtholder and captain general. This revolution was achieved without disturbance, and without any obstacle on the part of those who had an interest in opposing it, but who were obliged to yield to the wishes of the people. They even went so far as to declare the stadtholdership as well as the offices of Captain and Admiral General, hereditary in all the prince's descendants, male and female, a circumstance unprecedented since the foundation of the Republic. This change which happened in the stadtholdership did not, however, prevent the French from making new conquests. They had no sooner got possession of Dutch Flanders than they attacked the town of Maastricht. The Duke of Cumberland, having advanced with the Allied army to cover the town, a bloody battle took place near Lowveld, July 2nd, 1747, which was gained by the French under the command of Marshal Saxe. The fortress of Bergen op Zoom, which was deemed impregnable by its situation and the marshes which surrounded it, was carried by assault by Count Lewendal, 2 months after he had opened his trenches. However brilliant the success of the French arms was on the continent, they failed in almost all their maritime expeditions. The English took from them Louisbourg and Cape Breton in America, and completely destroyed the French marine, which had been much neglected under the ministry of Cardinal Fleury. All the belligerent powers at length felt the necessity of peace, and there were 2 events which tended to accelerate it. The Empress of Russia, conformable to the engagements into which she had entered, with the courts of Vienna and London by the treaties of 1746 and 1747, had dispatched Prince Rapin to the Rhine at the head of 30,000 men. Marshal Saxe at the same time laid siege to Maastricht in presence of the enemy, who were 80,000 strong. The taking of that city would have laid open all Holland to the French and threatened the Republic with the most disastrous consequences. A preliminary treaty was then signed at Aix-la-Chapelle, which was followed by a definitive peace, October 18, 1748. All former treaties since that of Westphalia were renewed. A mutual restitution was made on both sides of all conquests made during the war, both in Europe and in the East and West Indies, and in consideration of the important restitutions which France had made on the continent, they ceded to Don Philip, the son-in-law of Louis XV, and brother of Don Carlos, the duchies of Parma, Palencia, and Guastalla, to be possessed by him and his lawful heirs male. The Treaty of Preliminaries contained two conditions upon which the duchies of Parma and Guastalla should revert to the Queen, and that of Plasencia to the King of Sardinia, viz. 1. Failing the male descendants of Don Philip. 2. If Don Carlos, King of Two Sicilies, should be called to the throne of Spain. In this latter case, it was presumed that the kingdom of the Two Sicilies should pass to John Philip, the younger brother of that prince, but they did not seem to recollect that the Peace of Vienna, 1738, had secured this latter kingdom to Don Carlos and all his descendants, male and female, and consequently nothing prevented that prince, should the case so happen, from transferring the Two Sicilies to one of his own younger sons, supposing even that he was not permitted to unite that kingdom with the Spanish monarchy. The plenipotentiaries, having perceived this oversight after the conclusion of the preliminaries, took care to rectify it in the definitive treaty, by thus wording the second clause of the reversion: should Don Philip or any of his descendants be either called to the throne of Spain or to that of the Two Sicilies. The empress agreed to this change, but the King of Sardinia was not so complacent. In respect to him, it was necessary to make the definitive treaty entirely conformable to the preliminaries. It was this circumstance which prevented the King of the Two Sicilies from acceding to the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. By that treaty, the King of Sardinia was confirmed in those different possessions in the Malinois with the Treaty of Worms, and adjudged him. These, however, did not include the part of Plasencia, which had just been ceded to Don Philip, nor the Marquisate of Finale, which the Genoese retained. That republic and the Duke of Modena, who had always been the ally of France, were restored to the same state in which they were before the war. Silesia was guaranteed to the Prince of Prussia by the whole of the contracting powers. As for England, besides the guarantee of the British succession in favor of the House of Hanover, she obtained a renewal of the expulsion of the Pretender from the soil of France. While this latter power, victorious on the continent, consented to revive the humiliating clause in the Treaty of Utrecht, which ordered the demolition of the port of Dunkirk. The only modification which was made to this clause was that the fortifications of the place on the land side should be preserved. Lastly, by the 16th article of the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, the contract of the Asiento respecting the slave trade granted to England by the Treaty of Utrecht was renewed in favor of the English company of the Asiento for the 4 years in which that trade had been interrupted during the war. This peace produced no considerable change on the political state of Europe, but by maintaining the King of Prussia in his conquest of Silesia, it raised a rival to Austria in the very center of the empire. The unity of the Germanic body was thus broken, and that body divided between the two leading powers, Austria and Prussia. The system of aggrandizement and convenience which Frederick the Great had put in practice for depriving Austria of Silesia came afterwards into vogue, and by gradually undermining the system of equilibrium which former treaties had introduced, had occasioned new revolutions in Europe. The dispute about the Austrian succession extended to its influence to the north, where it kindled a war between Russia and Sweden. The Empress Anne, a little before her death, October 17, 1740, had destined as her successor on the throne of Russia the young Prince Ivan or John, the son of her niece Anne of Mecklenburg, by Prince Anthony Joburg of Brunswick. The regency during the minority of Ivan was conferred on her favorite Byron, whom she had raised to the first offices of the state and created Duke of Courland. The mother of the young emperor, indignant at seeing the management of affairs in the hands of a favorite, gained over to her interest Field Marshal Munich, by whose assistance the Duke of Courland was arrested and banished to Siberia, while she herself was proclaimed Grand Duchess and Regent of the Empire. The ministry of this princess were divided in their opinions on the subject of the war about the Austrian succession. Some supported the cause of Prussia, with which Russia had just renewed her treaties of alliance, while others were inclined for Austria, the ancient ally of Russia. This latter party having prevailed, France, in order to prevent Russia from assisting Maria Theresa, thought proper to give her some occupation in the north. It was by no means difficult to raise Sweden against her, where the faction of the Hats, then the ruling party, was entirely devoted to the French interest. This faction, which was opposed by that of the Bonnets, or Caps, renewed the Treaty of Subsidy with France, and also concluded a Treaty of Perpetual Alliance against Russia, December 22, 1739. Encouraged by the young nobles, they flattered themselves that the time was come when Sweden would repair the losses which he had sustained by the foolish expeditions of Charles XII. A Diet Extraordinary was assembled at Stockholm August 1741, which declared war against Russia. They alleged, among other motives, the exclusion of the Princess Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great, and the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp from the throne of Russia, the assassination of Major Sinclair, who had been murdered, as the Swedes affirmed, by the emissaries of Russia, while bearing dispatches from Constantinople for the Swedish court, and when he was passing through Silesia on his way to Stockholm. This declaration of war had been made before the Swedes could take those measures, which prudence should have dictated. They had neither an army fit for action, nor stores prepared in Finland, and their general, Count Leuwenhoek, had nothing to recommend him but his devotion to the ruling party. Sweden had flattered herself that the Turks would recommence the war with Russia, and that she would thus find resources in the alliance and subsidies of France. The first action, which took place near Wilhelmstrand, September 3, 1741, was quite in favor of the Russians. A great number of Swedes were there either killed or made prisoners, and the town of Wilhelmstrand was carried sword in hand. Meantime, a revolution happened at St. Petersburg, which seemed to have brought about a favorable change for the Swedish government. The Princess Elizabeth, supported by the Marquis de la Châtelet, Minister of France, and by a company of the guards whom she had drawn over to her interest, seized the Regent Anne, her husband, the Prince of Brunswick, and the young emperor, all of whom she sent into exile, and caused herself to be proclaimed empress. The Swedes, who had flattered themselves with having aided in placing that princess on the throne, immediately entered into negotiations with her. But as they carried their pretensions too high, the conference was broken up and the war continued. The campaign of 1742 proved also unfortunate for Sweden. Their army in Finland, though equal in point of strength to that of Russia, durst not keep the field. They abandoned all their best posts one after another, and retired toward Elfsborg, beyond the river Hehman. Shut up in this position and besieged by sea and land, they were obligated to capitulate. The Swedish troops returned home, the Finnish regiments laid down their arms, and the whole of Finland surrendered to the Russians. Estates of Sweden having assembled under these circumstances, and being desirous of an accommodation with Russia, offered the throne of Sweden to Charles Ulrich, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, and nephew of the Empress Elizabeth. That prince, however, declined the offer of the Diet. He had just been declared Grand Duke and presumptive heir to the Russian Empire, and had embraced the Greek religion. This intelligence astounded the Diet, who then placed on the list of candidates for the throne the Prince Royal of Denmark, the Duke of Dupont, and the Bishop of Lubeck, uncle to the new Grand Duke of Russia. A considerable party were inclined for the Prince of Denmark, and they were on the point of renewing the ancient union of the three kingdoms of the north in his favor. To prevent an election so prejudicial to the interests of Prussia, the Empress abated from the rigor of her first propositions, and offered to restore to the Swedes a great part of their conquests, on condition of bestowing their throne on Prince Adolphus Frederick, Bishop of Lubeck. This condition having been acceded to, Prince Frederick was elected July 3, 1743, the succession to descend on his male heirs. A definitive peace was then concluded between Russia and Sweden at Abo in Finland. Sweden, by thus renouncing her alliance with the Porte, ratified anew all that she had surrendered to Russia by the Peace of Nystadt. Moreover, she ceded to that crown the province of Kymengard in Finland, with the towns and fortresses of Friedrichshamn and Williamstad, as also the parish of Pittis, lying to the east of the Kymon, and the ports, places, and districts situated at the mouth of that river. The islands lying on the south and west of the Kymon were likewise included in this section, as were also the town and fortress of Nyslott, with its territory. All the rest of Finland was restored to Sweden, together with the other conquests which Russia had made during the war. The Swedes were permitted to purchase annually in the Russian ports of the Baltic and the Gulf of Finland grain of the value of 50,000 rubles, without paying any export duty. Portugal, about the middle of the 18th century, became the scene of various memorable events, which attracted general attention. John V, who had governed that kingdom from 1706 to 1750, had fallen into a state of weakness and dotage, and abandoned the reins of government to Don Gaspard, his confessor, under whose administration numerous abuses had crept into the state. Joseph I, the son and successor of John V, on ascending the throne, July 31, 1750, undertook to reform these abuses by the advice of his minister Sebastian de Carvalho, afterwards created Count d'Ailars and Marquis de Pombal. He turned his attention to every branch of the administration. He patronized the arts and sciences, encouraged agriculture, manufactures, and commerce, regulated the finances, and used every effort to raise the army and navy of Portugal from that state of languor into which they had fallen. These innovations could not be accomplished without exciting discontent in the different orders of the state. The minister increased this by his inflexible severity, and the despotism which he displayed in the exercise of his ministerial functions, as well as by the antipathy which he showed against the nobility and the ministers of religion. The companies, which he instituted for exclusive commerce to the Indies, Africa, and China, raised against him the whole body of merchants in the kingdom. He irritated the nobility by the contempt which he testified towards them, and by annexing to the crown those immense domains in Africa and America, which the nobles enjoyed by the munificence of former kings. The most powerful and the most dangerous enemies of this minister were the Jesuits, whom he had ventured to attack openly, and had even ordered to be expelled from Portugal. This event, which was attended with remarkable consequences, must be described more fully. End of section 40. Section 41 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, AD 1713 to 1789, Part 4. During the life of John V, the treaty had been signed between the courts of Madrid and Lisbon, 1750, in virtue of which the Portuguese colony of St. Sacrament and the northern bank of the River La Plata in America was ceded to Spain in exchange for a part of Paraguay, lying on the eastern bank of the Uruguay. This treaty was on the point of being carried into execution. The commissioners appointed for this purpose had commenced their labors, but the inhabitants of the ceded territories opposed the exchange, as did several individuals in both courts. The Jesuits were suspected of being the authors and instigators of that opposition. In the territories which were to be ceded to Portugal, they had instituted a republic of the natives, which they governed as absolute masters, and which they were afraid would be subverted if the exchange in question should take place. They used every means, therefore, to thwart the arrangements of the two courts, and it is alleged that even went so far as to excite a rebellion among the inhabitants of the countries to be exchanged. The consequence was a long and expensive war between the two crowns, which occasioned much bloodshed and cost Portugal alone nearly 20 millions of cruzados. In the midst of these events, there occurred a terrible earthquake, which, in the twinkling of an eye, demolished the greater part of Lisbon, and destroyed between 20 and 30,000 of its inhabitants. November 1st, 1755. Fire consumed whatever had escaped from the earthquake, while the overflowing of the sea, cold, and famine added to the horrors of these calamities, which extended even over a great part of the kingdom. The Jesuits were reproached for having, at the time of this distressing event, announced new disasters, which were to overwhelm Portugal, as a punishment for the sins of which the inhabitants had been guilty. These predictions, added to the commotions which still continued in Brazil, served as a pretext for depriving the Jesuits of the office of court confessors, shutting them out from the palace, and even interdicting them from hearing confessions over the whole kingdom. The outrage which was committed against the king's person immediately after furnished the minister with another pretext against the religious order. The king, when going by night to Belem, September 3rd, 1758, was attacked by assassins who mistook him for another and fired several shots at him, by which he was severely wounded. Several of the first nobles in the kingdom were accused, among others the Duke de Variol, the Marquis and Marchioness de Tavora, the Count de Tugia, etc., as being the ringleaders in this plot against the king's life, who were sentenced to execution accordingly, but their innocence was afterward fully established. The Jesuits were also implicated in this affair, and publicly declared accomplices in the king's assassination. They were proscribed as traitors and disturbers of the public peace. Their goods were confiscated, and every individual belonging to the order was embarked at once at the several ports of the kingdom, without any regard to age or infirmities, and transported to Cbteddy within the Pope's dominions. The Portuguese minister, apprehensive that this religious order, preserved in the other states of Europe, would find means sooner or later to return to Portugal, used every endeavor to have their society entirely suppressed. He succeeded in this attempt by means of the negotiations which he set on foot with several of the Catholic courts. In France, the society was dissolved in virtue of the decrees issued by the Parliament, 1762. Paris set the first example of this. Louis XV declared that the society should no longer exist within the kingdom. The court of Madrid, where they had two powerful enemies in the ministry, Counts de Ronda and de Campomanes, commanded all the Jesuits to depart from the territory and jurisdiction of Spain, and at the same time declared their goods confiscated. They were likewise expelled from the kingdom of Naples, and the order was at length entirely suppressed by a brief of Pope Clement XIV, July 21, 1773. Footnote: on the death of Joseph I in 1777, and the accession of his daughter Mary, the grandees of Portugal avenged themselves for the indignities which the Marquis de Pombal had subjected them to. End of footnote. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had by no means restored a good understanding between France and England. A jealous rivalry divided the two nations, which served to nourish and multiply subjects of discord between them. Besides, the activity of the French in repairing their marine, which had been destroyed in the last war, was viewed with jealousy by Great Britain, then aspiring to the absolute command of the sea, and conscious that France alone was able to counteract her ambitious projects. Several matters of dispute which the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had left undecided still subsisted between the two nations relative to their possessions in America. The principal of these regarded the boundaries of Nova Scotia and Canada and the claims to the neutral islands. Nova Scotia had been ceded to England by the 12th article of the Treaty of Utrecht, according to its ancient limits. These limits the French had circumscribed within the bounds of the peninsula, which forms that province, while the English insisted on extending them to the southern bank of the river the St. Lawrence, of which the exclusive navigation belonged to the French. The limits of Canada were not better defined than those of Nova Scotia. The French, with the view of opening a communication between Canada and Louisiana, had constructed several forts along the River Ohio, on the confines of the English colonies in America. This was opposed by England, who was afraid that these establishments would endanger the safety of her colonies, especially that of Virginia. The neutral islands, namely the Caribbees, which comprehended St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Vincent, and Tobago, still remained in a contested state, according to the 9th article of the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. The French, however, alleged certain acts of possession by which they claimed the property of these islands, as well as of the Caicos and Turkish islands. Commissioners were appointed on both sides to bring these disputes to an amicable termination. A conference was opened at Paris, which began about the end of September 1750, and continued for several years, but as neither party was disposed to act with sincerity, these conferences ended in nothing. The English, who saw that the French only sought to gain time for augmenting their marine, hastened the rupture by committing acts of hostility in America. The first breach of the peace was committed on the banks of the Ohio, where the French, to avenge the murder of one of their officers, seized on Fort Necessity, belonging to the English, July 1754. The English, on their side, captured 2 French vessels off the bank of Newfoundland, which had refused to salute the English flag. They even attacked other French merchantmen, which they met, and captured about 300 of them. Thus, a long and bloody war was waged for the deserts and uncultivated wilds of America, which extended its ravages over all parts of the globe, involving more especially the countries of Europe. England, according to a well-known political stratagem, sought to occupy the French arms on the continent in order to prevent the increase of her maritime strength. France, instead of avoiding that snare and confining herself solely to naval operations, committed the mistake of falling in with the views of the British minister. While repelling the hostilities of England by sea, she adopted at the same time measures for invading the electorate of Hanover. The court of London, wishing to guard against this danger, began by forming a closer alliance with Russia, September 30th, 1755. They demanded of the Empress those supplies which they thought they might claim in virtue of former treaties, and on the refusal of that princess, who was afraid to disoblige France and to find herself attacked by Prussia, they applied to this latter power, with which they concluded a treaty at Westminster, January 16, 1756, a chief object of which was to prevent foreign troops from entering into the empire during the war between France and England. To this treaty, France opposed the alliance which she had concluded with Austria at Versailles, by which the two powers guaranteed their respective possessions in Europe and promised each other a mutual supply of 24,000 men in case of attack. The differences then subsisting between France and Great Britain were not reckoned among the casus veteris. The alliance of 1756 had given rise to different opinions among statesmen. The greater part have condemned it. Its object was, on the part of France, to guard herself against all attacks on the continent, that she might direct her whole force against her maritime rival. But experience proved that without attaining this object, she was henceforth obliged to take part in all the disputes of the continent, however foreign they might be to her own policy. It was even contrary to her interests to have Austria extricated from the embarrassments which the opposition of Prussia had occasioned her. If that project had succeeded, Austria would have become the preponderating power in Germany, to a degree which would have compelled the French to turn their arms against her. While the French were still hesitating as to the part which they ought to take relative to the electorate of Hanover, the King of Prussia invaded Saxony, August 1756. On taking this step, he published a manifesto, the object of which was to prove by the dispatches of the three courts of Vienna, Dresden, and Petersburg, that they had concerted a plan among them for attacking him, and that common prudence required him to prevent it. He declared at the same time that his entrance into Saxony had no other aim than that of opening a communication with Bohemia, and that he would only retain that country as a depot until the conclusion of the peace. This invasion, however, stirred up a powerful league against Prussia, 1757. Besides France and the Empress, it was joined by the Germanic body, Russia and Sweden. France, which had at first restricted herself to furnishing the Empress with the supplies stipulated by the alliance, agreed by a subsequent treaty to dispatch an army of more than 100,000 men into Germany against the King of Prussia and his ally, the King of England, and moreover to pay to that princess an annual subsidy of 12 millions of florins. In this war, the French arms were attended at first with the most brilliant success. They conquered the island of Minorca and seized the electorate of Hesse and the whole states of Brunswick and Hanover. But fortune soon turned her back on them when they experienced nothing but defeats and disasters. Footnote: the principal actions which took place between the French and the Hanoverians with their allies were those of Hessenbach in 1757, Creveld 1758, Bergen and Minden 1759, Klosterkamp 1760, Villinghausen 1761, Grebenstein 1762. End of footnote. The extraordinary efforts which they were making on the continent naturally tended to relax their maritime operations, and thus afforded England the means of invading their possessions in other parts of the world. In the year 1757, and 1761, Chandernaguri, Pondicherry, and Mahé in the East Indies fell into the hands of the English, and in 1758 they seized all of the French settlements on the river Senegal and the coast of Africa, the islands of Cape Breton and St. John in America, the forts and settlements on the Ohio, Quebec, where General Wolfe fell, and the whole of Canada were all conquered in like manner between the years 1756 and 1760. Finally, the islands of Guadeloupe, Maria Galante, Dominica, Martinique, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Tobago were also taken from France. The King of Prussia, though overwhelmed by the number of his enemies and finding no great assistance from his alliance with England, nevertheless did not lose courage. He distinguished himself by the number of victories which he gained over the powers leagued against him during the campaigns of the 7 Years' War. Footnote: the battles fought by the King of Prussia in that war were the following: that of Lowositz in 1756, Prague, Kolin, Jagendorf, Rosbach, Breslau, and Lissa, 1757, Zorndorf and Hochkirchen, 1758, Sulgau and Konnersdorf, or Frankfurt on the Oder, 1759, Liegnitz and Torgau, 1760, Freiburg, 1762. The king gained them all except those marked in italics. End of footnote. This war was already far advanced with the Duc de Choiseul, who was then at the head of the French ministry, observing the great superiority of the English by sea, conceived the plan of the famous family compact, which he negotiated with the court of Madrid, and which was concluded at Paris August 15, 1761. The object of this treaty was to cement an alliance and a perpetual union among the different branches of the House of Bourbon, for the purpose of counterbalancing the maritime power of England. The King of Spain had come under no engagement to join in the war which subsisted between France and England, but the haughty manner in which the court of London demanded of him an account of the principles of the family compact gave rise to a declaration of war between these two courts. Spain and France required the King of Portugal to accede to their alliance against England. That prince in vain alleged the treaties which connected him with the English nation, and which would not permit him to take part against them. A declaration published by the two allied courts set forth that the Spanish troops should enter Portugal to secure the ports of that kingdom, and that it should be left at the king's option to receive them as friends or as enemies, and it was this which laid him under the necessity of declaring himself in favor of England. May 18, 1762. An English fleet, with a supply of troops, was then sent to the relief of Portugal, while a body of French troops joined the Spanish army which was destined to act against that kingdom. The city of Almeida was the only conquest which the Spaniards made in Portugal. The English, on the contrary, took from the Spaniards the Havana and a great part of the island of Cuba in America, and also Manila and the Philippines in the Indian Ocean. The war thus became more general and seemed about to assume a new vigor, when an unforeseen event changed entirely the face of affairs and disposed the belligerents for peace. Elizabeth, Empress of Russia, died about this time, and Peter III, nephew to that princess, ascended the throne. Peter, who was a great admirer of the King of Prussia, took an early opportunity of making peace with that prince. A suspension of arms was signed between the two crowns, which was followed by a treaty of peace concluded at St. Petersburg, May 5, 1762. By that treaty, Russia surrendered all the conquests which he had made in Prussia and Pomerania during the war. Peter renounced the alliances which he had formerly contracted against the King of Prussia, while he, in his turn, refused to form alliances or engagements contrary to the interests of Russia. or to the hereditary possessions of Peter in Germany. But the new emperor was not content with testifying this mark of affection for the King of Prussia. He agreed to send a body of troops into Silesia to his assistance. A revolution, however, happened in Russia, which occasioned new changes. Peter III was dethroned July 9th, after a reign of 6 months. The Empress Catherine II, his widow, on ascending the throne, preserved the treaty of peace with the King of Prussia, but she recalled her troops from Silesia and declared that she would maintain neutrality between the king and the empress. Sweden, who had experienced nothing but defeats in course of that war, followed the example of Russia. She agreed to a suspension of arms with the King of Prussia, and soon after concluded a treaty of peace with him at Hamburg, May 22, 1762. These two treaties paved the way for a general peace, the preliminaries of which were signed at Fontainebleau, between France, England, Spain, and Portugal. The definitive peace was concluded at Paris, February 10, 1763. This treaty was followed by that of Hubertsburg, which reconciled Prussia with the Empress and the Elector of Saxony. By this latter treaty, the Empress surrendered to the King of Prussia the province of Glatz, as also the fortresses of Wesel and Goldras. The Elector of Saxony again took possession of those states, which the King of Prussia had taken from him, and the treaties of Breslau, Berlin, and Dresden were renewed. Thus, after 7 campaigns, as sanguinary as they were expensive, the Peace of Hubertsburg restored the affairs of Germany to the same state in which they had been before the war. France, by the Treaty of Paris, ceded to England Canada and the island of Cape Breton, with the islands and coasts of the Gulf and River of St. Lawrence. The boundaries between the two nations in North America were fixed by a line drawn along the middle of the Mississippi, from its source to its mouth. All on the left or eastern bank of that river was given to England, except the city of New Orleans, which was reserved to France, as was also the liberty of the fisheries on a part of the coast of Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The islands of St. Peter and Miquelon were given them as a shelter for their fishermen, but without permission to raise fortifications. The islands of Martinico, Guadalupe, Maria Galati, Deserata, and St. Lucia were surrendered to France, while Grenada, the Grenadines, St. Vincent de Monica, and Tobago was ceded to England. The latter power retained her conquest on the Senegal and restored to France the island of Gorea on the coast of Africa. France was put in possession of the forts and factories which belonged to her in the East Indies, on the coast of Coromandel, Orissa, Malabar, and Bengal, under the restriction of keeping up no military force in Bengal. In Europe, France restored all the conquests she had made in Germany, as also the island of Minorca. England gave up to her Belle Isle on the coast of Brittany, while Dunkirk was kept in the same condition as had been determined by the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. The island of Cuba, with the Havana, was restored to the King of Spain, who on his part ceded to England Florida, with Fort Augustine and the Bay of Pensacola. The King of Portugal was restored to the same state in which he had been before the war. The colony of St. Sacrament in America, which the Spaniards had conquered, was given back to him. Footnote: New differences having arisen between Spain and Portugal and Brazil, which occasioned hostilities. A treaty of peace concluded March 24, 1778, put an end to these differences, and finally regulated the limits between the two nations in America. End of footnote. The Peace of Paris, of which we have just now spoken, was the era of England's greatest prosperity. Her commerce and navigation extended over all parts of the globe, and was supported by a naval force, so much the more imposing as it was no longer counterbalanced by the maritime power of France, which had been almost annihilated in the preceding war. The immense territories which that peace had secured her both in Africa and America opened new channels for her industry. And what deserves especially to be remarked is that she acquired at the same time vast and important possessions in the East Indies. End of section 41. Section 42 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, A.D. 1713 to 1789, Part 5. The empire of the Great Mogul in India had fallen into decay about the beginning of the 18th century. The viceroys and petty governors of the empire, called subas and nabobs, had become independent and usurped the prerogatives of royalty in the districts under their authority, while the Mughal emperor, reduced almost to the single city of Delhi, his capital, preserved nothing but the shadow of sovereign power by means of the investitures which he granted to these ambitious princes and the coinage that was struck in his name. Whenever any differences arose among these princes, they usually had recourse to the European nations who had settlements in India and had erected forts with the consent of the Great Mogul, where they kept an armed force for the protection of their commerce. If the French took the part of one nabob, it was sufficient to induce the English to espouse the quarrel of his adversary. And while the two nations were mutually cultivating peace in Europe, they were often at the same time making war in India by furnishing supplies to their respective allies. Success was for a long time equal on both sides, and it was not until the War of 1755, and by the victories and conquests of the famous Lord Clive, that England obtained a decided ascendancy over the French in that quarter of the world. Suraja Dowlah, the Suba of Bengal, instigated, as is supposed, by the French, had taken possession of Calcutta 1756, the principal settlement of the English on the Ganges. His cruel treatment of the English garrison, which he had made prisoners of war, excited the resentment of that nation. To avenge this outrage, Colonel Clive, supported by Admiral Watson, retook Calcutta January 1757, and after having dispossessed the French of Chandernagore, their principal establishment on the Ganges, he vanquished the Suba in several actions, deposed him, and put in his place Jafir Ali Khan, his general and prime minister, who was entirely devoted to England. With this era commences the foundation of the British Empire in India. It happened a short time after that the Mughal emperor, Shah Alam, being driven from his capital by the Pathans, an Indian tribe, solicited the protection of the English, who availed themselves of this occasion as well as of the death of Jafir Ali, which happened at this time, to get themselves vested by treaty 1765, and by means of an imperial charter, in the sovereignty of all Bengal. In virtue of this title, which legitimated their power in the eyes of the people, they seized on the public revenues of the kingdoms of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, with the reservation of an annual tribute, which they promised to pay to the Mughal emperor, and certain pensions which they assigned to the Subas, whose phantom power they disposed of at their pleasure. The dominion of the English in India was increased still more by subsequent conquests, the most important of which was the powerful state of Mysore, which they utterly overthrew after a series of wars which they carried with Hyder Ali and his successor Tipu Sahib. Footnote: this prince perished at the siege of Seragan Batan, his capital, which the English took in 1799. End of footnote. The death of Ferdinand VI, King of Spain, was an event of some importance. He was succeeded by his brother Don Carlos, King of the Two Sicilies, and eldest son of Philip V by his second marriage, who assumed the title of Charles III. Under this prince, the philosophy of the 18th century penetrated into Spain, where it displayed in energy and gave rise to consequences which had not yet attended it in France. It occasioned the downfall of the Jesuits, which was accompanied by deeds repugnant to justice and humanity. The ministers and counselors of that monarch, the Counts Aranda, Floridablanca, and Campo Manos, introduced into the eternal administrations of Spain, especially its finances and tactics, an order and regularity which had long been unknown in that country. Agriculture, commerce, and industry were beginning to recover from their languor, when the American War again threw them into a state of fatal depression. Before quitting Naples to take possession of the throne of Spain, Don Carlos, who, as King of the Two Sicilies, had the title of Charles VII, published a fundamental law, bearing that agreeably to former treaties which did not admit the union of the Italian states with the Spanish monarchy, he transferred the kingdom of the Two Sicilies to his third son, Don Ferdinand, as his eldest son, Don Philip, was incapable of reigning, and his second, Don Carlos, was destined for the throne of Spain. He entrusted the administration to a regency during the nonage of the young prince, whose majority was fixed at the age of 17. By this law he regulated the order of succession which was to take place in the kingdom of the Two Sicilies, and which was the same as that which Philip V had established in Spain at the Cortes of 1713. After the descendants, male and female, of his own body, Charles substituted his brothers Don Philip, Duke of Parma, and Don Louis, adding that the kingdom of the Two Sicilies should never in any case be united with the Spanish monarchy. This regulation of the new King of Spain accorded perfectly with the terms of the 7th article of the Treaty of Vienna, 1738, which secured the kingdom of the Two Sicilies to that prince and his descendants, male and female, and failing these to his younger brothers and their descendants of both sexes. The King of Sardinia continued, however, to enforce his right of reversion to that part of Placentia, which the 4th article of the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle had secured to him, in case Don Carlos should remove from the kingdom of the Two Sicilies to the crown of Spain. The court of France, wishing to retain the possession of poor Don Philip, and to prevent the tranquility of Italy from being disturbed by the pretensions of the King of Sardinia, engaged to procure that prince an equivalent with which he should have reason to be satisfied. This equivalent was settled June 10, 1763, by a convention concluded at Paris between France, Spain, and the King of Sardinia. The latter consented to restrict his right of reversion in the two cases specified in the 7th article of the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, viz. 1. Failing the male descendants of Don Philip. 2. Should that prince or one of his descendants he called either to the throne of Spain or to that of the Two Sicilies, and should one or other of these two cases happen in the meantime, the crowns of France and Spain engaged that the King of Sardinia should enjoy the same amount of annual revenue, which might accrue to him after deducting the expenses of administration from that part of Placentia on the Nora, should he ever come into actual possession. For this purpose, France undertook by a special agreement, which was signed at Paris the same day with the preceding, to pay the King of Sardinia by 12 installments the sum of 8,200,000 livres, on condition of reverting to France, should one or other of these alternatives happen. The sudden aggrandizement of Russia since the time of Peter the Great had changed the political system of the North. That power had raised herself to the first rank. She dictated the law to Poland and Sweden, her ancient rivals, disposed of the throne of Poland on every change of reign, and at the same time decided the fate of Courland. That duchy, which had long been possessed by the family of Kettler, who held it as a fief of the crown of Poland, had become vacant on the death of the Duke Ferdinand, the last male descendant of that house. Anne, Empress of Russia, being then only Duchess of Courland, had a favorite named Ernest John Byron, a man raised by fortune whose grandfather had been groom to James III, Duke of Courland. When that princess mounted the throne of Russia, she raised Byron to the rank of count and to the office of Great Chamberlain and Prime Minister. The haughty favorite assumed the name and arms of the family of Byron in France, and prevailed with the Empress to grant him the Duchy of Courland. At the death of the last duke, he even succeeded in getting himself elected by the states of that country, 1737, with the aid of a body of Russian troops, which the Empress had sent to Mitau to support his election. He was invested in the duchy by the Republic of Poland, to be possessed by himself and his heirs male, but he did not long enjoy this new dignity. He was deprived it on the death of the Empress, 1740, and banished to Siberia by the Grand Duchess Anne, mother of the young emperor. This princess caused a new election to be made by the nobility of Courland. The duchy was then conferred on Louis Ernest, Prince of Brunswick, who was to marry Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great. But the young Emperor Ivan, having been dethroned immediately after, the Prince of Brunswick never obtained possession of the duchy. The Empress Elizabeth having declared to the Republic of Poland that the Duke de Byron should never be liberated from his exile, Augustus III, King of Poland, declared the Duchy of Courland vacant. He then prevailed on the states of that country to elect his own son, Prince Charles, whom he solemnly invested in the duchy, 1759. A new change happened at the death of the Empress Elizabeth in 1762. Peter III, on his succession to the throne of Russia, recalled the Duke de Byron from his exile. The Empress Catherine II, who succeeded her husband that same year, went even farther than this. She demanded the restoration of de Byron to the Duchy of Courland and obliged Prince Charles of Saxony to give it up to him, 1769. The Duke de Byron then resigned the duchy to his son Peter, who after a reign of 25 years surrendered it to the Empress. The states of Courland and Semigalia made a formal submission to Russia, March 28, 1795. The dethronement of Peter III, which we have just mentioned, was an event very favorable to Denmark, as it relieved that kingdom from a ruinous war with which it was threatened on the part of the emperor. Peter III was the head of the House of Holstein-Gottorp, whom Denmark had deprived of their possessions in Schleswig by taking advantage of the disasters that befell Sweden, which had protected that family against the Danish kings. The Dukes of Holstein-Gottorp exclaimed against that usurpation, to which the Count of Denmark had nothing to oppose, except their right of conquest and the guarantee which the kings of France and England, as mediators in the Treaty of Stockholm, had given to Denmark with respect to Schleswig. Peter III was scarcely seated on the throne of Russia when he began to concert means for recovering his ancient patrimonial domains and avenging the wrongs which the Dukes of Holstein-Gottorp, his ancestors, had received at the hands of Denmark. Being determined to make war against that power, he attached the King of Prussia to his cause and marched a Russian army of 60,000 men towards the frontiers of Denmark. 6,000 Prussians were to join this army, which was supported by a Russian fleet to be stationed on the coast of Pomerania. The King of Denmark made every effort to repel the invasion with which he was threatened. He set on foot an army of 70,000 men, the command of which he entrusted to Monsieur de Saint-Germain, a distinguished French officer. The Danish army advanced towards Mecklenburg and established their headquarters in the town of that name, 1 league from Westphalia. The Danish fleet, consisting of 20 sail of the line and 11 frigates, appeared at the same time off Rostock. The flames of war were about to kindle in the north, and Peter III was on the point of joining his army in person at Mecklenburg, when he was dethroned after a short reign of 6 months, July 9, 1762. The Empress Catherine II, who succeeded him, did not think fit to espouse the quarrel of her husband. She immediately recalled the Russian army from Mecklenburg, and being desirous of establishing the tranquility of the North on a solid basis, and confirming a good understanding between the two principal branches of the House of Holstein, she agreed by a treaty of alliance with the King of Denmark, 1765, to terminate all these differences by a provisional arrangement, which was not to take effect until the majority of the Grand Duke Paul, the son of Peter III. This accommodation between the two courts was signed at Copenhagen, April 22, 1762. The Empress, in the name of her son, gave up her claim to the ducal part of Schleswig, occupied by the King of Denmark. She ceded, moreover, to that sovereign a portion of Holstein, possessed by the family of Gottorp, in exchange for the counties of Oldenburg and Delmenhorst. It was agreed that these counties should be erected into duchies, and that the ancient suffrage of Holstein-Gottorp at the imperial diet should be transferred to them. This provisional treaty was ratified when the Grand Duke came of age, and the transference of the ceded territories took place in 1773. At the same time, that prince declared that he designed the counties of Oldenburg and Delmenhorst to form an establishment for a younger branch of his family, that of Utrecht, to which the contracting powers also secured the bishopric of Lubeck, to be held in perpetual possession. The Bishop of Lubeck, the head of the younger branch of the Gottorp family, was that same year put in possession of the counties of Oldenburg and Delmenhorst, and the Emperor Joseph II erected these counties into a duchy and fief male of the empire, under the title of the Duchy of Holstein-Oldenburg. Here it will be necessary to advert to the revolutions that took place in the island of Corsica, which, after a long series of troubles and distractions, passed from the dominion of Genoa to that of France. The oppressions which the Corsicans had suffered under the government of the Genoese, who treated them with extreme rigor, had rendered their yoke odious and insupportable. They rose several times in rebellion against the Republicans, but from the want of union among themselves, they failed in the different attempts which they made for effecting their liberty and independence. One of the last insurrections of the Corsicans was that of 1729. They chose for their leader Andrew Cbteddy, of a noble family in the island, and Luigi Gioachin, a man of courage and an enthusiast for liberty. The Genoese, after trying in vain to subdue the insurgents, were obliged to have recourse to the protection of foreigners. They applied to the Emperor Charles VI, who sent them several detachments of troops under the command of General Gioachin and Prince Frederick Louis of Württemberg. The Corsicans, too feeble to oppose an enemy so superior in strength, were glad to lay down their arms, but the war against the Polish succession having obliged the Emperor to withdraw his troops, the islanders raised a new insurrection. A general assembly was then convened, which declared Corsica to be a free and independent republic, 1734. Gioachin was re-elected general, and had for his colleague Hyacinthus Paoli, father to the famous general of that name. Thus the Genoese, after lavishing much expense on auxiliary troops, had the mortification to find themselves still in the same condition in which they were before receiving the imperial succors. They then took into their pay bodies of Swiss and Grecian troops, and even enlisted outlaws and vagabonds, and placed them in their ranks to oppose the Corsicans. It happened during these transactions that an adventurer appeared in Corsica, the celebrated Theodore Baron Neuhoff. He was descended of a noble family in the county of Mark, in Westphalia, and having procured arms and ammunition at Tunis, he repaired to Corsica, 1736, where he was determined to try his fortune. His engaging manners, added to the prospects which he held out of a powerful foreign assistance, induced the Corsicans to confer on him the royal dignity. He was proclaimed King of Corsica, and immediately assumed the external badges of royalty. He appointed guards and officers of state, coined money in his own name, and created an order of knighthood called the Redemption. Taking advantage of the enthusiasm with which he had inspired the Corsicans, he boldly made war on the Genoese, and laid several of their places under blockade. But his money being exhausted and the people beginning to cool in their attachment towards him, he took the determination of applying for assistance to foreigners. He embarked for Holland, where he found means to engage a society of merchants by the allurements of a lucrative commerce with Corsica, to furnish him with artillery, ammunition, and other supplies, with which he returned to the island. Under these circumstances, the Genoese, threatened with losing forever their sovereignty over Corsica, entered into an association with the court of Versailles. This court, fearing that England would take advantage of these disturbances to get possession of the island, concerted measures with the court of Vienna for obliging the Corsicans to return to their allegiance to the Genoese. For this purpose, a plan of pacification was drawn up at Versailles, and Count de Boissieu was charged to carry it into execution. This general landed in the island 1738 at the head of a body of French auxiliaries, and his arrival determined King Theodore to abandon Corsica and seek his safety in flight. He retired to London, where he was imprisoned for debt. After a long captivity, was set at liberty and died in a state of misery, 1756. Boissieu harassed the Corsicans exceedingly, but he failed in his efforts to reduce them to submission. His successor, the Marquis de Maillebois, was more fortunate. He took his measures with such precision and vigor that it obliged the islanders to lay down their arms and receive the law from the conqueror. Their generals, Gioachin and Pioli, retired to Naples. The War of the Austrian Succession, having obliged the French court to recall their troops from Corsica, that island became the scene of new disturbances. Gafforio and Matra then took upon the functions of generalship and the direction of affairs. They had a colleague and coadjutor in the person of Count Raviola, a native of Corsica, who, with the assistance of some English vessels, succeeded in expelling the Genoese from Bastia and St. Fiorenzo. The Corsicans might have pushed their advantage much farther if they could have subdued their own feuds and private animosities, and employed themselves solely in promoting the public interest. But their internal divisions retarded their success, and allowed their enemies to recover the places they had conquered. Rivarola and Matra, having resigned the command, the sole charge devolved on Gafforio, who was a man of rare merit and of tried valor. He was beginning to civilize his countrymen and to give some stability to the government of the island, when he was assassinated, as is supposed, by the emissaries of the Genoese, 1753. His death plunged Corsica once more into the state of disorder and anarchy, from which he had labored to deliver it. at length appeared the celebrated Pascal Paoli, whom his aged father had brought from Naples to Corsica. Being elected general-in-chief by his countrymen in 1755, he inspired them with fresh courage, and while he carried on the war with success against the Genoese, he made efforts to reform abuses in the state and to encourage agriculture, letters, and arts. Nothing was wanting to accomplish this object and to confirm the liberty and independence of his country, but the expulsion of the Genoese from the maritime towns of Bastia, San Fiorenzo, Calvi, Agugliola, and Ajaccio, the only places which still remained in their power. In this, he would probably have succeeded had he not met with no interruptions from France, who had undertaken by the several treaties which he had concluded with the Genoese in the years 1752, 1755, 1756, and 1764, to defend their ports and fortifications in that island. The original intention of the French in taking possession of these places was not to carry on hostilities with Paoli and the natives, but simply to retain them for a limited time, in discharge of a debt which the French government had contracted with the Republic of Genoa. The Genoese had flattered themselves that if exonerated from the duty of guarding the fortified places, they would be able with their own forces to reconquer all the rest of the island. But it was not long before they found themselves deceived in their expectations. The Corsicans drove the Genoese from the island of Capraja, 1767. They even took possession of Ajaccio and some other parts which the French had thought fit to abandon. At the same time, the shipping of the Corsicans made incessant incursions on the Genoese and annoyed their commerce. The Senate of Genoa, convinced at last that it was impossible for them to subdue the island, and seeing the time approach when the French troops were to take their departure, took the resolution of surrendering their rights over Corsica to the Crown of France by a treaty which was signed at Versailles, May 15, 1768. The king promised to restore the island of Capraja to the Republic. He guaranteed to them all their possessions on terra firma, and engaged to pay them annually for 10 years the sum of 200,000 livres. The Genoese reserved to themselves the right of reclaiming the sovereignty of Corsica, on reimbursing the king for the expenses of the expedition he was about to undertake, as well as for the maintenance of his troops. This treaty occasioned strong remonstrances on the part of the Corsicans, who prepared themselves for a vigorous defense. The first campaign turned to their advantage. It cost France several thousand men and about 30 millions of livres. The Duc de Choiseul, far from being discouraged by these disasters, transported a strong force to the island. He put the Count de Vaux in the place of the Marquis de Chauvelin, who, by the skillful dispositions which he made, found himself master of all Corsica in less than 2 months. The islanders, not having received from England the supplies which they had requested, the prospect of which had kept up their courage, considered it rash and hopeless to make longer resistance. The different provinces, in their turn, gave in their submission, and the principal leaders of the Corsicans dispersed themselves among the neighboring states. Pascal Paoli took refuge in England, the throne of Poland having become vacant by the death of Augustus III, October 5, 1763. The Empress Catherine II destined the crown of Stanislaus Poniatowski, a Polish nobleman who had gained her favor when he resided at St. Petersburg as plenipotentiary of Poland. That princess, having gained over the court of Berlin to her interests, sent several detachments of troops into Poland, and in this manner succeeded in carrying the election of her favorite, who was proclaimed king at the Diet of Warsaw, September 7, 1764. It was at this Diet of election that the Empress formally interceded with the Republic in favor of the dissidents or dissenters of Poland and Lithuania, with the view of having them reinstated in those civil and ecclesiastical rights of which they had been deprived by the intolerance of the Catholics. The name of dissidents was then given in Poland to the Greek nonconformists and to the Protestants, both Lutherans and Calvinists. That kingdom, as well as Lithuania, had contained from the earliest ages a vast number of Greeks who persisted in their schism, in spite of the efforts were increasingly made by the Polish clergy for bringing them back to the pale of the Roman Church. The Protestant doctrines had been introduced into Poland and had made considerable progress in the course of the 17th century, more especially under the reign of Sigismund Augustus. The nobles who were attached to that form of worship had obtained at the Diet of Vilna, 1563, the right of enjoying, along with the Greeks, all the prerogatives of their rank and of being admitted without distinction, both to the assemblies of the Diet and the offices and dignities of the Republic. Moreover, their religious and political liberties had been guaranteed in the most solemn manner, not only by treaties of alliance and the Pacta Coventa of the kings, but also by the laws and constitution of their kingdom. The Catholics having afterwards become the stronger party, their zeal, animated by their clergy and the Jesuits, led them to persecute those whom they regarded as heretics. They had in various ways circumscribed their religious liberties, especially at the Diet of 1717, and in those of 1733 and 1736. They went so far as to exclude them from the diets and tribunals, and in general from all places of trust, only preserving the peace with them according to the ancient laws of the Republic. The dissidents availed themselves of the influence which the Empress of Russia had secured in the affairs of Poland, to obtain, by her means, the redress of their grievances. That princess interposed more especially in favor of the Greeks, according to the 9th article of the Peace of Moscow, between Russia and Poland, 1686, while the courts of Berlin, Stockholm, London, and Copenhagen, as guarantees of the peace of Oliver, urged the 2nd article of that treaty in support of the Protestant dissenters. Far from yielding to an intercession so powerful, the Diet of Warsaw, instigated by the clergy in the court of Rome in the year 1766, confirmed all the former laws against the Protestants, which the foreign courts had desired to be altered and amended. They merely introduced some few modifications in the law of 1717, relative to the exercise of their worship. This palliative did not satisfy the court of St. Petersburg, which persisted in demanding an entire equality of rights in favor of those under its protection. The dissidents had the courage to resist and entered into a confederacy at the assemblies which were held at Schluitz, 1767, and Thorn. Such of the Catholic nobility as were discontented with the government allied themselves with the dissidents and formed several distinct confederacies, which afterwards combined into a general confederation under Marshal Prince Radziwill. An extraordinary diet was then assembled at Warsaw. Their deliberations, which began October 5, 1767, were very tumultuous. Without being intimidated by the presence of a Russian army, the Bishop of Krakow and his adherents gave way to the full torrent of their zeal in the discourses which they pronounced before the Diet. The Empress caused them to be arrested and conducted into the interior of Russia, whence they were not permitted to return till after an exile of several years. They agreed at length at that Diet to appoint a committee composed of the different orders of the Republic to regulate all matters regarding the dissidents, in concert with the ministers of the protecting courts. A separate act was drawn up February 24, 1768, in the form of a convention between Russia and Poland. By that act, the dissidents were reinstated in all their former rights. The regulations which had been passed to their prejudice in the years 1717, 1733, 1736, and 1766 were annulled, and a superior court, composed equally of both parties, was granted to them for terminating all disputes which might arise between persons of different religions. This act was confirmed by the Treaty of Peace and Alliance concluded at Warsaw between Russia and Poland, February 24, 1768, by which these two powers guaranteed to each other the whole of their possessions in Europe. The Empress of Russia guaranteed more especially the liberty, constitution, and indivisibility of the Polish Republic, the act we have just now mentioned, as well as another, which modified what were called the cardinal or fundamental laws of the Republic. Having displeased a great majority of the Poles, they used every effort to have these acts recalled. The Diet of 1768 was no sooner terminated than they formed themselves into a confederacy at Bar in Podolia for the defense of their religion and liberties. By degrees, these extended to several palatinates and were at length combined into a general confederation under the Marshal Count de Pac. The standards of these confederates bore representations of the Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus. Like the Crusaders of the Middle Ages, they wore embroidered crosses on their garments, with the motto, "Conquer or Die." The Russians dispatched troops to disperse the Confederates as fast as they combined, but at length, with the assistance of France and Monsieur de Vergennes, the French ambassador at the port, they succeeded in stirring up the Turks against the Russians. The war between these two empires broke out towards the end of 1768, which proved disastrous for the Turks and suppressed also the Confederates in Poland. The Manifesto of the Grand Seignior against Russia was published October 30th and his declaration of war, December 4th, 1768. The Empress dispatched several armies against the Turks and attacked them at once from the banks of the Dniester to the Mount Caucasus. Prince Alexander Galitzin, who commanded the principal army, was to cover Poland and penetrate into Moldavia. He passed the Dniester at different times, but was always repulsed by the Turks, who were not more fortunate in their attempts to force the passage of that river. On their last attempt, September 1769, 12,000 men had succeeded in crossing it, when there happened a sudden flood which broke down the bridge and cut off the retreat of the Turks. This body was cut to pieces by the Russians when a panic seized the Ottoman army, who abandoned their camp in the fortress of Gioachin. The Russians took possession of both without costing them a single drop of blood, and soon after penetrated into the interior of Moldavia and Wallachia. End of section 42. Section 43 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, A.D. 1713 to 1789, Part 6. The campaign of 1770 was most splendid for the Russians. General Romanzov, who succeeded Prince Galitzin in the command of the army of Moldavia, gained 2 brilliant victories over the Turks near the Pruth, July 18th, and the Kukuli, August 1st, which made him master of the Danube and the towns of Ismail, Kilia, and Ackerman, situated in Bessarabia, near the mouth of that river. Another Russian army, under the command of General Count Panin, attacked the fortress of Bender, defended by a strong Turkish garrison. It was carried by assault September 26th, and the greater part of the garrison put to the sword. The Empress did not confine herself to repulsing the Turks on the banks of the Dniester and the Danube, and harassing their commerce in the Black Sea. She formed the bold project of attacking them at the same time in the islands of the archipelago and on the coast of Greece and the Morea. A Russian fleet under the command of Alexis Orlov and Admiral Spiritov sailed from the Baltic and passed the northern seas and the Straits of Gibraltar on their way to the archipelago. Being joined by the squadron of Rear Admiral Elphinstone, they fought an obstinate battle with the fleet at the Capitan Pacha, July 5, 1770, between Scio and Anatolia. The ships of the two commanders, Spiritov and the Captain Pacha, having met in the engagement, one of them caught fire when both were blown into the air. Darkness separated the combatants, but the Turks having imprudently retired to the narrow bay of Gisme, the Russians pursued them and burnt their whole fleet during the night. This disaster threw the city of Constantinople into great consternation, and the bad state of defense in which the Dardanelles were gave them reason to fear that if the Russians had known to take advantage of this panic, it would have been easy for them to have carried the Turkish capital. Rear Admiral Elphinstone, who commanded one of the Russian squadrons, had suggested that advice, but the Russian admirals did not think proper to follow it. The war on the Danube was continued next year, though feebly, but the Second Russian Army under the command of Prince Dolgorsky succeeded in forcing the lines at Perekop, defended by an army of 60,000 Turks and Tartars, commanded by the Khan of the Crimea in person. Dolgorsky, after having surmounted the formidable barrier, made himself master of the Crimea, as also of the island of Taman, and received from the Empress as the reward of his exploits the surname of Krimsky. An act was signed by certain pretended deputies from the Tartars, by which that nation renounced the dominion of the Ottomans and put themselves under the protection of Russia, 1772. These conquests, however splendid they might be, could not fail to exhaust Russia, obliged frequently to recruit her armies, which were constantly thinned by battles, fatigues, and diseases. She soon saw the necessity of making peace. The plague, that terrible ally of the Ottomans, passed from the army into the interior of the empire and penetrated as far as Moscow, where it cut off nearly 100,000 men in the course of a single year, 1771. What added still more to the embarrassments of Catherine II was that the court of Vienna, which in conjunction with that of Berlin, had undertaken to mediate between Russia and the Porte, rejected with disdain the conditions of peace proposed by the Empress. Moreover, they strongly opposed the independence of Moldavia and Wallachia, as well as of the Tartars, and would not even permit that the Russians should transfer the seat of war to the right bank of the Danube. The court of Vienna went even further. It threatened to make common cause with the Turks, to compel the Empress to restore all her conquests, and to place matters between the Russians and the Turks on the footing of the Treaty of Belgrade. An agreement to this effect was negotiated with the Porte and signed at Constantinople July 6, 1771. This convention, however, was not ratified, the court of Vienna having changed its mind on account of the famous dismemberment of Poland, concerted between it and the courts of Berlin and St. Petersburg. The Empress then consented to restore to the Turks the provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia on the conclusion of the peace, and the court of Vienna again engaged to exert its friendly interference in negotiating peace between Russia and the Porte. In consequence of these events, the year 1772 was passed entirely in negotiations. A suspension of arms was agreed to between the two belligerent powers. A congress was opened at Voskani in Moldavia under the mediation of the courts of Berlin and St. Petersburg. This congress was followed by another, which was held at Bucharest in Wallachia Both of these meetings proved ineffectual, the Turks having considered the conditions proposed by Russia as inadmissible. And what displeased them still more was the article relative to the independence of the Tartars in the Crimea. This they rejected as contrary to the principles of their religion, and as tending to establish a rivalry between the two caliphs. They succeeded, however, in settling the nature of the religious dependence under which the Khans of the Crimea were to remain with regard to the port, but they could not possibly agree as to the surrender of the ports of Gioachin and Kerch, nor as to the unrestrained liberty of navigation in the Turkish seas, which the Russians demanded. After these conferences had been repeatedly broken off, hostilities commenced anew 1773. The Russians twice attempted to establish themselves on the right bank of the Danube, but without being able to accomplish it. They even lost a great number of men in the different actions which they fought with the Turks. The last campaign, that of 1774, was at length decisive. Abdul Hamid, who had just succeeded his brother Mustafa III on the throne of Constantinople, being eager to raise the glory of the Ottoman arms, made extraordinary preparations for this campaign. His troops reckoned about 300,000 men, greatly surpassed the Russians in point of number, but they were not equal in point of discipline and military skill. About the end of June, Marshal Romanov passed the Danube without meeting any obstacle from the Ottoman army. That general took advantage of a mistake which the Grand Vizier had committed in pitching his camp near Schluma, as too great a distance from his detachments, and cut off his communication with those troops, and even with his military stores. The defeat of 28,000 Turks, who were bringing a convoy of 4,000 or 5,000 wagons to the army, by General Kamensky, struck terror into the camp of the Grand Vizier, who, seeing his army on the point of disbanding, agreed to treat with Marshal Romanov on such terms as that general thought fit to prescribe. Peace was signed in the Russian camp at Kanargi, 4 leagues from Silistria. By that treaty, the Tartars of the Crimea, Brodziak, and Kuban were declared entirely independent of the port, to be governed thenceforth by their own sovereign. Russia obtained for her merchant vessels free and unrestrained navigation in all the Turkish seas. She restored to the Turks Bessarabia, Moldavia, and Wallachia, as well as the islands in the archipelago, which were still in her possession, but she reserved the city and territory of Azov, the 2 Kabardas, the fortresses of Janakala and Kerch in the Crimea, and the castle of Kinburn at the mouth of the Dnieper, opposite Ozakov, with the neck of the land between the bog and the Dnieper, on which the Empress afterwards built a new city called Cherson, to serve as an entrepot for her commerce with the Levant. The foundation of the city was laid by General Hannibal, October 19, 1778, on the western bank of the Dnieper, 15 versts from the confluence of the Ingolets with that river. The House of Austria also reaped advantages from that war by the occupation of Bukovina, which she obtained from Russia, who had conquered it from the Turks. This part of Moldavia, comprehending the districts of Saksawa and Czernowitz, was claimed by the court of Vienna as one of its ancient territories in Transylvania, which has been usurped by the Princess of Moldavia. The Porte, who was indebted to Austria for the restitution of this latter province, had no alternative but to abandon the districts claimed by Austria. Prince Gygas of Moldavia, having opposed the cession of these provinces, was put to death by order of the Porte, and Bukovina was confirmed to Austria by subsequent conventions, 1776 and 1777, which at the same time regulated the limits between the two states. The Peace of Kanargi, though glorious for Russia, proved most calamitous for the Ottoman Porte. By establishing the independence of the Tartars, it lost the Turks one of their principal bulwarks against Russia, and they were indignant at seeing the Russians established on the Black Sea and permitted unrestrained navigation in all the Turkish seas. Henceforth they had reason to tremble for the safety of their capital, which might be assailed with impunity, and its supplies intercepted on the least disturbance that might arise between the two empires. The many disasters which the Turks had experienced in the war we have now mentioned had a direct influence on the fate of Poland, which ended in the dismemberment of that kingdom. This event, which had been predicted by John Casimir in the 17th century, was brought about by the mediation of the courts of Berlin and Vienna for the restoration of peace between Russia and Turkey. The conditions of that treaty, which were dictated by the Empress Catherine II, having displeased the court of Vienna, which had moreover displayed hostile intentions against Russia by dispatching troops into Hungary and taking possession of a part of Poland, which Austria claimed as anciently belonging to Hungary. The Empress took this occasion of observing to Prince Henry of Prussia, who then sojourned at her court, that if Austria seemed inclined to dismember Poland, the other neighboring powers were entitled to do the same. This overture was communicated by Prince Henry to his brother, the King of Prussia, who resolved to act on this new idea. He foresaw it would be a proper means for indemnifying Russia, contenting Austria, and augmenting his own territories by establishing a communication between the Kingdom of Prussia and his Duchy of Brandenburg. These considerations induced him to set on foot a negotiation with the courts of Vienna and St. Petersburg. He gave the former to understand that if war should break out between Austria and Russia, he could not but take part in it as the ally of the latter power, while he represented to the Empress of Russia that if she would consent to restore Moldavia and Wallachia to the Turks and indemnify herself by a part of Poland, she would avoid a new war and facilitate an accommodation with the Porte. In this manner did he succeed, after a long and difficult negotiation, in recommending to the two imperial courts a project which was to give Europe the example of a kingdom dismembered on mere reasons of convenience. A preliminary agreement was drawn up in which the equality of the respective portions of the three courts was assumed as the basis of the intended partition, a negotiation was afterwards entered into at St. Petersburg for regulating the portion to be given to the court of Vienna, as the Empress and the King of Prussia had already agreed about the divisions to which they thought they might lay claim. Footnote: it appears by the overtures which the Empress of Russia made to the King of Poland in 1771, 1775, that she was averse to the partition of Poland, which in effect appeared to be in opposition to the true interests of Russia. End of footnote. At length the formal conventions were signed at St. Petersburg between the ministers of the three courts, August 5, 1772. The boundaries of the territories and districts which were to fall to the share of the three powers, respectively, were there definitively settled and guaranteed to each other. They agreed to defer taking possession till the month of September following, and to act in concert for obtaining a final arrangement with the Republic of Poland. The Empress engaged by the same treaty to surrender Moldavia and Wallachia to the Turks in order to expedite the restoration of peace between her and the Porte. In terms of that agreement, the declarations and letters patent of the three courts were presented at Warsaw in September 1772, and on taking possession of the territories and districts which had been assigned them, they published memorials for establishing the legitimacy of their rights over the countries which they claimed. The King of Poland and his ministry in vain claimed the assistance and protection of the powers that guaranteed the treaties. They had no other alternative left than to condescend to everything which the three courts demanded. A diet which was summoned at Warsaw appointed a delegation taken from the Senate and the Equestrian Order to transact with the plenipotentiaries of the three powers as to the arrangements of the different treaties by which the provinces already occupied were to be formally ceded to them on the part of the Republic. These arrangements were signed at Warsaw, September 18, 1773, and afterwards ratified by the Diet of Poland. To Austria was assigned, in terms of her treaty with the Republic, the 13 towns in the county of Zips, which Sigismund, King of Hungary, had mortgaged to Poland in 1412, besides nearly the half of the Palatinate of Krakow, part of Sandomir, Red Russia, the greater part of Belz, Pocutia, and part of Podalia. The towns in the county of Zips were again incorporated with Hungary, from which they had been dismembered, and all the rest were erected into a particular state, under the name of the Kingdom of Galicia and Lodomeria. One very important advantage in the Austrian division was the rich salt mines in Wiliska and Bochnia and Sambor, which furnished salt to the greater part of Poland. Footnote: the Austrian division was estimated at about 1,300 German square miles, with 700,000 inhabitants. End of footnote. Russia obtained for her share Polish Livonia, the greater part of Vitebsk and Polotsk, the whole Palatinate of Mysla, and the two extremities of the Palatinate of Minsk. Footnote: these countries were estimated at 4,157 square miles, with 3,050,000 inhabitants. End of footnote. These the empress formed into two grand governments, those of Polotsk and Mykolaiv. The King of Prussia had the states of Great Poland, situated beyond the Neisse, as well as the whole of Polish Prussia except the cities of Danzig and Thorn, which were reserved to Poland. Footnote: the portion of the King of Prussia comprised 1,061 square miles, with 1,150,000 inhabitants. It contained 262 cities and 8,274 villages. End of footnote. That republic, in virtue of a treaty with the King of Prussia, renounced also her rights of domain, and the reversion which the treaties of Wehlau and Bydgoszcz had secured to her with regard to electoral Prussia, as well as the districts of Lauenburg, Butau, and Draheim. The portion of the King of Prussia was so much the more important in a political point of view, as it united the Kingdom of Prussia with his possessions in Germany, and by giving him the command of the Vistula, it made him master of the commerce of Poland, especially of the corn trade, so valuable to the rest of Europe. The three courts, in thus dismembering Poland, renounced in the most formal manner all farther pretensions on the Republic, and lastly, to consummate their work, they passed an act at Warsaw by which they sanctioned the liberum veto, and the unanimity in their decisions formerly used at the Diet in state matters. The crown was declared elective, and foreign princes were to be excluded. The prerogative of the king, already very limited, was circumscribed still more by the establishment of a permanent council, and it was statuted that no one could ever change this constitution, of which the three powers had become the guarantees. This partition of Poland must be regarded as the harbinger of the total overthrow of the political system which for 300 years had prevailed in Europe, after so many alliances had been formed and so many wars undertaken to preserve the weaker states against the ambition of the greater. We here find three powers of the first rank combining to dismember a state which had never given them the slightest umbrage. The barriers between legitimate right and arbitrary power were thus overthrown, and henceforth the destiny of inferior states was no longer secure. The system of political equilibrium became the jest of innovators, and many well-disposed men began to regard it as a chimera. Though the chief blame of this transaction was fall on the courts of St. Petersburg, Berlin, and Vienna, those of London and Paris were accomplices to the crime by allowing this spoliation to be consummated without any mark of their reprobation. In Sweden, the aristocratic system had prevailed since the changes which had been introduced into the form of government by the Revolution of 1720. The chief power resided in the body of the Senate, and the royal authority was reduced to a mere shadow. The same factions, the hats and the bonnets of which we have spoken above, continued to agitate and distract the state. The hats were of opinion that to raise the glory of Sweden and to recover the provinces of Livonia and Finland, it was necessary to cultivate friendship with France and the Porte, in order to secure their support in case of a rupture with Russia. The bonnets, on the other hand, maintained that Sweden, exhausted by the preceding wars, ought to engage in no undertaking against Russia. In preferring a system of pacification, they had no other object in view than to maintain peace and good understanding with all states without distinction. These two factions, instigated by foreign gold, acquired a new importance when the war broke out between Russia and the Porte. It was in the Diet of 1769 that the hats found means to get possession of the government by depriving the members of the opposite party of their principal employments. There was some reason to believe that France, in consequence of her connections with the Porte, had used every effort to stir up Sweden against Russia, and that the mission of her gens, who passed from Constantinople to Stockholm, had no other object than this. Russia had then to make every exertion to raise the credit and influence of the bonnets, in order to maintain peace with Sweden. In these endeavors she was assisted by the court of London, who were not only willing to support the interests of Russia, but glad of the opportunity to thwart France in her political career. End of section 43.